Montezuma edition. History of the Conquest of Mexico by William H. Prescott. Edited by Wilfred Harold Monroe, Professor of European History in Brown University. And comprising the notes of the edition by John Foster Kirk Victrus is Aquila Salem Lateris in Orbem Lucem, Phasalia, Lib. V. 238 Volume I. Philadelphia and London J. B. Lippincott Company, 2. 3. 4. Copyright, 1843, by William H. Prescott. Copyright, 1871, by William G. Prescott. Copyright, 1873, by J. B. Lippincott and Company. Copyright, 1904, by J. B. Lippincott Company. Electrotyped and printed by J. B. Lippincott Company, Philadelphia, U.S.A. V. Introductory note by the editor. William Hickling Prescott was born in Salem, Massachusetts, May 4, 1796. He died in Boston, January 28, 1859. William Prescott, his father, a lawyer of great ability and of sterling worth, was at one time a judge, and was frequently elected to public positions of trust and responsibility. His mother was a daughter of Thomas Hickling, for many years United States Consul at the Azores. His grandfather, William Prescott, was in command of the American forces at the Battle of Bunker Hill, June 17, 1775. On both sides. Therefore, the future historian was descended from what Oliver Wendell Holmes aptly termed the New England Brahmin stock. He was prepared for college by an unusually accomplished scholar, John Sylvester John Gardiner, for many years the rector of Trinity Church, Boston, and entered Harvard College as a sophomore in 1811. 3 years later he graduated with the class of 1814. During his junior year came the accident which was to change the whole course of his life. As he was leaving the dining hall, in which the students sat at Commons, a biscuit, thrown by a careless fellow student, struck him squarely in the left eye and stretched him senseless upon the floor. Paralysis of the retina was the result. The injury was beyond the reach of the healing art, and the sight of one eye was utterly destroyed. After a period of intense suffering, spent in a darkened room, he recovered sufficiently to resume his college work and to be graduated with his class. For a year and a half the uninjured eye served him fairly well. Then, suddenly, acute rheumatism attacked it, causing, except in occasional periods of intermission, excruciating pain during the rest of his life. Total darkness, for weeks at a time, was not infrequently Prescott's lot. And work, except under a most careful adjustment of every ray of light, was almost out of the question. Under these circumstances, the career at the bar which his father had planned for him, and to which he had looked forward with so much pleasure, was no longer to be thought of. Business offered no attractions, even if a business life had been possible to him in his semi-blindness. He turned his attention to literature, and found his vocation. But for this work he felt that the most careful preparation was necessary. In a letter, written 18 months before his death, he says, "I propose to devote 10 years of my life to the study of ancient and modern literature, chiefly the latter, and to give 10 years more to some historical work. I have had the good fortune to accomplish this design pretty nearly within the limits assigned. In the Christmas of 1837 my first work was given to the public. During the first 10 years of preparation he was a frequent contributor to the reviews, writing some of the papers which are printed in the volume of miscellanies which has always formed part of his works. His historical work was accomplished with the utmost difficulty. American scholarship was not then advanced, and it was almost impossible to secure readers who possessed a knowledge of foreign languages. Pathetically, Mr. Prescott tells of the difficulties surmounted. The secretary he employed at first knew no language but his own. I taught him to pronounce the Castilian in a manner suited, I suspect, much more to my ear than to that of a Spaniard, and we began our wearisome journey through Mariana's noble history. I cannot even now recall to mind without a smile the tedious hours in which, seated under some old trees in my country residence, we pursued our slow and melancholy way over pages which afforded no glimmering of light to him, and from which the light came dimly struggling to me through a half-intelligible vocabulary. But in a few weeks the light became stronger, and I was cheered by the consciousness of my own improvement, and when we had toiled our way through 7 quartos I found I could understand the book when read about 2/3 as fast as ordinary English. Having thus gathered the ideas of his many authorities from the mechanical lips of his secretary, Mr. Prescott would ponder them for a time, and would then dictate the notes for a chapter of from 40 to 50 pages. These notes were read and reread to him while the subject was still fresh in his memory. He ran them over many times in his mind before he began to dictate the final copy, and was thus able to escape errors into which men with full command of their sight frequently fall. For the last 30 years of his life he made use of a writing instrument for the blind, the noctograph, by which he was able to write his own pages and partially to dispense with dictation. With the noctograph he wrote with great rapidity, but in an almost illegible hand which only the author and his secretary could read. When, after 20 years of labour, the history of the reign of Ferdinand and Isabella was finished, its author was so doubtful respecting its value that he proposed simply to put it upon his library shelf for the benefit of those who should come after. His father wisely combated this morbid judgment and insisted upon its publication. "The man who writes a book which he is afraid to publish is a coward," he said to his son. The work was given to the world in 1837 and was immediately and immensely successful. Its author, who had hitherto been only an obscure writer of reviews, took his place at once in the first rank of contemporary historians, to use the words of Daniel Webster, like a comet that had blazed out upon the world in full splendor. In a very short space of time translations appeared in Spanish, German, French, and Italian. Critics of many nationalities joined in concurrent praise. In a way, Mr. Prescott's achievement was a national triumph. British reviewers were even more laudatory than were the American. One of the most striking testimonials came from Richard Ford, the author of the famous Handbook for Spain, an English scholar whose knowledge of things Spanish was phenomenal. Mr. Ford wrote, "Mr. Prescott's is by far the first historical work which British America has yet produced, and one that need hardly fear a comparison with any that has issued from the European press since this century began." Mr. Ford was not enthusiastic over American institutions and was by no means prepared to believe that the American experiment in democratic government was likely to result in a permanent state. It was with an eye to posterity, therefore, that he cautiously and vaguely assigned Mr. Prescott not to the United States, but to British America. The commendatory notices that appeared in British publications showed that many men besides Mr. Ford were astounded that British America could produce such an excellent specimen of historical workmanship. Sidney Smith's praise was most enthusiastic. He even went so far as to promise the American author a Caspian Sea of soup if he would visit England. The new historian was not spoiled by the adulation showered upon him. Rejoicing in the unexpected praise, he devoted himself with renewed zeal, and with even greater care, to the composition of another work. This, the History of the Conquest of Mexico, appeared in 1843, and in less than 12 months 7,000 copies of it had been sold in the United States. The art of advertising, in which the publishers of today are so proficient, had not then been developed. The Conquest of Mexico made its own way among the reading public. For the English copyright, Bentley, the London publisher, paid £650. 10 editions were published in England in 16 years, and 23 were issued in the United States. Popular approval was even more pronounced than in the case of the Ferdinand and Isabella, and the applause of the reviewers was also much more loud. The pure and sound English appealed especially to scholars like Milman. That famous historian placed Prescott in the midst of the small community of really good English writers of history in modern times, coming from the editor of the best edition of Gibbon's Decline and Fall of the Roman Empire. This was praise indeed. The Edinburgh Review said, "Every reader of intelligence forgets the beauty of his colouring and the grandeur of his outline. Nothing but a connected sketch of the latter can do justice to the highest charm of the work." Sterling, author of the cloister life of the Emperor Charles V, wrote, "The account of the Tristnac, the woeful night in which, after the death of Montezuma, Cortes and his band retreated across the lake and over the broken causeway, cutting their way through a nation in arms, is one of the finest pictures of modern historical painting." The Spanish Royal Academy of History had elected Prescott to membership in that august body soon after his History of the Reign of Ferdinand and Isa 11 Bello appeared. Other historical societies and learned bodies now heaped honours upon him. The historian kept steadily at work. The task to which he had devoted himself was to tell the tale of Spanish greatness when the fortunes of Spain were at their highest point. The history of the conquest of Peru was published in 1847, 4 years after the appearance of the Mexico. It reads like a romance and has always been the most popular of Prescott's works. Today it is the only history of the early Spanish achievements in Peru which is regarded as an authority on the South American Republic, and is always kept in stock in Peruvian bookstores. For the English copyright of this work Bentley paid £800. 17,000 copies were sold in 13 years. The demand for it is constant. The author's fame was now fully established. He was everywhere regarded as one of the greatest of living historians, and honours and wealth flowed steadily towards him. His income from his books was very large. Sterling estimates it at from £4,000 to £5,000 per annum. This, in addition to the fortune he had inherited, made Mr. Prescott a very wealthy man in the years when the enormous incomes of today were hardly dreamed of. He was as methodical and careful in pecuniary affairs as in his literary work. A most accurate account was kept of his receipts and expenditures, and 1/10 of his income was always devoted to charity. In 1850 he made a short visit to Europe, spending some time upon the continent but more in England and Scotland. Everywhere he was lionized in a way that would have turned the heads of most men. The University of Oxford made him a DCL. The doors of the houses where learning was honoured opened at his approach. His own charming personality was, however, one of the greatest factors in his social success. As a man he was most lovable. Upon his return to America he devoted himself to writing the history of the reign of Philip II, for which task he had accumulated an extensive collection of documentary authorities. This work was to appear in 6 volumes, and for it the author was offered £1,000 a volume by 2 publishers. 2 volumes were published in 1855 and a third appeared 3 years later. Macaulay pronounced Philip II Mr. Prescott's best work. Its style is more finished, its use of authority is more masterly than in the previous volumes. For dramatic interest the chapters describing the defense of Malta by the Knights of the Hospital of St. John of Jerusalem are quite equal to the account of the Tristnac, of Cortes and his companions in Mexico, which so excited the admiration of Sterling. But the work was never to be completed. After 2 volumes had appeared, there was published Prescott's edition of Robertson's Charles V. This was simply a new edition of the Scottish historian's work, with additions dealing with the later years of the Emperor's life which Robertson had not treated. In it is given the true story of the Emperor's retirement and death. Mr. 13, Prescott had for Robertson a very great admiration. He always acknowledged his deep obligation to him, and he felt that it would be most unnecessary, and in fact almost presumptuous, for him to attempt to rewrite a history which the Scotsman had written so well. In these 3 works, Ferdinand and Isabella, Charles V, and Philip II, a century and a half of the most important part of Spanish history is presented. That Prescott did not live to complete the third must always be regarded as a great calamity by the literary world. Besides the volumes already specified, another, of miscellaneous essays, A selection from his earlier contributions to reviews and other periodicals has always been included in Prescott's published works. To the historical student, this volume is even more interesting than to the general reader. It illustrates a change, which, since its publication, has taken place in the methods of the reviewer and of the writer of history as well. On February 4, 1858, Mr. Prescott was stricken with paralysis. The shock was a slight one. He soon recovered from its effects and continued with undaunted perseverance his literary work. In less than a year, January 28, 1859, while at work in his library with his secretary, he fell back speechless from a second attack and died an hour or so afterwards. It is quite within bounds to say that no historian's death ever affected more profoundly the community in which he dwelt. Other authors have been respected and admired by those with whom they came in contact. Prescott was universally loved. No American writer was perhaps more sincerely and more widely mourned. Affable, generous, courtly, thoughtful for others, singularly winning in his personal appearance, he had drawn the hearts of all his associates to himself, while the gracious, kindly humanity manifested in every page of his writings had endeared him to thousands of readers in all parts of the world. Mr. Prescott's distinguishing characteristic was his intense love for truth. As an author, he had no thesis to establish. He never wasted time in arguments wherewith to demonstrate the soundness of his views. His single desire was to set forth with scrupulous accuracy all the facts which belonged to his subject. Some critics will have it that his tendency towards hero worship occasionally leads him into extravagance of statement, and that his gorgeous descriptions sometimes blind us to most unpleasant facts. This is possibly partly true in the case of Ferdinand and Isabella, his first work, but even in those volumes the reader will almost always find footnotes to establish the author's statements or to indicate the possibility of a doubt which he himself felt. In clear grasp of facts, in vivid powers of narration, combined with artistic control of details, no historical writer has exceeded him. The power of philosophical analysis he did not possess in so high a degree, but no philosophical historian of the first rank was ever so widely read as William Hickling Prescott has been and still is. For the additional knowledge concerning the 15th historian, which will unquestionably be desired after a perusal of his writings, the reader is referred to the charming biography, published by George Ticknor in 1864, and reissued with this edition of Prescott's works. More than 30 years have elapsed since the last revised edition was presented to the public. Its editor, Mr. John Foster Kirk, was preeminently fitted for his work. He had been Mr. Prescott's private secretary for 11 years, and was perhaps more familiar than was any other man with the period of Spanish history of which Prescott wrote. He had, moreover, himself achieved a most enviable international reputation by his life of Charles the Bold. In his notes he condensed the additional information which a generation of scholars had contributed to the subjects treated of in Prescott's pages. Those notes are all incorporated in the present edition. But since Kirk's notes were penned, another generation of students has been investigating the history of Spain, a generation which has enjoyed more abundant opportunities for research than any scholars before had known. Numberless manuscripts have been rescued from monastic limbo, the caked dust of centuries has been scraped away from scores of volumes in the public archives, and the searchlights of modern scientific investigation have been turned upon places that once seemed hopelessly dark. As if this were not enough, explorers from many lands have plunged into the depths of the Mexican forests, and penetrated the quebradas of the Andes, in 16 attempts to wrest from them the secrets of their ancient history. The result is an immense number of volumes filled with statements startlingly diverse and with conclusions widely conflicting. Many of these volumes, especially those that emanated from the explorers, were written by men unskilled in historical writing, special pleaders, and not historians, men who were more anxious to demonstrate the soundness of their own theories and to arrive at absolute knowledge concerning the institutions of Peru and of Mexico. It has been the task of the editor of this edition to separate from this mass of material the conclusions in which scholars for the most part agree, and to embody those conclusions in additional footnotes. He has not ordinarily deemed it necessary to specify the author's read. Because he knows that the average reader abhors quotations hurled at him in unfamiliar tongues, he has, in quoting, always used the best-known authority in English. In preparing these new volumes for the press, the texts of editions previously issued have been carefully compared in order to ensure perfect accuracy. In all such matters, the publishers have aimed to put forth Prescott's writings in the form that must be regarded for many years to come as the standard edition of America's most popular historian. Wilfred H. Monroe. Brown University. December 20, 1904. 17. Editor's Preface. The publication of Prescott's second work, The History of the Conquest of Mexico, was justly regarded as the greatest achievement in American historical writing. The theme was not a new one. Other writers had essayed to tell the story of Hernando Cortés and of the marvelous empire which the daring and resourceful captain had converted into a province of Spain, but never before had one attempted the task in whom patient research, careful reflection, and brilliant historical imagination were so happily blended. The result of Prescott's labours was hailed with delight throughout the English-speaking world. His work was speedily translated into many languages, and his subject acquired an interest which it has never since lost. To use the words of another American scholar, one who did not agree with Prescott in many of the conclusions he reached respecting the so-called Aztec civilization, it called into existence a larger number of works than was ever before written upon any people of the same number and of the same importance. In order to appreciate the sensation the book created, we must go backward almost 2 generations and place ourselves in a country which in 18 but hardly more than 18 millions of inhabitants, less people than now dwell in the New England states and in the 4 neighboring Middle states common New York, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, and Delaware. These people were for the most part scattered throughout the regions bordering upon the Atlantic Ocean and the Great Lakes. Comparatively few were to be found west of the Mississippi River. Texas was an independent republic. California and the lands adjacent belonged to Mexico. The ownership of the vast region then vaguely known as Oregon had not been settled. Alaska was Russian territory. Between the Mississippi and the Sierras of California stretched great wastes of prairie and desert, of mountain and tableland, which now support millions of people, but which even so far-seeing a statesman as Daniel Webster then supposed would never become fit for human habitation. Communication between even the most thickly settled states was exasperatingly infrequent. The first public telegraph line had not been constructed, the railway system of the country was still in feeble infancy, letters were carried at so much per mile and at a very heavy charge, the postage upon books was exceedingly costly. Only 3 years had elapsed since the first transatlantic steamship line, the Cunard, had started its pioneer vessel across the ocean. Newspapers for a long time afterwards headed their columns with announcements of news so many days later from Europe. Yet within a year 7,000 copies of the Conquest of Mexico were sold in this sparsely 19-settled country, notwithstanding its slow methods of communication. Boston was acknowledged to be the literary center of the nation, and Prescott, with the modesty which was his marked characteristic, had supposed that the unlooked-for success which had attended his first literary venture was due to the interest of his personal friends in that city of culture. Such a supposition was no longer tenable. Nor was it possible to ascribe its great popularity to the influence of opinions expressed in Great Britain. The unprecedented success of the book was due not to personal interest in its author, not to the favorable judgment of literary Boston, not to the commendation of the English reviews, but to the merits of the work itself. A wonderful story was told wonderfully well. Men read it and commented upon it as they do not comment upon books at the present time. They discussed it not only on those rare occasions when they met friends from far away, but in the long epistles they sent to those friends, those letters from which we today get so many glimpses of the life of the first half of the 19th century. It was passed from hand to hand in the communities where only the envied few were able to buy books, but where all men, in those far less strenuous days, were anxious to read them. In those days also, when the average critical judgment concerning good literature was more highly developed than it now is, and men were much more given to reflection and discussion than they now are. As has been stated elsewhere, Mr. Prescott was a man of considerable wealth. He was therefore 20, able to place upon his library tables a much larger amount of material with which to work than is ordinarily possible. Not only did he purchase most of the books published upon his subject, but he also secured copies of more valuable documentary material from the libraries and public archives both of Spain and of Mexico, in this way gradually accumulating that library which was at his death the finest private collection of books in America. His method of composition has already been described. First, his hours of work with his secretary were scrupulously observed each day. Then came the hours of reflection and of careful sifting of authorities before pen was placed upon paper, followed by still more careful reflection before the final copy was written. The tendency to hero worship which he shared with most American, and indeed with most British, writers became much less marked as his chapters increased, though surely he may well be pardoned for rejoicing as he does in the exploits of one of the greatest generals in European history. It was perhaps admiration for that great captain which led him to write the history of his conquests. In reading the Mexico we must always remember that the task to which Prescott devoted his energies was to give an accurate account of the stupendous campaigns through which Cortes made himself master of the lands of the Aztecs, and not to describe minutely the institutions Cortes encountered in the Valley of Mexico. An account of the habits, customs, and laws of the 21 people of that valley was essential to a proper comprehension of the magnitude of the conquest. That account Prescott constructed with material gathered from all available sources, realizing all the while how very unsatisfactory those sources were. It fills about half a volume, but, as he says in his first preface, it cost him as much labor, and nearly as much time, as all the rest of his history. This part of the work has been subjected to much severe criticism, of which mention is made in the notes of this edition. Not a few of the conclusions therein set forth have been shown to be erroneous. For example, Mr. Prescott did not understand the institutions of the Aztecs. It would have been most marvelous if he had. And yet it must be said that, notwithstanding the time spent in research since Prescott's introductory chapters were penned, surprisingly little more is really known today concerning the ancient Aztec nation than was known at that time. Writers who rejected his conclusions put forth conjectures without number to supplant them, but most of those conjectures were not founded upon facts. Their authors were for the most part theorists, and not simply searchers for truth, as Prescott was. Until a larger number of the so-called codices shall have been brought to light, and men shall have learned to read them as scholars have learned to read the hieroglyphics of the East, little more absolute knowledge is likely to be secured. It is hardly possible, however, that many more codices will ever be found. If they exist, they are probably lying unnoticed in some obscure monastery in Spain, or under a mass of material, as yet unclassified, in the public archives of that country. Of the many agencies that have worked for their destruction, 3 especially may be noted. First, the climate of the Mexican land, with the innumerable insects that a tropical climate breeds. Second, the stern determination of the Mexicans themselves to destroy the memorials of their ancient state, and, lastly, the holocausts of Zumarraga, first Archbishop of Mexico, whose hand, as Prescott says, fell more heavily than that of time itself upon the Aztec monuments. This prelate, emulating in his achievement the auto de fe of Arabic manuscripts which Archbishop Xums had celebrated in Granada 20 years before, burned all the manuscripts and other idolatrous material he could collect in one great mountain heap in the marketplace of Tlatelolco. 2. But when that additional knowledge shall have been attained, it is hardly likely that any man will attempt to write anew the history of the Spanish conquest. The information secured from the rude pictorial descriptions of the Aztec scribes and from the chiseled inscriptions of the Aztec sculptors will be incorporated as footnotes in subsequent editions of Prescott's volumes. For even the critics who arraign Prescott most severely for his misconception of Aztec institutions admit that in everything which he wrote concerning the conquest and the men who took part in it he adhered most carefully to facts and followed conscientiously 23. The narratives of the participants. Those narratives, as Prescott's most prominent critic, Mr. Lewis H. Morgan, admits, may be trusted in whatever relates to the acts of the Spaniards and to the acts and the personal characteristics of the Indians, in whatever relates to their weapons, implements, and utensils, fabrics, food, and raiment, and things of a similar character. Because he followed those contemporary writers so carefully, because with his vivid historical imagination he was able to transport himself into the remote past, to live with the conquering Spaniards the life of toil and privation that was sometimes almost beyond their iron endurance, to share with them their ever-present danger, to rejoice with them in their final victories, because so living, sharing, and rejoicing he was able to translate their dull stories into pages that sparkle with the fullness of life. Men will still turn to those pages for the most graphic account of the exploits of Cortes and his associates, for generations yet to come. His work will continue to be read as one of the greatest masterpieces of descriptive literature. W. H. M. 2524. Preface. As the conquest of Mexico has occupied the pens of Solis and of Robertson, two of the ablest historians of their respective nations, it might seem that little could remain at the present day to be gleaned by the historical inquirer. But Robertson's narrative is necessarily brief, forming only part of a more extended work, and neither the British nor the Castilian author was provided with the important materials for relating this event which have been since assembled by the industry of Spanish scholars. The scholar who led the way in these researches was Don Juan Baptista Munoz, the celebrated historiographer of the Indies, who, by a royal edict, was allowed free access to the National Archives, and to all libraries, public, private, and monastic, in the kingdom and its colonies. The result of his long labours was a vast body of materials, of which unhappily he did not live to reap the benefit himself. His manuscripts were deposited, after his death, in the archives of the Royal Academy of History at Madrid, and that collection was subsequently augmented by the manuscripts of Don Vargas Ponce, president of the Academy, obtained, like those of Munoz, from different quarters, but especially from the archives of the Indies at Seville. 26. On my application to the Academy, in 1838, for permission to copy that part of this inestimable collection relating to Mexico and Peru, it was freely acceded to, and an eminent German scholar, one of their own number, was appointed to superintend the collation and transcription of the manuscripts, and this, it may be added, before I had any claim on the courtesy of that respectable body, as one of its associates. This conduct shows the advance of a liberal spirit in the peninsula since the time of Dr. Robertson, who complains that he was denied admission to the most important public repositories. The favour with which my own application was regarded, however, must chiefly be attributed to the kind offices of the venerable president of the Academy, Don Martin Fernandez de Navarrete, a scholar whose personal character has secured to him the same high consideration at home which his literary labours have obtained abroad. To this eminent person I am under still further obligations, for the free use which he has allowed me to make of his own manuscripts, the fruits of a life of accumulation, and the basis of those valuable publications with which he has at different times illustrated the Spanish colonial history. From these three magnificent collections, the result of half a century's careful researches, I have obtained a mass of unpublished documents, relating to the conquest and settlement of Mexico and of Peru, comprising altogether about 8,000 folio pages. They consist of instructions of the court, military and private 27 nals, correspondence of the great actors in the scenes, legal instruments, contemporary chronicles, and the like, drawn from all the principal places in the extensive colonial empire of Spain, as well as from the public archives in the peninsula. I have still further fortified the collection by gleaning such materials from Mexico itself as had been overlooked by my illustrious predecessors in these researches. For these I am indebted to the courtesy of Count Cortina, and, yet more, to that of Don Lucas Alemán, Minister of Foreign Affairs in Mexico, but, above all, to my excellent friend, Don Angel Calderón de la Barca, late Minister Plenipotentiary to that country from the Court of Madrid, a gentleman whose high and estimable qualities, even more than his station, secured him the public confidence, and gained him free access to every place of interest and importance in Mexico. I have also to acknowledge the very kind offices rendered to me by the Count Camaldoli at Naples, by the Duke of Ciridefalco in Sicily, a nobleman whose science gives additional lustre to his rank, and by the Duke of Montleone, the present representative of Cortes, who has courteously opened the archives of his family to my inspection. To these names must also be added that of Sir Thomas Phillips, Bart, whose precious collection of manuscripts probably surpasses in extent that of any private gentleman in Great Britain, if not in Europe, that of M. Tenox Compans, the proprietor of the valuable literary collection of Don 28, Antonio Ugina, including the papers of Munoz, the fruits of which he is giving to the world in his excellent translations, and, lastly, that of my friend and countryman, Arthur Middleton, Esquire, late charge d'affaires from the United States at the Court of Madrid, for the efficient aid he has afforded me in prosecuting my inquiries in that capital. In addition to this stock of original documents obtained through these various sources, I have diligently provided myself with such printed works as have reference to the subject, including the magnificent publications, which have appeared both in France and England, on the antiquities of Mexico, which, from their cost and colossal dimensions, would seem better suited to a public than to a private library. Having thus stated the nature of my materials, and the sources whence they are derived, it remains for me to add a few observations on the general plan and composition of the work. Among the remarkable achievements of the Spaniards in the 16th century, there is no one more striking to the imagination than the conquest of Mexico. The subversion of a great empire by a handful of adventurers, taken with all its strange and picturesque accompaniments, has the air of romance rather than of sober history, and it is not easy to treat such a theme according to the severe rules prescribed by historical criticism. But, notwithstanding the seductions of the subject, I have conscientiously endeavored to distinguish fact from fiction, and to establish the narrative on 29, as broad a basis as possible of contemporary evidence, and I have taken occasion to corroborate the text by ample citations from authorities, usually in the original, since few of them can be very accessible to the reader. In these extracts I have scrupulously conformed to the ancient orthography, however obsolete and even barbarous, rather than impair in any degree the integrity of the original document. Although the subject of the work is, properly, only the conquest of Mexico, I have prepared a way for it by such a view of the civilization of the ancient Mexicans as might acquaint the reader with the character of this extraordinary race, and enable him to understand the difficulties which the Spaniards had to encounter in their subjugation. This introductory part of the work, with the essay in the appendix which properly belongs to the introduction, 3, although both together making only half a volume, has cost me as much labour, and nearly as much time, as the remainder of the history. If I shall have succeeded in giving the reader a just idea of the true nature and extent of the civilization to which the Mexicans had attained, it will not be labour lost. The story of the conquest terminates with the fall of the capital. Yet I have preferred to continue the narrative to the death of Cortes, relying on the interest which the development of his character in his military career may have excited in the reader. I am not insensible to the hazard I incur by such a course. The mind, previously 30, occupied with one great idea, that of the subversion of the capital, may feel the prolongation of the story beyond that point superfluous, if not tedious, and may find it difficult, after the excitement caused by witnessing a great national catastrophe, to take an interest in the adventures of a private individual. Solis took the more politic course of concluding his narrative with the fall of Mexico, and thus leaves his readers with the full impression of that memorable event, undisturbed, on their minds. To prolong the narrative is to expose the historian to the error so much censured by the French critics in some of their most celebrated dramas, where the author by a premature denouement has impaired the interest of his piece. It is the defect that necessarily attaches, though in a greater degree, to the history of Columbus, in which petty adventures among a group of islands make up the sequel of a life that opened with the magnificent discovery of a world common, a defect, in short, which it has required all the genius of Irving and the magical charm of this style perfectly to overcome. Notwithstanding these objections, I have been induced to continue the narrative, partly from deference to the opinion of several Spanish scholars, who considered that the biography of Cortes had not been fully exhibited, and partly from the circumstance of my having such a body of original materials for this biography at my command. And I cannot regret that I have adopted this course, since, whatever lustre the Conquest may reflect on Cortes as a military achievement, it gives 31, but an imperfect idea of his enlightened spirit and of his comprehensive and versatile genius. To the eye of the critic there may seem some incongruity in a plan which combines objects so dissimilar as those embraced by the present history, where the introduction, occupied by the antiquities and origin of a nation, has somewhat the character of the philosophic theme, while the conclusion is strictly biographical, and the two may be supposed to match indifferently with the main body, or historical portion of the work. But I may hope that such objections will be found to have less weight in practice than in theory, and, if properly managed, that the general views of the introduction will prepare the reader for the particulars of the Conquest, and that the great public events narrated in this will, without violence, open the way to the remaining personal history of the hero who is the soul of it. Whatever incongruity may exist in other respects, I may hope that the unity of interest, the only unity held of much importance by modern critics, will be found still to be preserved. The distance of the present age from the period of the narrative might be presumed to secure the historian from undue prejudice or partiality. Yet by the American and the English reader, acknowledging so different a moral standard from that of the 16th century, I may possibly be thought too indulgent to the errors of the conquerors, while by a Spaniard, accustomed to the undiluted panegyric of Solis, I may be deemed to have dealt too hardly with them. To such I can only say 32, that, while, on the one hand, I have not hesitated to expose in their strongest colours the excesses of the conquerors, on the other, I have given them the benefit of such mitigating reflections as might be suggested by the circumstances and the period in which they lived. I have endeavoured not only to present a picture true in itself, but to place it in its proper light, and to put the spectator in a proper point of view for seeing it to the best advantage. I have endeavoured, at the expense of some repetition, to surround him with the spirit of the times, and, in a word, to make him, if I may so express myself, a contemporary of the 16th century. Whether, and how far, I have succeeded in this, he must determine. For one thing, before I conclude, I may reasonably ask the reader's indulgence. Owing to the state of my eyes, I have been obliged to use a writing case made for the blind, which does not permit the writer to see his own manuscript. Nor have I ever corrected, or even read, my own original draft. As the chirography, under these disadvantages, has been too often careless and obscure, occasional errors, even with the utmost care of my secretary, must have necessarily occurred in the transcription, somewhat increased by the barbarous phraseology imported from my Mexican authorities. I cannot expect that these errors have always been detected even by the vigilant eye of the perspicacious critic to whom the proof-sheets have been subjected. In the preface to the history of Ferdinand and Isabella, I lamented that, while occupied 33, with that subject, two of its most attractive parts had engaged the attention of the most popular of American authors, Washington Irving. By a singular chance, something like the reverse of this has taken place in the composition of the present history, and I have found myself unconsciously taking up ground which he was preparing to occupy. It was not till I had become master of my rich collection of materials that I was acquainted with this circumstance, and, had he persevered in his design, I should unhesitatingly have abandoned my own, if not from courtesy, at least from policy, for, though armed with the weapons of Achilles, this could give me no hope of success in a competition with Achilles himself. But no sooner was that distinguished writer informed of the preparations I had made, than, with the gentlemanly spirit which will surprise no one who has the pleasure of his acquaintance, he instantly announced to me his intention of leaving the subject open to me. While I do but justice to Mr. Irving by this statement, I feel the prejudice it does to myself and the unavailing regret I am exciting in the bosom of the reader. I must not conclude this preface, too long protracted as it is already, without a word of acknowledgment to my friend George Ticknor, Esquire, the friend of many years, for his patient revision of my manuscript, a labour of love, the worth of which those only can estimate who are acquainted with his extraordinary erudition and his nice critical taste. If I have reserved his name for the last in the list of those to whose good offices I am 34, indebted, it is most assuredly not because I value his services least. William H. Prescott. Boston, October 1, 1843. Note. The author's emendations of this history include many additional notes, which, being often contradictory to the text, have been printed between brackets. They were chiefly derived from the copious annotations of Don Jose F. Ramirez and Don Lucas Salomon to the two Spanish translations published in Mexico. There could be no stronger guarantee of the value and general accuracy of the work than the minute labor bestowed upon it by these distinguished scholars. K. 35. General Contents. Book I. Introduction, View of the Aztec Civilization. Book 2. Discovery of Mexico. Book 3. March to Mexico. Book 4. Residence in Mexico. Book V. Expulsion from Mexico. Book V. Siege and Surrender of Mexico. Book 7. Conclusion, Subsequent Career of Cortes. Appendix 37-36. Contents of Volume I. Book I. Introduction, View of the Aztec Civilization. Chapter 1. Ancient Mexico, Climate and Products, Primitive Races, Aztec Empire. Page. Extent of the Aztec Territory 4. The Hot Region 5. Volcanic Scenery 7. Cordillera of the Andes 8. Tableland in the days of the Aztecs 9. Valley of Mexico 10. The Toltecs 12. Their mysterious disappearance 16. Races from the Northwest 17. Their hostilities 19. Foundation of Mexico 21. Domestic feuds 22. League of the Kindred Tribes 23. Rapid rise of Mexico 25. Prosperity of the Empire 26. Criticism on Vacha's History 27. Chapter 2. Succession to the Crown, Aztec Nobility, Judicial System, Laws and Revenues, Military Institutions. Election of the Sovereign 34. His Coronation 37. Aztec Nobles 38. Their Barbaric Pomp 39. Tenure of their estates 40. Legislative Power 41-38. Judicial System 42. Independent Judges 43. Their Mode of Procedure 44. Showy Tribunal 45. Hieroglyphical Paintings 46. Marriage Rights 49. Slavery in Mexico 49. Royal Revenues 51. Burdensome Imposts 54. Public Couriers 55. Military Enthusiasm 56. Aztec Ambassadors 57. Orders of Knighthood 57. Gorgeous Armor 58. National Standard 59. Military Code 60. Hospitals for the Wounded 61. Influence of Conquest on a Nation 63. Criticism on Torquemada's History 64. Ape Clavigero 65. Chapter 3. Mexican Mythology, the Sacerdotal Order, the Temples, Human Sacrifices. Systems of Mythology 67. Mythology of the Aztecs 68. Ideas of a God 69. Sanguinary War God 70. God of the Air 71. Mystic Legends 72. Division of Time 75. Future State 76. Funeral Ceremonies 77. Baptismal Rites 78. Monastic Orders 80. Feasts and Flagellation 82. Aztec Confessional 82. Education of the Youth 83. Revenue of the Priests 85. Mexican Temples 86. Religious Festivals 88. Human Sacrifices 89. The Captives' Doom 90. Ceremonies of Sacrifice 91. Torturing of the Victim 92-39. Sacrifice of Infants 92. Cannibal Banquets 93. Number of Victims 94. Houses of Skulls 95. Cannibalism of the Aztecs 99. Criticism on Sahagun's History 101. Chapter 4. Mexican Hieroglyphics, Manuscripts, Arithmetic, Chronology, Astronomy. Dawning of Science 105. Picture Writing 106. Aztec Hieroglyphics 108. Manuscripts of the Mexicans 109. Emblematic Symbols 110. Phonetic Signs 111. Materials of the Aztec Manuscripts 114. Form of their volumes 115. Destruction of most of them 116. Remaining manuscripts 117. Difficulty of deciphering them 120. Minstrelsy of the Aztecs 123. Theatrical entertainments 124. System of notation 124. Their chronology 126. The Aztec era 129. Calendar of the priests 132. Science of astrology 135. Astrology of the Aztecs 136. Their astronomy 137. Wonderful attainments in this science 138. Remarkable festival 140. Carnival of the Aztecs 142. Lord Kingsborough's work 143. Criticism on Gama 144. Chapter 5. Aztec Agriculture, Mechanical Arts, Merchants, Domestic Manners. Mechanical Genius 146. Agriculture 147. Mexican Husbandry 148. Vegetable Products 150 XL. Mineral Treasures 153. Skill of the Aztec Jewelers 155. Sculpture 156. Huge Calendar Stone 157. Aztec Dyes 159. Beautiful Featherwork 160. Fairs of Mexico 161. National Currency 161. Trades 162. Aztec Merchants 163. Militant Traders 163. Domestic Life 165. Kindness to Children 166. Polygamy 166. Condition of the Sex 167. Social Entertainments 167. Use of Tobacco 168. Culinary Art 169. Agreeable Drinks 170. Dancing 171. Intoxication 172. Criticism on Boccherini's work 173. Chapter 6. Tezcucans, the Golden Age, Accomplished Princes, Decline of their Monarchy. The Alcalwan sought Tezcucans 176. Prince Nezahualcóyotl 177. His persecution 178. His hairbreadth escapes 179. His wandering life 180. Fidelity of his subjects 181. Triumphs over his enemies 182. Remarkable League 183. General Amnesty 183. The Tezcucan Code 184. Departments of Government 184. Council of Music 185. Its Censorial Office 185. Literary Tastes 186. Tezcucan Bards 188. Royal Ode 188. Resources of Nezahualcóyotl 191. His Magnificent Palace 192. His Gardens and Villas 193. Address of the Priest 195. His Baths 197. Luxurious Residence 198. Existing remains of it 199. Royal Amours 200. Marriage of the King 202. Forest Laws 203. Strolling Adventures 204. Munificence of the Monarch 205. His religion 206. Temple to the unknown God 208. Philosophic retirement 209. His plaintive verses 209. Last hours of Nizalcoyotl 211. His character 213. Succeeded by Nizalpili 214. The Lady of Tilla 215. Executes his son 216. Effeminacy of the king 217. His consequent misfortunes 217. Death of Nizalpili 218. Tazkukan civilization 219. Criticism on Ixtlilxochitl's writings 220. Origin of the Mexican civilization, analogies with the Old World. Preliminary notice. Speculations on the New World 225. Manner of its population 225. Plato's Atlantis 226. Modern theory 227. Communication with the Old World 228. Origin of American civilization 230. Plan of the essay 231. Analogies suggested by the Mexicans to the Old World 232. Their traditions of the deluge 233. Resemble the Hebrew accounts 234. Temple of Cholula 234. Analogy to the Tower of Babel 235. The Mexican Eve 236. The God Quetzalcoatl 236. Xli. Natural errors of the missionaries 237. The Cross in Anahuac 238. Eucharist and Baptism 239. Chroniclers strive for coincidences 241. Argument drawn from these 242. Resemblance of social usages 245. Analogies from science 246. Chronological system 247. Hieroglyphics and symbols 247. Adjustment of time 248. Affinities of language 248. Difficulties of comparison 251. Traditions of migration 252. Tests of their truth 253. Physical analogies 254. Architectural remains 256. Destructive spirit of the Spaniards 257. Ruins in Chiapa and Yucatan 258. Works of art 259. Tools for building 260. Little resemblance to Egyptian art 261. Sculpture 262. Hieroglyphics 263. Probable age of these monuments 265. Their probable architects 267. Difficulties in forming a conclusion 269. Ignorance of iron and of milk 270. Unsatisfactory explanations 271. General conclusions 272. Book 2. Discovery of Mexico. Chapter 1. Spain under Charles V. Progress of discovery, colonial policy, conquest of Cuba, expeditions to Yucatan. Condition of Spain 277. Increase of empire 278. Cardinal Xims 279. Xli. Arrival of Charles V 279. Swarm of Flemings 280. Opposition of the Cortes 281. Colonial administration 282. Spirit of chivalry 283. Progress of discovery 284. Advancement of colonization 285. System of repartimientos 285. Colonial policy 286. Discovery of Cuba 287. Its conquest by Velázquez 288. Cordova's expedition to Yucatan 289. His reception by the natives 291. Grijalva's expedition 292. Civilization in Yucatan 292. Traffic with the Indians 293. His return to Cuba 294. His cool reception 294. Ambitious schemes of the governor 295. Preparations for an expedition 296. Chapter 2. Hernando Cortés, his early life, visits the New World, his residence in Cuba, difficulties with Velázquez, Armada entrusted to Cortés. Hernando Cortés 297. His education 298. Choice of a profession 299. Departure for America 300. Arrival at Hispaniola 301. His mode of life 302. Enlists under Velázquez 303. Habits of gallantry 304. Disaffected towards Velázquez 304. Cortés in confinement 305. Flies into a sanctuary 306. Again put in irons 307. His perilous escape 307. His marriage 308. Reconciled with the governor 308. Retires to his plantation 309. Armada entrusted to Cortés 311. Preparations for the voyage 313. Xlif. Instructions to Cortés 314. Chapter 3. Jealousy of Velázquez. Cortés embarks. Equipment of his fleet, his person and character. Rendezvous at Havana. Strength of his armament. Jealousy of Velázquez 317. Intrigues against Cortés 318. His clandestine embarkation 319. Arrives at Mexico 320. Accession of volunteers 321. Stores and ammunition 322. Orders from Velázquez to arrest Cortés 323. He raises the standard at Havana 324. Person of Cortés 325. His character 326. Strength of armament 327. Stirring address to his troops 329. Fleet weighs anchor 330. Remarks on Estella's manuscript 331. Chapter 4. Voyage to Cozumel, conversion of the natives. Hieronymo de Aguilar, army arrives at Tabasco. Great battle with the Indians, Christianity introduced. Disastrous voyage to Cozumel 332. Humane policy of Cortés 333. Cross found in the island 334. Religious zeal of the Spaniards 335. Attempts at conversion 336. Overthrow of the idols 338. Hieronymo de Aguilar 339. His adventures 340. Employed as an interpreter 342. Fleet arrives at Tabasco 342. Hostile reception 343. Fierce defiance of the natives 344. Desperate conflict 345. Effect of the firearms 345. Cortés takes Tabasco 346. Ambush of the Indians 348. The country in arms 348. Preparations for battle 349 ex Salvi. March on the enemy 350. Joins battle with the Indians 351. Doubtful struggle 352. Terror at the Warhorse 352. Victory of the Spaniards 354. Number of slain 355. Treaty with the natives 356. Conversion of the heathen 357. Catholic communion 357. Spaniards embark for Mexico 358. Chapter 5. Voyage along the coast. Doña Marina, Spaniards land in Mexico. Interview with the Aztecs. Voyage along the coast 359. Natives come on board 360. Doña Marina 361. A history 361. Her beauty and character 362. First tidings of Montezuma 364. Spaniards land in Mexico 365. First interview with the Aztecs 366. Their magnificent presence 368. Cupidity of the Spaniards 369. Cortes displays his cavalry 370. Aztec paintings 370. Xlvi. Xlvi. List of illustrations. Page. The landing of Cortes at Veracruz frontispiece. From a painting especially made for this edition by L. Kulski. Map of the country traversed by the Spaniards on their march to Mexico. 1 Francis Bartolome de las Casas 94 after an engraving in Retratos de los Españoles Ilustres, 1791. Our Lady of Guadalupe 172 from a photograph by Waite, of Mexico. Portrait of Charles V. 276 after the painting by Titian at Munich. Portrait of Hernando Cortes 296 from an engraving by Masson, after the painting by Ant. Mirror. Xlvi. Xlix. Book I Introduction. View of the Aztec civilization. L. Lee. Image unavailable. Map of the country traversed by the Prescott's history. Larger view, largest view, 1. 2. 3. Conquest of Mexico Chapter 1. Ancient Mexico, Climate and Products, Primitive Races, Aztec Empire. Of all that extensive empire which once acknowledged the authority of Spain in their New World, no portion, for interest and importance, can be compared with Mexico and this equally, whether we consider the variety of its soil and climate, the inexhaustible stores of its mineral wealth, its scenery, grand and picturesque beyond example, the character of its ancient inhabitants, not only far surpassing in intelligence that of the other North American races, but reminding us, by their monuments, of the primitive civilization of Egypt and Hindustan, or, lastly, the peculiar circumstances of its conquest, adventurous and romantic as any legend devised by Norman or Italian bard of chivalry. It is the purpose of the present narrative to exhibit the history of this conquest, and that of the remarkable man by whom it was achieved. But, in order that the reader may have a better understanding of the subject, it will be well, before entering on it, to take a general survey of the political and social institutions of the races who occupied the land at the time of its discovery. The country of the ancient Mexicans, or Aztecs as they were called, formed but a very small part of the extensive territories comprehended in the modern Republic of Mexico. For, its boundaries cannot be defined with certainty. They were much enlarged in the latter days of the empire, when they may be considered as reaching from about the 18th degree north, to the 21st, on the Atlantic, and from the 14th to the 19th, including a very narrow strip, on the Pacific. 5. In its greatest breadth, it could not exceed 5 degrees and a half, dwindling, as it approached its southeastern limits, to less than 2. It covered, probably, less than 16,000 square leagues. 6. Yet such is the remarkable formation of this country, that, though not more than twice as large as New England, it presented every variety of climate, and was capable of yielding nearly every fruit found between the equator and the Arctic Circle. All along the Atlantic, the country is bordered by a broad tract, called the Tierra Caliente, or hot region, which has the usual high temperature of equinoctial lands. Parched and sandy plains are intermingled with others, of exuberant fertility, almost impervious from thickets of aromatic shrubs and wildflowers, in the midst of which tower up 6 trees of that magnificent growth which is found only within the tropics. In this wilderness of sweets lurks the fatal malaria, engendered, probably, by the decomposition of rank vegetable substances in a hot and humid soil. 7. The season of the bilious fever, vomito, as it is called, which scourges these coasts, continues from the spring to the autumnal equinox, when it is checked by the cold winds that descend from Hudson's Bay. These winds in the winter season frequently freshen into tempests, and sweeping down the Atlantic coast and the winding Gulf of Mexico, burst with the fury of a hurricane on its unprotected shores, and on the neighboring West India Islands. Such are the mighty spells with which nature has surrounded this land of enchantment, as if to guard the golden treasures locked up within its bosom. The genius and enterprise of man have proved more potent than her spells. After passing some 20 leagues across this burning region, the traveller finds himself rising into a purer atmosphere. His limbs recover their elasticity. He breathes more freely, for his senses are not now oppressed by the sultry heats and intoxicating perfumes of the valley. The aspect of nature, too, has changed, and his eye no longer revels among the gay variety of colours with which the landscape was painted. The vanilla, the indigo, and the flower and cacao groves disappear as he advances. The sugar-cane and the glossy-leaved banana still accompany him, and, when he has ascended about 4,000 feet, he sees in the unchanging verdure, and the rich foliage of the liquid amber tree, that he has reached the height where clouds and mist settle, in their passage from the Mexican Gulf. This is the region of perpetual humidity, but he welcomes it with pleasure, as announcing his escape from the influence of the deadly vomito. 8. He has entered the Tierra Templada, or temperate region, whose character resembles that of the temperate zone of the globe. The features of the scenery become grand, and even terrible. His road sweeps along the base of mighty mountains, once gleaming with volcanic fires, and still resplendent in their mantles of snow, which serve as beacons to the mariner, for many a league at sea. All around he beholds traces of their ancient combustion, as his road passes along vast tracts of lava, bristling in the innumerable fantastic forms into which the fiery torrent has been thrown by the obstacles in its career. Perhaps, at the same moment, as he casts his eye down some steep slope, or almost unfathomable ravine, on the margin of the road, he sees their depths glowing with the rich blooms and enamelled vegetation of the tropics. Such are the singular contrasts presented, at the same time, to the senses, in this picturesque region. Still pressing upwards, the traveller mounts into other climates, favourable to other kinds of cultivation. The yellow maize, or Indian corn, as we usually call it, has continued to follow him up from the lowest level, but he now first sees fields of wheat, and the other European grains brought into the country by the conquerors. Mingled with them, he views the plantations of the aloe or maggi, Agave americana, applied to such various and important uses by the Aztecs. The oaks now acquire a sturdier growth, and the dark forests of pine announce that he has entered the Tierra Fria, or cold region, the third and last of the great natural terraces into which the country is divided. When he has climbed to the height of between 7,000 and 8,000 feet, the weary traveller sets his foot on the summit of the Cordillera of the Andes, the colossal range that, after traversing South America and the Isthmus of Darien, spreads out, as it enters Mexico, into that vast sheet of tableland which maintains an elevation of more than 6,000 feet, for the distance of nearly 200 leagues, until it gradually declines in the higher latitudes of the north. 9. Across this mountain rampart a chain of volume 9 conic hills stretches, in a westerly direction, of still more stupendous dimensions, forming, indeed, some of the highest land on the globe. Their peaks, entering the limits of perpetual snow, diffuse a grateful coolness over the elevated plateaus below, for these last, though termed cold, enjoy a climate the mean temperature of which is not lower than that of the central parts of Italy. 10. The air is exceedingly dry. The soil, though naturally good, is rarely clothed with the luxuriant vegetation of the lower regions. It frequently, indeed, has a parched and barren aspect, owing partly to the greater evaporation which takes place on these lofty plains, through the diminished pressure of the atmosphere, and partly, no doubt, to the want of trees to shelter the soil from the fierce influence of the summer sun. In the time of the Aztecs, the tableland was thickly covered with larch, oak, cypress, and other forest trees, the extraordinary dimensions of some of which, remaining to the present day, show that the curse of barrenness in later times is chargeable more on man than on nature. 10. Indeed, the early Spaniards made as indiscriminate war on the forest as did our Puritan ancestors, though with much less reason. After once conquering the country, they had no lurking ambush to fear from the submissive, semi-civilized Indian, and were not, like our forefathers, obliged to keep watch and ward for a century. This spoliation of the ground, however, is said to have been pleasing to their imaginations, as it reminded them of the plains of their own Castile, the tableland of Europe. 11, where the nakedness of the landscape forms the burden of every traveller's lament who visits that country. Midway across the continent, somewhat nearer the Pacific than the Atlantic Ocean, at an elevation of nearly 7,500 feet, is the celebrated Valley of Mexico. It is of an oval form, about 67 leagues in circumference, 12, and is encompassed by a towering rampart of porphyritic rock, which nature seems to have provided, though ineffectually, to protect it from invasion. The soil, once carpeted with a beautiful verdure 11, and thickly sprinkled with stately trees, is often bare, and, in many places, white with the incrustation of salts caused by the draining of the waters. 5 lakes are spread over the valley, occupying 1/10 of its surface. 13, on the opposite borders of the largest of these basins, much shrunk in its dimensions. 14, since the days of the Aztecs, stood the cities of Mexico and Tezcuco, the capitals of the two most potent and flourishing states of Anahuac, whose history, with that of the mysterious races that preceded them in the country, 15, exhibits some 12 of the nearest approaches to civilization to be met with anciently on the North American continent. Of these races the most conspicuous were the Toltecs. Advancing from a northerly direction, but from what region is uncertain, 16, they entered the 13 territory of Anahuac, 17, probably before the close of the 7th century. Of course, little can be 14, gleaned with certainty respecting a people whose written records have perished, and who are known to us only through the traditionary legends of the nations that succeeded them. 18, by the general agreement of these, however, the Toltecs were well 15, instructed in agriculture and many of the most useful mechanic arts, were nice workers of metals, invented the complex arrangement of time adopted by the Aztecs, and, in short, were the true fountains of the civilization which distinguished this part of the continent in later times. 19. They established their capital at Tula, north of the Mexican Valley, and the remains of extensive buildings were to be discerned there at the time of the Conquest. 20. The noble ruins of religious and other edifices, still to be seen in various parts of New Spain, are referred to this people, whose name, Toltec, has passed into a synonym for architect. 21. Their shadowy history reminds us of those primitive races who preceded the ancient Egyptians in the march of civilization, fragments of whose monuments, as they are seen at this day, incorporated with the buildings of the Egyptians themselves, give to these latter the appearance of almost modern constructions. 22. After a period of 4 centuries, the Toltecs, who had extended their sway over the remotest borders of Anahuac, 23, having been greatly reduced, it is said, by famine, pestilence, and unsuccessful wars, disappeared from the land as silently and mysteriously as they had entered it. A few of them still lingered behind, but much the greater number, probably, spread over the region of Central America and the neighboring isles, and the traveller now speculates on the majestic ruins of Mitla and Palenque, as possibly the work of this extraordinary people. 24-25. After the lapse of another 100 years, a numerous and rude tribe, called the Chichimecs, N17 entered the deserted country from the regions of the far northwest. They were speedily followed by other races, of higher civilization, perhaps of the same family with the Toltecs, whose language they appear to have spoken. The most noted of these were the Aztecs or Mexicans, and the Acolhuans. The latter, better known in later times by the name of Tezcucans, from their capital, Tez-18-Cuco, 26, on the eastern border of the Mexican lake, were peculiarly fitted, by their comparatively mild religion and manners, for receiving the tincture of civilization which could be derived from the few Toltecs that still remained in the country. 27. This, in their turn, they communicated to the barbarous Chichimecs, a large portion of whom became amalgamated with the new settlers as one nation. 28. Availing themselves of the strength derived, not 19, only from this increase of numbers, but from their own superior refinement, the Akalwans gradually stretched their empire over the ruder tribes in the north, while their capital was filled with a numerous population, busily employed in many of the more useful and even elegant arts of a civilized community. In this palmy state, they were suddenly assaulted by a warlike neighbor, the Tepanaks, their own kindred, and inhabitants of the same valley as themselves. Their provinces were overrun, their armies beaten, their king assassinated, and the flourishing city of Tezcuco became the prize of the victor. From this abject condition the uncommon abilities of the young prince, Nezahualcóyotl, the rightful heir to the crown, backed by the efficient aid of his Mexican allies, at length redeemed the state, and opened to it a new career of prosperity, even more brilliant than a former. 29. The Mexicans, with whom our history is principally concerned, came also, as we have seen, from the remote regions of the north, the populous hive of nations in the New World, as it has been in 20, the Old. 30, they arrived on the borders of Anahuac towards the beginning of the 13th century, some time after the occupation of the land by the kindred races. For a long time they did not establish themselves in any permanent residence, but continued shifting their quarters to different parts of the Mexican Valley, enduring all the casualties and hardships of a migratory life. On one occasion they were enslaved by a more powerful tribe, but their ferocity soon made them formidable to their masters. 31. After a series of wanderings and adventures which need not shrink from comparison 21, with the most extravagant legends of the heroic ages of antiquity, they at length halted on the southwestern borders of the principal lake, in the year 1325. They there beheld, perched on the stem of a prickly pear, which shot out from the crevice of a rock that was washed by the waves, a royal eagle of extraordinary size and beauty, with a serpent in his talons, and his broad wings open to the rising sun. They hailed the auspicious omen, announced by an oracle as indicating the site of their future city, and laid its foundations by sinking piles into the shallows, for the low marshes were half buried under water. On these they erected their light fabrics of reeds and rushes, and sought a precarious subsistence from fishing, and from the wild fowl which frequented the waters, as well as from the cultivation of such simple vegetables as they could raise on their floating gardens. The place was called Tenochtitlan, in token of its miraculous origin, though only known to Europeans by its other name of Mexico. 32, derived from their war god, Mexitli. 33, the legend of its foundation is still further commemorated by the device of the eagle and the cactus, which form the arms 22, of the modern Mexican Republic. Such were the humble beginnings of the Venice of the Western world. 34-35. The forlorn condition of the new settlers was made still worse by domestic feuds. A part of the citizens seceded from the main body, and formed a separate community on the neighboring marshes. Thus divided, it was long before they could aspire to the acquisition of territory on the mainland. They gradually increased, however, in numbers, and strengthened themselves yet more by various improvements in their polity and military discipline, while they established a reputation for courage as well as cruelty in war, which made their 23 name terrible throughout the valley. In the early part of the 15th century, nearly 100 years from the foundation of the city, an event took place which created an entire revolution in the circumstances and, to some extent, in the character of the Aztecs. This was the subversion of the Tezcucan monarchy by the Tepanaks, already noticed. When the oppressive conduct of the victors had at length aroused a spirit of resistance, its prince, Nezahualcóyotl, succeeded, after incredible perils and escapes, in mustering such a force as, with the aid of the Mexicans, placed him on a level with his enemies. In 2 successive battles, these were defeated with great slaughter, their chief slain, and their territory, by one of those sudden reverses which characterize the wars of petty states, passed into the hands of the conquerors. It was awarded to Mexico, in return for its important services. 36. Then was formed that remarkable league, which, indeed, has no parallel in history. It was agreed between the states of Mexico, Tezcuco, and the neighboring little kingdom of Tlacopan, that they should mutually support each other in their wars, offensive and defensive, and that in the distribution of the spoil 1/5 should be assigned to Tlacopan, and the remainder be divided, in what proportions is uncertain, between the other powers. The Tezcucan writers claim an equal share for their nation with the Aztecs. But this does not seem to 24 be warranted by the immense increase of territory subsequently appropriated by the latter. And we may account for any advantage conceded to them by the treaty, on the supposition that, however inferior they may have been originally, they were, at the time of making it, in a more prosperous condition than their allies, broken and dispirited by long oppression. What is more extraordinary than the treaty itself, however, is the fidelity with which it was maintained. During a century of uninterrupted warfare that ensued, no instance occurred where the parties quarrelled over the division of the spoil, which so often makes shipwreck of similar confederacies among civilized states. 37. The Allies for some time found sufficient occupation for their arms in their own valley, but they soon overleaped its rocky ramparts, and by the middle of the 15th century, under the first Montezuma, had spread down the sides of the tableland to the borders of the Gulf of Mexico. Tenochtitlan, the Aztec capital, gave evidence of the public prosperity. Its frail tenements were 25, supplanted by solid structures of stone and lime. Its population rapidly increased. Its old feuds were healed. The citizens who had seceded were again brought under common government with the main body, and the quarter they occupied was permanently connected with the parent city, the dimensions of which, covering the same ground, were much larger than those of the modern capital of Mexico. 38-39. Fortunately, the throne was filled by a succession of able princes, who knew how to profit by their enlarged resources and by the martial enthusiasm of the nation. Year after year saw them return, loaded with the spoils of conquered cities, and with throngs of devoted captives, to their capital. No state was able long to resist the accumulated strength of the Confederates. At the beginning 26 of the 16th century, just before the arrival of the Spaniards, the Aztec dominion reached across the continent, from the Atlantic to the Pacific, and, under the bold and bloody Ahuitzotl, its arms had been carried far over the limits already noticed as defining its permanent territory, into the farthest corners of Guatemala and Nicaragua. This extent of empire, however limited in comparison with that of many other states, is truly wonderful, considering it as the acquisition of a people whose whole population and resources had so recently been comprised within the walls of their own petty city, and considering, moreover, that the conquered territory was thickly settled by various races, bred to arms like the Mexicans, and little inferior to them in social organization. The history of the Aztecs suggests some strong points of resemblance to that of the ancient Romans, not only in their military successes, but in the policy which led to them. 40. The most important contribution, of late years, to the early history of Mexico is the Historia Antigua of the Lic. Don Mariano Vecchia, published in the city of Mexico, in 1836. This scholar was born of an ancient and highly respectable family at Puebla, 1718. After finishing his academic education, he went to Spain, where he was kindly received at court. He afterwards visited several other countries of Europe, made himself acquainted with their languages, 27, and returned home well stored with the fruits of a discriminating observation and diligent study. The rest of his life he devoted to letters, especially to the illustration of the national history and antiquities. As the executor of the unfortunate Boccherini, with whom he had contracted an intimacy in Madrid, he obtained access to his valuable collection of manuscripts in Mexico, and from them, and every other source which his position in society and his eminent character opened to him, he composed various works, none of which, however, except the one before us, has been admitted to the honors of the press. The time of his death is not given by his editor, but it was probably not later than 1780. Vecchia's history covers the whole period from the first occupation of Anahuac to the middle of the 15th century, at which point his labors were unfortunately terminated by his death. In the early portion he has endeavored to trace the migratory movements and historical annals of the principal races who entered the country. Every page bears testimony to the extent and fidelity of his researches, and, if we feel but moderate confidence in the results, the fault is not imputable to him, so much as to the dark and doubtful nature of the subject. As he descends to later ages, he is more occupied with the fortunes of the Tezcucan than with those of the Aztec dynasty, which have been amply discussed by others of his countrymen. The premature close of his labors prevented him, probably, from giving that attention to the domestic institutions of the people he describes, to which they are entitled as the most important subject of inquiry to the historian. The deficiency has been supplied by his judicious editor, Ortega, from other sources. In the early part of his work, Vacia has explained the chronological system of the Aztecs, but, like most writers preceding the accurate Gama, with indifferent success. As a critic, he certainly ranks much higher than the annalists who preceded him, and, when his own religion is not involved, shows a discriminating judgment. When it is, he betrays a full measure of the credulity which still maintains its hold on too many even of the well-informed of his countrymen. The editor of the work has given a very interesting letter from the Abbé Clavigero to Vacia, written when the former was a poor and humble exile, and in the tone of one addressing a person of high standing and literary eminence. Both were employed on the same subject. The writings of the poor abbé, published again and again, and translated into various languages, have spread his fame throughout Europe, while the name of Vacia, whose works have been locked up in their primitive manuscript, is scarcely known beyond the boundaries of Mexico. The opinions set forth by Mr. Prescott respecting the Mexican Empire were attacked with much vigor by Lewis H. Morgan. Mr. Morgan demonstrated conclusively that many of those opinions were erroneous. But, as Payne says in his History of the New World called America, Volume I, p. 306, his results cannot be regarded, 28, as satisfactory, much less as final. The Spanish chroniclers Prescott consulted were correct ordinarily in their statement of facts, but were misleading in their conclusions because of their inability to comprehend the Aztec institutions. On the Pueblo as a unit of aboriginal history, see Payne, Volume I, pages 36 to 47. In his Ancient Society, p. 186, Mr. Morgan says, the histories of Spanish America may be trusted in whatever relates to the acts of the Spaniards, and to the acts and personal characteristics of the Indians, in whatever relates to their weapons, implements and utensils, fabrics, food and raiment, and things of a similar character. But in whatever relates to Indian society and government, their social relations and plan of life, they are nearly worthless, because they learned nothing and knew nothing of either. We are at full liberty to reject them in these respects and commence anew, using any facts they may contain which harmonize with what is known of Indian society. He does not, however, always observe his own rules if those rules seem to militate against the thesis he is endeavoring to establish. Moreover, he is so dogmatic in his statements and so confident in the infallibility of his own judgment, that the reader who is seeking simply to ascertain the truth about the whole matter is oftentimes intensely exasperated with him. This is especially true with respect to the famous essay on Montezuma's dinner, where he writes almost as though he had been a guest at the banquet and had partaken of the viands which were consumed. As Mr. Morgan may justly be regarded as the founder of a school, it is well to state his views at length. According to him, then, there was no kingdom or empire of Mexico. There was simply a confederacy of 3 tribes, and this confederacy was a military democracy. The governmental powers were vested in a council of chiefs with a general commander. The council exercised all civil power, the military power being left in the hands of the war chief. There were no feudal castles inhabited by lawless lords. There were only great communal houses tenanted by clans. In his brilliant work on ancient society, Mr. Morgan places below civilization 2 stages of development, savagery and barbarism. The invention of pottery marks the difference between these 2 stages. The savage makes no pottery. When the women of the savage tribes used vessels of fire-hardened clay for boiling their food, they had passed into the first stage of barbarism. Elsewhere there were pastoral stages of development. In North America there were none. The only domesticated animal its inhabitants possessed when the Europeans landed on the continent was the dog. The first stage of barbarism in North America was marked by the cultivation of maize or Indian corn. This grain can be cultivated more easily than any other cereal. No other yields such enormous returns. In virgin soil it is only necessary to drop the 29 seed into the earth. Nature cares for its complete development. But virgin soil becomes exhausted in a few years. As population becomes denser and migrations cease to be practicable, the land must be more carefully tilled, and, where rains are comparatively infrequent, must be irrigated. Irrigation and the use of adobe, sun-dried brick, and stone in building mark the beginning of the second period of barbarism. In this period also tools of stone give place to those of metal, the metal used in America being copper. The Aztecs, the Mayas, and, in South America, the Peruvians were in the second period. But to the third period, when the smelting of iron ore was invented, these people never passed. The invention of a phonetic alphabet and the use of written records, Mr. Morgan thinks, marked the beginning of civilization. But, as John Fiske points out, it will not do to insist too narrowly upon the phonetic alphabet. Hieroglyphics have perpetuated much historic record in Egypt and China. Although the Mexicans and Central Americans did not smelt iron ore, they yet possessed historic records in their hieroglyphics which may still be read. They were then enjoying civilization of an extremely rude type, combined with a marvelously developed barbarism. For though their barbarism was marked by human sacrifices and by cannibalism, yet, according to testimony which Mr. Morgan says may be taken at its face value, these barbarians had pleasure gardens and fountains, baths, menageries, featherwork that was marvelously beautiful, pottery that showed admirable taste, vessels of gold and silver, and many other accessories of an advanced civilization. Mr. Morgan was adopted into the Seneca tribe of North American Indians, and he was able to study Indian institutions from an inside point of view. Unquestionably he had a more profound knowledge of those institutions than any other scholar of his time. But he went too far when he confined the Aztecs to the narrow limits in development to which the Senecas had attained. Moreover, he does not make due allowance for the changes in development which the more favorable climate of the Mexican tablelands brought about. The Longhouse of the Iroquois may have been constructed on the same general plan, but it could hardly have been mistaken for the building in which Montezuma courted Cortes and his allies. The one meal, freshly cooked and eaten about midday, bore but little resemblance to the banquets in Mexico described with such watery appreciation by the Spanish chroniclers. Morgan admits that these same chroniclers may be trusted when they write of food and other such palpable matters. But Mr. Morgan is unquestionably right in saying that Montezuma's so-called empire was really a confederacy of tribes, living in pueblos, governed by a council of chiefs, and levying tribute upon other pueblos. The Aztec Confederacy dominated the Mexican land as the Iroquois Confederacy dominated the region between the Connecticut and the Mississippi. To assert that otherwise the 32 nations were alike both in their institutions and in their development is as unwarranted as to say that the governmental institutions and the political development of the United States and Venezuela are identical. How did this confederacy come to be formed? The earliest family group was the clan. As Sir Henry Maine points out in his Ancient Law, the individual was nothing in ancient society, the state was nothing, the family was everything. This statement holds good everywhere, for America as well as for India. A group of clans made up a phratry or brotherhood, a group of phratries made a tribe. This threefold grouping was universal. The Greek phratry, the Roman curia, the Teutonic hundred were analogous institutions. In the clans kinship was always derived through the female line. The matruct everywhere prevailed. This subject Mr. Morgan treats with a master's hand in his Houses and House Life of the American Aborigines. Odyssey, I. 215-6. In that middle stage of barbarism, when men began to acquire property, when warriors of valor converted to their uses what had once been common property, herds of cattle, wives, etc., when polygamy became a custom, kinship came to be reckoned through the male line. In this way relationship was mightily changed. But in Aboriginal America, where domesticated animals were unknown, this change did not take place as early as it did elsewhere. In Mexico the change did not probably come much before the century of the Conquest. Kinship was through females only. The exogamous clan, The system which required that the spouse should be taken from another clan was the unit of the social structure, not the family. House life found expression in architecture. One underlying principle was everywhere apparent, namely, adaptation to communal living. Gradations in culture were evident from the buildings. Thus, the Long House of the Iroquois, from 50 to 100 feet long, divided into compartments every 6 or 8 feet, and roughly constructed from timber and bark, betokened very different conditions from those which prevailed among the pueblos of the Zuni Indians, with their immense structures of adobe and of stone. This subject Mr. Morgan treats with a master's hand in his Houses and House Life of the American Aborigines. In the communal house, woman ruled. To her belonged the personal property. Because it was derived through her, this property remained always with the exogamous clan. Thus, marriage made very little difference to woman's maintenance. If the husband who had come into the house proved to be lazy and otherwise worthless, divorce was easy, and he was sent back to his own. 31. From its own members the clan elected a sachem to attend to civil matters, and a chief to direct its military affairs. The son could not succeed his father in these offices, but a brother might succeed a brother. This was true of the Indian tribe to which Powhatan belonged. Had James I of England been aware of this fact, he would not have looked with such jealous eyes upon his subject Rolf, who had married the Indian princess Pocahontas. The clan was always known by some distinctive name, usually that of some animal, beaver, fox, wolf, etc. When the clan became so large as to be unwieldy, it split up into phutries. The phutry was at first a religious and social organization, and one of its chief duties was the prosecution of criminals. The Teutonic Hundred was ever ready to exact wehgeld. The tribe was usually the highest attainment in organization of which the Aborigines of America were capable. The Mexican Confederacy was the most interesting and important of their permanent organizations. The Spaniards did not understand the principles on which this confederacy was founded, because it was entirely unlike anything with which they were familiar. 32. Chapter 2. Succession to the Crown, Aztec nobility, judicial system, laws and revenues, military institutions. The form of government differed in the different states of Anahuac. With the Aztecs and Tezcucans it was monarchical and nearly absolute. The two nations resembled each other so much in their political institutions that one of their historians has remarked, in too unqualified a manner indeed, that what is told of one may be always understood as applying to the other. 41. I shall direct my inquiries to the Mexican polity, borrowing an illustration occasionally from that of the rival kingdom. 42. The government was an elective monarchy. 4 of the principal nobles, who had been chosen by their own body in the preceding reign, filled the 34 office of electors, to whom were added, with merely an honorary rank, however, the 2 royal allies of Tezcuco and Tlacopan. The sovereign was 35 elected from the brothers of the deceased prince, or, in default of them, from his nephews. Thus the election was always restricted to the same fam 36 highly. The candidate preferred must have distinguished himself in war, though, as in the case of the last Montezuma, he were a member of the priesthood. 43. This singular mode of supplying the throne had some advantages. The candidates received an education which fitted them for the royal dignity, while the age at which they were chosen not only secured the nation against the evils of minority, but afforded ample means for estimating their qualifications for the office. The result, at all events, was favourable, since the throne, as already noticed, was filled by a succession of able princes, well qualified to rule over a warlike and ambitious people. The scheme of election, 37, however defective, argues a more refined and calculating policy than was to have been expected from a barbarous nation. 44. The new monarch, 45, was installed in his regal dignity with much parade of religious ceremony, but not until, by a victorious campaign, he had obtained a sufficient number of captives to grace his triumphal entry into the capital and to furnish victims for the dark and bloody rites which stained the Aztec superstition. Amidst this pomp of human sacrifice he was crowned. The crown, resembling a mitre in its form, and curiously ornamented with gold, gems, and feathers, was placed on his head by the Lord of Tezcuco, the most powerful of his royal allies. The title of king, by which the earlier Aztec princes are distinguished by Spanish writers, is supplanted by that of emperor in the later reigns, intimating, perhaps, his superiority over the confederated monarchies of Tlacopan and Tezcuco. 46. The Aztec princes, especially towards the close of the dynasty, lived in a barbaric pomp, truly or a 38 intel. Their spacious palaces 47 were provided with halls for the different councils who aided the monarch in the transaction of business. The chief of these was a sort of privy council, composed in part, probably, of the 4 electors chosen by the nobles after the accession, whose places, when made vacant by death, were immediately supplied as before. It was the business of this body, so far as can be gathered from the very loose accounts given of it, to advise the king, in respect to the government of the provinces, the administration of the revenues, and, indeed, on all great matters of public interest. 48. In the royal buildings were accommodations, also, for a numerous bodyguard 49, of the sovereign, made up of the chief nobility. It is not easy to determine with precision, in these barbarian governments, the limits of the several orders. It is certain there was a distinct class of nobles, with large landed possessions, who held the most important 39 tant offices near the person of the prince, and engrossed the administration of the provinces and cities. 50. Many of these could trace their descent from the founders of the Aztec monarchy. According to some writers of authority, there were 30 great caciques, who had their residence, at least a part of the year, in the capital, and who could muster 100,000 vassals each on their estates. 51. Without relying on such wild statements, it is clear, from the testimony of the conquerors, that the country was occupied by numerous powerful chieftains, who lived like independent princes on their domains. If it be true that the kings encouraged, or, indeed, exacted, the residence of these nobles in the capital, and required hostages in their absence, it is evident that their power must have been very formidable. 52. Their estates appear to have been held by various tenures, and to have been subject to different restrictions. Some of them, earned by their own good swords or received as the recompense of public services, were held without any limitation, 40, except that the possessors could not dispose of them to a plebeian. 53. Others were entailed on the eldest male issue, and, in default of such, reverted to the crown. Most of them seem to have been burdened with the obligation of military service. The principal chiefs of Tezcuco, according to its chronicler, were expressly obliged to support their prince with their armed vassals, to attend his court, and aid him in the council. Some, instead of these services, were to provide for the repairs of his buildings, and to keep the royal demesnes in order, with an annual offering, by way of homage, of fruits and flowers. It was usual, if we are to believe historians, for a new king, on his accession, to confirm the investiture of estates derived from the crown. 54. It cannot be denied that we recognize, in all this, several features of the feudal system, 55, which, no 41, doubt, lose nothing of their effect under the hands of the Spanish writers, who are fond of tracing analogies to European institutions. But such analogies lead sometimes to very erroneous conclusions. The obligation of military service, for instance, the most essential principle of a fief, seems to be naturally demanded by every government from its subjects. As to minor points of resemblance, they fall far short of that harmonious system of reciprocal service and protection which embraced, in nice gradation, every order of a feudal monarchy. The kingdoms of Anahuac were in their nature despotic, attended, indeed, with many mitigating circumstances unknown to the despotisms of the East, but it is chimerical to look for much in common, beyond a few accidental forms and ceremonies, with those aristocratic institutions of the Middle Ages which made the court of every petty baron a precise image and miniature of that of his sovereign. The legislative power, both in Mexico and Tezcuco, resided wholly with the monarch. 56. This feature of despotism, however, was in some measure counteracted by the constitution of the judicial tribunals, of more importance, among a rude 42 people, than the legislative, since it is easier to make good laws for such a community than to enforce them, and the best laws, badly administered, are but a mockery. Over each of the principal cities, with its dependent territories, was placed a supreme judge, appointed by the crown, with original and final jurisdiction in both civil and the criminal cases. There was no appeal from his sentence to any other tribunal, nor even to the king. He held his office during life, and anyone who usurped his ensigns was punished with death. 57. Below this magistrate was a court, established in each province, and consisting of 3 members. It held concurrent jurisdiction with the supreme judge in civil suits, but in criminal an appeal lay to his tribunal. Besides these courts, there was a body of inferior magistrates, distributed through the country, chosen by the people themselves in their several districts. Their authority was limited to smaller causes, while the more important were carried up to the higher courts. There was still another class of subordinate officers, appointed also by the people, each of whom was to watch over the 43 conduct of a certain number of families and report any disorder or breach of the laws to the higher authorities. 58. In Tezcuco the judicial arrangements were of a more refined character. 59. And the gradation of tribunals finally terminated in a general meeting or parliament, consisting of all the judges, great and petty, throughout the kingdom, held every 80 days in the capital, over which the king presided in person. This body determined all suits which, from their importance or difficulty, had been reserved for its consideration by the lower tribunals. It served, moreover, as a council of state, to assist the monarch in the transaction of public business. 60. Such are the vague and imperfect notices that can be gleaned, respecting the Aztec tribunals, from the hieroglyphical paintings still preserved, and from the most accredited Spanish writers. 44. These, being usually ecclesiastics, have taken much less interest in this subject than in matters connected with religion. They find some apology, certainly, in the early destruction of most of the Indian paintings, from which their information was, in part, to be gathered. On the whole, however, it must be inferred that the Aztecs were sufficiently civilized to evince a solicitude for the rights both of property and of persons. The law, authorizing an appeal to the highest judicature in criminal matters only, shows an attention to personal security, rendered the more obligatory by the extreme severity of their penal code, which would naturally have made them more cautious of a wrong conviction. The existence of a number of coordinate tribunals, without a central one of supreme authority to control the whole, must have given rise to very discordant interpretations of the law in different districts. But this is an evil which they shared in common with most of the nations of Europe. The provision for making the superior judges wholly independent of the crown was worthy of an enlightened people. It presented the strongest barrier that a mere constitution could afford against tyranny. It is not, indeed, to be supposed that, in a government otherwise so despotic, means could not be found for influencing the magistrate. But it was a great step to fence round his authority with the sanction of the law, and no one of the Aztec monarchs, so far as I know, is accused of an attempt to violate it. To receive presents or a bribe, to be guilty of 45, collusion in any way with a suitor, was punished, in a judge, with death. Who, or what tribunal, decided as to his guilt, does not appear. In Tezcuco this was done by the rest of the court, but the king presided over that body. The Tezcucan prince Nizalpili, who really tempered justice with mercy, put one judge to death for taking a bribe, and another for determining suits in his own house, a capital offence, also, by law. 61. The judges of the higher tribunals were maintained from the produce of a part of the crown lands, reserved for this purpose. They, as well as the supreme judge, held their offices for life. The proceedings in the courts were conducted with decency and order. The judges wore an appropriate dress, and attended to business both parts of the day, dining always, for the sake of dispatch, in an apartment of the same building where they held their session, a method of proceeding much commended by the Spanish chroniclers, to whom dispatch was not very familiar in their own tribunals. Officers attended to preserve order, and others summoned the parties and produced them in court. No counsel was employed. The parties stated their own case and supported it by their witnesses. The oath of the accused was also admitted in evidence. 62. The statement of the case, the testimony, and the proceedings of the trial were 46, all set forth by a clerk, in hieroglyphical paintings, and handed over to the court. The paintings were executed with so much accuracy that in all suits respecting real property they were allowed to be produced as good authority in the Spanish tribunals, very long after the conquest, and a chair for their study and interpretation was established at Mexico in 1553, which has long since shared the fate of most other provisions for learning in that unfortunate country. 63. A capital sentence was indicated by a line traced with an arrow across the portrait of the accused. In Tezcuco, where the king presided in the court, this, according to the National Chronicler, was done with extraordinary parade. His description, which is of rather a poetical cast, I give in his own words. In the royal palace of Tezcuco was a courtyard, on the opposite sides of which are two halls of justice. In the principal one, called the Tribunal of God, was a throne of pure gold, inlaid with turquoises and other precious stones. On a stool in front was placed a human skull, crowned with an immense emerald of a pyramidal form, and surmounted by an aigrette of brilliant plumes and precious stones. The skull was laid on a heap of military weapons, shields, quivers, bows, and arrows. The walls were hung with tapestry, made of the hair of different wild animals, of rich and 47 various colors, festooned by gold rings and embroidered with figures of birds and flowers. Above the throne was a canopy of variegated plumage, from the center of which shot forth resplendent rays of gold and jewels. The other tribunal, called the King's, was also surmounted by a gorgeous canopy of feathers, on which were emblazoned the royal arms. Here the sovereign gave public audience and communicated his dispatches. But when he decided important causes, or confirmed a capital sentence, he passed to the Tribunal of God, attended by the 14 great lords of the realm, marshalled according to their rank. Then, putting on his mitred crown, encrusted with precious stones, and holding a golden arrow, by way of scepter, in his left hand, he laid his right upon the skull, and pronounced judgment. 64. All this looks rather fine for a court of justice, it must be owned. But it is certain that the Tezclacans, as we shall see hereafter, possessed both the materials and the skill requisite to work them up in this manner. Had they been a little further advanced in refinement, one might well doubt their having the bad taste to do so. The laws of the Aztecs were registered, and exhibited to the people, in their hieroglyphical paintings. Much the larger part of them, as in every nation imperfectly civilized, relates rather to the security of persons than of property. 65. The great 48 crimes against society were all made capital. Even the murder of a slave was punished with death. Adulterers, as among the Jews, were stoned to death. Thieving, according to the degree of the offense, was punished by slavery or death. Yet the Mexicans could have been under no great apprehension of this crime, since the entrances to their dwellings were not secured by bolts or fastenings of any kind. It was a capital offence to remove the boundaries of another's lands, to alter the established measures, and for a guardian not to be able to give a good account of his ward's property. These regulations evince a regard for equity in dealings, and for private rights, which argues a considerable progress in civilization. Prodigals, who squandered their patrimony, were punished in like manner, a severe sentence, since the crime brought its adequate punishment along with it. Intemperance, which was the burden, moreover, of their religious homilies, was visited with the severest penalties, as if they had foreseen in it the consuming canker of their own as well as of the other Indian races in later times. It was punished in the young with death, and in older persons with loss of rank and confiscation of property. Yet a decent conviviality was not meant to be prescribed at their festivals, and they possessed the means of indulging it, in a mild fermented liquor, called pulque, which is still popular, not only with the Indian, but the European population of the country. 66-49. The rites of marriage were celebrated with as much formality as in any Christian country, and the institution was held in such reverence that a tribunal was instituted for the sole purpose of determining questions relating to it. Divorces could not be obtained until authorized by a sentence of this court, after a patient hearing of the parties. But the most remarkable part of the Aztec Code was that relating to slavery. There were several descriptions of slaves, prisoners taken in war, who were almost always reserved for the dreadful doom of sacrifice, criminals, public debtors, persons who, from extreme poverty, voluntarily resign their freedom, and children who were sold by their own parents. In the last instance, usually occasioned also by poverty, it was common for the parents, with the master's consent, to substitute others of their children successively, as they grew up, thus distributing the burden as equally as possible among the different members of the family. The willingness of freemen to incur the penalties of this condition is explained by the mild form in which it existed. The contract of sale was executed in the presence of at least 4 witnesses. 50. The services to be exacted were limited with great precision. The slave was allowed to have his own family, to hold property, and even other slaves. His children were free. No one could be born to slavery in Mexico. 67. An honorable distinction, not known, I believe, in any civilized community where slavery has been sanctioned. 68. Slaves were not sold by their masters, unless when these were driven to it by poverty. They were often liberated by them at their death, and sometimes, as there was no natural repugnance founded on difference of blood and race, were married to them. Yet a refractory or vicious slave might be led into the market, with a collar round his neck, 69, which intimated his bad character, and they be publicly sold, and, on a second sale, reserved for sacrifice. 70. Such are some of the most striking features of the Aztec Code, to which the Tezcucan bore 51, great resemblance. 71. With some exceptions, it is stamped with the severity, the ferocity indeed, of a rude people, hardened by familiarity with scenes of blood, and relying on physical instead of moral means for the correction of evil. 72. Still, it evinces a profound respect for the great principles of morality, and as clear a perception of these principles as is to be found in the most cultivated nations. The royal revenues were derived from various sources. The crown lands, 73, which appear to have been extensive, made their returns in kind. The places in the neighborhood of the capital were bound to supply workmen and materials for building the king's palaces and keeping them in repair. They were also to furnish fuel, provisions, and whatever was necessary for his ordinary domestic expenditure, which was certainly on no stinted scale. 74. The principal cities, which had numerous villages and a large territory dependent on them, were distributed into districts, with each a share 52 of the lands allotted to it, for its support. The inhabitants paid a stipulated part of the produce to the crown. The vassals of the great chiefs, also, paid a portion of their earnings into the public treasury, an arrangement not at all in the spirit of the feudal institutions. 75. In addition to this tax on all the agricultural produce of the kingdom, there was another on its manufactures. The nature and the variety of the tributes will be best shown by an enumeration of some of the principal articles. These were cotton dresses, and mantles of feather work exquisitely made, ornamented armor, vases and plates of gold, gold dust, bands and bracelets, crystal, gilt, and varnished jars and goblets, bells, arms, and utensils of copper, reams of paper, grain, fruits, copal, amber, cochineal, cacao, wild animals and birds, timber, lime, mats, etc. 76. In this curious 53, medley of the most homely commodities and the elegant superfluities of luxury, it is singular that no mention should be made of silver, the great staple of the country in later times, and the use of which was certainly known to the Aztecs. 77. Garrisons were established in the larger cities, probably those at a distance and recently conquered, to keep down revolt, and to enforce the 54 payment of the tribute. 78. 79. Tax gatherers were also distributed throughout the kingdom, who were recognized by their official badges, and dreaded from the merciless rigor of their exactions. By a stern law, every defaulter was liable to be taken and sold as a slave. In the capital were spacious granaries and warehouses for the reception of the tributes. A receiver general was quartered in the palace, who rendered an exact account of the various contributions, and watched over the conduct of the inferior agents, in whom the least malversation was summarily punished. This functionary was furnished with a map of the whole empire, with a minute specification of the imposts assessed on every part of it. These imposts, moderate under the reigns of the early princes, became so burdensome under those at the close of the dynasty, being rendered still more oppressive by the 55 manner of collection, that they bred disaffection throughout the land, and prepared a way for its conquest by the Spaniards. 80. Communication was maintained with the remotest parts of the country by means of couriers. Post houses were established on the great roads, about 2 leagues distant from each other. The courier, bearing his dispatches in the form of a hieroglyphical painting, ran with them to the first station, where they were taken by another messenger and carried forward to the next, and so on till they reached the capital. These couriers, trained from childhood, travelled with incredible swiftness, not 4 or 5 leagues an hour, as an old chronicler would make us believe, but with such speed that dispatches were carried from 1 to 200 miles a day. 81. Fresh fish was frequently served at Montezuma's table in 24 hours from the time it had been taken in the Gulf of Mexico, 200 miles from the capital. In this way intelligence of the movements of the royal armies was rapidly brought to 56. Court, and the dress of the courier, denoting by its colour the nature of his tidings, spread joy or consternation in the towns through which he passed. 82. But the great aim of the Aztec institutions, to which private discipline and public honours were alike directed, was the profession of arms. In Mexico, as in Egypt, the soldier shared with the priest the highest consideration. The king, as we have seen, must be an experienced warrior. The tutelary deity of the Aztecs was the god of war. A great object of their military expeditions was to gather hecatombs of captives for his altars. The soldier who fell in battle was transported at once to the region of ineffable bliss in the bright mansions of the Sunday. 83. Every war, therefore, became a crusade, and the warrior, animated by religious enthusiasm like that of the early Saracen or the Christian crusader, was not only raised to a contempt of danger, but courted it, for the imperishable crown of martyrdom. Thus we find the same impulse acting in the most opposite quarters of the 57 globe, and the Asiatic, the European, and the American, each earnestly invoking the holy name of religion in the perpetration of human butchery. The question of war was discussed in a council of the king and his chief nobles. 84. Ambassadors were sent, previously to its declaration, to require the hostile state to receive the Mexican gods and to pay the customary tribute. The persons of ambassadors were held sacred throughout Anahuac. They were lodged and entertained in the great towns at the public charge, and were everywhere received with courtesy, so long as they did not deviate from the higher roads on their route. When they did, they forfeited their privileges. If the embassy proved unsuccessful, a defiance, or open declaration of war, was sent. Quotas were drawn from the conquered provinces, which were always subjected to military service, as well as the payment of taxes, and the royal army, usually with the monarch at its head, began its march. 85. The Aztec princes made use of the incentives employed by European monarchs to excite the ambition of their followers. They established various military orders, each having its privileges and peculiar insignia. There seems, also, to have existed a sort of knighthood of inferior degree. 86. It was the cheapest reward of martial prowess, and 58. Whoever had not reached it was excluded from using ornaments on his arms or his person, and obliged to wear coarse white stuff, made from the threads of the aloe, called neck. Even the members of the royal family were not excepted from this law, which reminds one of the occasional practice of Christian knights, to wear plain armor, or shields without device, till they had achieved some doughty feat of chivalry. Although the military orders were thrown open to all, it is probable that they were chiefly filled with persons of rank, who, by their previous training and connections, were able to come into the field under peculiar advantages. 87. The dress of the higher warriors was picturesque and often magnificent. Their bodies were covered with a close vest of quilted cotton, so thick as to be impenetrable to the light missiles of Indian warfare. This garment was so light and serviceable that it was adopted by the Spaniards. The wealthier chiefs sometimes wore, instead of this cotton mail, a cuirass made of thin plates of gold or silver. Over it was thrown a surcoat of the gorgeous featherwork in which they excelled. 88. Their helmets were sometimes of wood, fashioned like the heads of wild animals, and sometimes of silver, on the top of which waved a panache of variegated plumes, sprinkled with precious stones and ornaments of gold. They wore also collars, bracelets, and earrings of the same rich materials. 59-89. Their armies were divided into bodies of 8,000 men, and these, again, into companies of 300 or 400, each with its own commander. The national standard, which has been compared to the ancient Roman, displayed, in its embroidery of gold and featherwork, the armorial ensigns of the state. These were significant of its name, which, as the names of both persons and places were borrowed from some material object, was easily expressed by hieroglyphical symbols. The companies and the great chiefs had also their appropriate banners and devices, and the gaudy hues of their many-coloured plumes gave a dazzling splendour to the spectacle. Their tactics were such as belong to a nation with whom war, though a trade, is not elevated to the rank of a science. They advanced singing and shouting their war cries, briskly charging the enemy, as rapidly retreating, and making use of ambuscades, sudden surprises, and the light skirmish of guerrilla warfare. Yet their discipline was such as to draw forth the encomiums of the Spanish conquerors. A beautiful sight it was, says one of them, to see them set out on their march, all 60, moving forward so gaily, and in so admirable order. 90. In battle they did not seek to kill their enemies, so much as to take them prisoners. 91. And they never scalped, like other North American tribes. The valor of a warrior was estimated by the number of his prisoners, and no ransom was large enough to save the devoted captive. 92. The military code bore the same stern features as their other laws. Disobedience of orders was punished with death. It was death, also, for a soldier to leave his colors, to attack the enemy before the signal was given, or to plunder another's booty or prisoners. One of the last Tezcucan princes, in the spirit of an ancient Roman, put 2 sons to death, after having cured their wounds, for violating the last-mentioned law. 93. I must not omit to notice here an institution the introduction of which in the Old World is ranked among the beneficent fruits of Christianity. Hospitals were established in the principal cities, for the cure of the sick and the permanent refuge of 61, the disabled soldier. 94, and surgeons were placed over them, who were so far better than those in Europe, says an old chronicler, that they did not protract the cure in order to increase the pay. 95. Such is the brief outline of the civil and military polity of the ancient Mexicans, less perfect than could be desired in regard to the former, from the imperfection of the sources whence it is drawn. Whoever has had occasion to explore the early history of modern Europe has found how vague and unsatisfactory is the political information which can be gleaned from the gossip of monkish annalists. How much is the difficulty increased in the present instance, where this information, first recorded in the dubious language of hieroglyphics, was interpreted in another language, with which the Spanish chroniclers were imperfectly acquainted, while it related to institutions of which their past experience enabled them to form no adequate conception. Amidst such uncertain lights, it is in vain to expect nice accuracy of detail. All that can be done is to attempt an outline of the more prominent features, that a correct impression, so far as it goes, may be produced on the mind of the reader. Enough has been said, however, to show that the Aztec and Tezcucan races were advanced in civilization very far beyond the wandering tribes of 62, North America. 96. The degree of civilization which they had reached, as inferred by their political institutions, may be considered, perhaps, not much short of that enjoyed by our Saxon ancestors under Alfred. In respect to the nature of it, they may be better compared with the Egyptians, and the examination of their social relations and culture may suggest still stronger points of resemblance to that ancient people. Those familiar with the modern Mexicans will find it difficult to conceive that the nation should ever have been capable of devising the enlightened polity which we have been considering. But they should remember that in the Mexicans of our day 63, they see only a conquered race, as different from their ancestors as are the modern Egyptians from those who built, I will not say, the tasteless pyramids, but the temples and palaces whose magnificent wrecks strew the borders of the Nile, at Luxor and Karnak. The difference is not so great as between the ancient Greek and his degenerate descendant, lounging among the masterpieces of art which he has scarcely taste enough to admire, speaking the language of those still more imperishable monuments of literature which he has hardly capacity to comprehend. Yet he breathes the same atmosphere, is warmed by the same sun, nourished by the same scenes, as those who have fell at Marathon and won the trophies of Olympic Pisa. The same blood flows in his veins that flowed in theirs. But ages of tyranny have passed over him, he belongs to a conquered race. The American Indian has something peculiarly sensitive in his nature. He shrinks instinctively from the rude touch of a foreign hand. Even when this foreign influence comes in the form of civilization, he seems to sink and pine away beneath it. It has been so with the Mexicans. Under the Spanish domination, their numbers have silently melted away. Their energies are broken. They no longer tread their mountain plains with the conscious independence of their ancestors. In their faltering step and meek and melancholy aspect we read the sad characters of the conquered race. The cause of humanity, indeed, has gained. They live under a better system of laws, a more assured tranquility, a purer faith. 64, but all does not avail. Their civilization was of the hardy character which belongs to the wilderness. The fierce virtues of the Aztec were all his own. They refused to submit to European culture, to be engrafted on a foreign stock. His outward form, his complexion, his lineaments, are substantially the same, but the moral characteristics of the nation, all that constituted its individuality as a race, are effaced forever. Two of the principal authorities for this chapter are Torquemada and Clavigero. The former, a provincial of the Franciscan order, came to the New World about the middle of the 16th century. As the generation of the conquerors had not then passed away, he had ample opportunities of gathering the particulars of their enterprise from their own lips. 50 years, during which he continued in the country, put him in possession of the traditions and usages of the natives, and enabled him to collect their history from the earliest missionaries, as well as from such monuments as the fanaticism of his own countrymen had not then destroyed. From these ample sources he compiled his bulky tomes, beginning, after the approved fashion of the ancient Castilian chroniclers, with the creation of the world, and embracing the whole circle of the Mexican institutions, political, religious, and social, from the earliest period to his own time. In handling these fruitful themes, the worthy father has shown a full measure of the bigotry which belonged to his order at that period. Every page, too, is loaded with illustrations from scripture or profane history, which form a whimsical contrast to the barbaric staple of his story, and he has sometimes fallen into serious errors, from his misconception of the chronological system of the Aztecs. But, notwithstanding these glaring defects in the composition of the work, the student, aware of his author's infirmities, will find few better guides than Torquemada in tracing the stream of historic truth up to the fountainhead. Such is his manifest integrity, and so great were his facilities for information on the most curious points of Mexican antiquity. No work, accordingly, has been more largely consulted and copied, even by some who, like Herrera, have affected to set little value on the sources whence its information was drawn. Hist. General, December 6, Lib. 6, Cap. 19. The Monarchia Indiana was first published at Seville, 1615, Nic. Antonio, Bibliotheca Nova, Matriti, 1783, Tom. 2. p. 787, and since, in a better style, in 3 volumes folio, at Madrid, in 1723. The other authority, frequently cited in the preceding pages, is the Abbé Clavigero's Storia Antica del Mexico. It was originally printed 65, towards the close of the last century, in the Italian language, and in Italy, whither the author, a native of Vera Cruz, and a member of the Order of the Jesuits, had retired, on the expulsion of that body from Spanish America, in 1767. During a residence of 35 years in his own country, Clavigero had made himself intimately acquainted with its antiquities, by the careful examination of paintings, manuscripts, and such other remains as were to be found in his day. The plan of his work is nearly as comprehensive as that of his predecessor, Torquemada, but the later and more cultivated period in which he wrote is visible in the superior address with which he has managed his complicated subject. In the elaborate disquisitions in his concluding volume, he has done much to rectify the chronology and the various inaccuracies of preceding writers. Indeed, an avowed object of his work was to vindicate his countrymen from what he conceived to be the misrepresentations of Robertson, Raynal, and De Pau. In regard to the last two he was perfectly successful. Such an ostensible design might naturally suggest unfavorable ideas of his impartiality. But, on the whole, he seems to have conducted the discussion with good faith, and, if he has been led by national zeal to overcharge the picture with brilliant colours, he will be found much more temperate, in this respect, than those who preceded him, while he has applied sound principles of criticism, of which they were incapable. In a word, the diligence of his researches has gathered into one focus the scattered lights of tradition and antiquarian lore, purified in a great measure from the mists of superstition which obscure the best productions of an earlier period. From these causes, the work, notwithstanding its occasional prolixity, and the disagreeable aspect given to it by the profusion of uncouth names in the Mexican orthography, which bristle over every page, has found merited favor with the public, and created something like a popular interest in the subject. Soon after its publication at Cesena, in 1780, it was translated into English, and more lately into Spanish and German. 66. Chapter 3. Mexican Mythology, the Sacerdotal Order, the Temples, Human Sacrifices. The civil polity of the Aztecs is so closely blended with their religion that without understanding the latter it is impossible to form correct ideas of their government or their social institutions. I shall pass over, for the present, some remarkable traditions, bearing a singular resemblance to those found in the Scriptures, and endeavour to give a brief sketch of their mythology and their careful provisions for maintaining a national worship. Mythology may be regarded as the poetry of religion, or rather as the poetic development of the religious principle in a primitive age. It is the effort of untutored man to explain the mysteries of existence, and the secret agencies by which the operations of nature are conducted. Although the growth of similar conditions of society, its character must vary with that of the rude tribes in which it originates, and the ferocious Goth, quaffing mead from the skulls of his slaughtered enemies, must have a very different mythology from that of the effeminate native of Hispaniola, loiter 67ing away his hours in idle pastimes, under the shadow of his bananas. At a later and more refined period, we sometimes find these primitive legends combined into a regular system under the hands of the poet, and the rude outline moulded into forms of ideal beauty, which are the objects of adoration in a credulous age, and the delight of all succeeding ones. Such were the beautiful inventions of Hesiod and Homer, who, says the father of history, created the theogony of the Greeks, an assertion not to be taken too literally, since it is hardly possible that any man should create a religious system for his nation. 97. They only filled up the shadowy outlines of tradition with the bright touches of their own imaginations, until they had clothed them in beauty which kindled the imaginations of others. The power of the poet, indeed, may be felt in a similar way in a much riper period of society. To say nothing of the Divina Commedia, who is that rises from the perusal of Paradise Lost without feeling his own conceptions of the angelic hierarchy quickened by those of the inspired artist, and a new and sensible form, as it were, given to images which had before floated dim and undefined before him. The last mentioned period is succeeded by that of philosophy, which, disclaiming alike the legends of the primitive age and the poetical and 68 embellishments of the succeeding one, seeks to shelter itself from the charge of impiety by giving an allegorical interpretation to the popular mythology, and thus to reconcile the latter with the genuine deductions of science. The Mexican religion had emerged from the first of the schools we have been considering, and, although little affected by poetical influences, had received a peculiar complexion from the priests, who had digested as thorough and burdensome a ceremonial as ever existed in any nation. They had, moreover, thrown a veil of allegory over early tradition, and invested their deities with attributes savoring much more of the grotesque conceptions of the Eastern nations in the Old World, than of the lighter fictions of Greek mythology, in which the features of humanity, however exaggerated, were never wholly abandoned. 98. In contemplating the religious system of the Aztecs, one is struck with its apparent incongruity, as if some portion of it had emanated from a comparatively refined people, open to gentle influences, while the rest breathes a spirit of unmitigated ferocity. It naturally suggests the idea of two distinct sources, and authorizes the belief that the Aztecs had inherited from their predecessors a milder faith, on which was afterwards engrafted 69, their own mythology. The latter soon became dominant, and gave its dark coloring to the creeds of the conquered nations, which the Mexicans, like the ancient Romans, seem willingly to have incorporated into their own, until the same funereal superstition settled over the farthest borders of Anahuac. The Aztecs recognized the existence of a supreme creator and lord of the universe. They addressed him, in their prayers, as the God by whom we live, omnipresent, that knoweth all thoughts, and giveth all gifts, without whom man is as nothing, invisible, incorporeal, one God, of perfect perfection and purity, under whose wings we find repose and a sure defense. These sublime attributes infer no inadequate conception of the true God. But the idea of unity, of a being with whom volition is action, who has no need of inferior ministers to execute his purposes, was too simple, or too vast, for their understandings, and they sought relief, as usual, in a plurality of deities, who presided over the elements, the changes of the seasons, and the various occupations of man. 99. Of these, there were 13 principal deities, and more than 200 inferior, to each of whom some special day or appropriate festival was consecrated. 7100. At the head of all stood the terrible Huitzilopochtli, the Mexican Mars, although it is doing injustice to the heroic war god of antiquity to identify him with this sanguinary monster. This was the patron deity of the nation. His fantastic image was loaded with costly ornaments. His temples were the most stately and august of the public edifices, and his altars reeked with the blood of human hecatombs in every city of the empire. Disastrous indeed must have been the influence of such a superstition on the character of the people. 71-101. A far more interesting personage in their mythology was Quetzalcoatl, god of the air, a divinity who, during his residence on earth, instructed the 72 natives in the use of metals, in agriculture, and in the arts of government. He was one of those benefactors of their species, doubtless, who have been deified by the gratitude of posterity. Under him, the earth teemed with fruits and flowers, without the pains of culture. An ear of Indian corn was as much as a single man could carry. The cotton, as it grew, took, of its own accord, the rich dyes of human art. The air was filled with intoxicating perfumes and the sweet melody of birds. In short, these were the halcyon days, which find a place in the mythic systems of so many nations in the Old World. It was the golden age of Anahuac. 102. From some cause, not explained, Quetzalcoatl incurred the wrath of one of the principal gods, and was compelled to abandon the country. On his way he stopped at the city of Colila, where a 73 temple was dedicated to his worship, the massy ruins of which still form one of the interesting relics of antiquity in Mexico. When he reached the shores of the Mexican Gulf, he took leave of his followers, promising that he and his descendants would revisit them hereafter, and then, entering his wizard skiff, made of serpents' skins, embarked on the great ocean for the fabled land of Tliplin. He was said to have been tall in stature, with a white skin, long, dark hair, and a flowing beard. The Mexicans looked confidently to the return of the benevolent deity, and this remarkable tradition, deeply cherished in their hearts, prepared the way, as we shall see hereafter, for the future success of the Spaniards. 103. We have not space for further details respecting the Mexican divinities, the attributes of many of whom were carefully defined, as they descended, 75, in regular gradation, to the penates or household gods, whose little images were to be found in the humblest dwelling. The Aztecs felt the curiosity, common to man in almost every stage of civilization, to lift the veil which covers the mysterious past and the more awful future. They sought relief, like the nations of the old continent, from the oppressive idea of eternity, by breaking it up into distinct cycles, or periods of time, each of several thousand years' duration. There were 4 of these cycles, and at the end of each, by the agency of one of the elements, the human family was swept from the earth, and the sun blotted out from the heavens, to be again rekindled. 76-104. They imagined 3 separate states of existence in the future life. The wicked, comprehending the greater part of mankind, were to expiate their sins in a place of everlasting darkness. Another class, with no other merit than that of having died of certain diseases, capriciously selected, were to enjoy a negative existence of indolent contentment. The highest place was reserved, as in most warlike nations, for the heroes who fell in battle, or in sacrifice. They passed at once into the presence of the sun, whom they accompanied with songs and the choral dances in his bright progress through the heavens, and, after some years, their spirits went to animate the clouds and singing birds of beautiful plumage, and to revel amidst the rich blossoms and odors of the gardens of paradise. 105. Such was the heaven of the Aztecs, more refined in its character than that of the more polished pagan, whose Elysium reflected only the martial sports or sensual gratifications of this 77 life. 106. In the destiny they assigned to the wicked, we discern similar traces of refinement, since the absence of all physical torture forms a striking contrast to the schemes of suffering so ingeniously devised by the fancies of the most enlightened nations. 107. In all this, so contrary to the natural suggestions of the ferocious Aztec, we see the evidences of a higher civilization. 108. Inherited from their predecessors in the land. Our limits will allow only a brief allusion to 1 or 2 of their most interesting ceremonies. On the death of a person, his corpse was dressed in the peculiar habiliments of his tutelar deity. It was strewed with pieces of paper, which operated as 78 charms against the dangers of the dark road he was to travel. A throng of slaves, if he were rich, was sacrificed at his obsequies. His body was burned, and the ashes, collected in a vase, were preserved in one of the apartments of his house. Here we have successively the usages of the Roman Catholic, the Mussulman, the Tartar, and the ancient Greek and Roman, curious coincidences, which may show how cautious we should be in adopting conclusions founded on analogy. 109. A more extraordinary coincidence may be traced with Christian rites, in the ceremony of naming their children. The lips and bosom of the infant was sprinkled with water, and the Lord was implored to permit the holy drops to wash away the sin that was given to it before the foundation of the world, so that the child might be born anew. 110. We are reminded of Christian morals, in more than one of their prayers, in which they used regular forms. Wilt thou blot us out, O Lord, forever? Is this punishment intended, not 79, for our reformation, but for our destruction? Again, impart to us, out of thy great mercy, thy gifts, which we are not worthy to receive through our own merits. Keep peace with all, says another petition, bear injuries with humility, God, who sees, will avenge you. But the most striking parallel with Scripture is in the remarkable declaration that he who looks too curiously on a woman commits adultery with his eyes. 111. These pure and elevated maxims, it is true, are mixed up with others of a puerile, and even brutal, character, arguing that confusion of the moral perceptions which is natural in the twilight of civilization. One would not expect, however, to meet, in such a state of society, with doctrines as sublime as any inculcated by the enlightened codes of ancient philosophy. 8112. But although the Aztec mythology gathered nothing from the beautiful inventions of the poet or from the refinements of philosophy, it was much indebted, as I have noticed, to the priests, who endeavored to dazzle the imagination of the people by the most formal and pompous ceremonial. The influence of the priesthood must be greatest in an imperfect state of civilization, where it engrosses all the scanty science of the time in its own body. This is particularly the case when the science is of that spurious kind which is less occupied with the real phenomena of nature than with the fanciful chimeras of human superstition. Such are the sciences of astrology and divination, in which the Aztec priests were well initiated, and, while they seemed to hold the keys of the future in their own hands, they impressed the ignorant people with sentiments of superstitious awe, beyond that which has probably existed in any other country, even in ancient Egypt. The sacerdotal order was very numerous, as may be inferred from the statement that 5,000 priests were, in some way or other, attached to the 81 principal temple in the capital. The various ranks and functions of this multitudinous body were discriminated with great exactness. Those best instructed in music took the management of the choirs. Others arranged the festivals conformably to the calendar. Some superintended the education of youth, and others had charge of the hieroglyphical paintings and oral traditions, while the dismal rites of sacrifice were reserved for the chief dignitaries of the order. At the head of the whole establishment were 2 high priests, elected from the order, as it would seem, by the king and principal nobles, without reference to birth, but solely for their qualifications, as shown by their previous conduct in a subordinate station. They were equal in dignity, and inferior only to the sovereign, who rarely acted without their advice in weighty matters of public concern. 113. The priests were each devoted to the service of some particular deity, and had quarters provided within the spacious precincts of their temple, at least, while engaged in immediate attendance for they were allowed to marry, and to families of their own. In this monastic residence 82, they lived in all the stern severity of conventual discipline. Thrice during the day, and once at night, they were called to prayers. They were frequent in their ablutions and vigils, and mortified the flesh by fasting and cruel penance, drawing blood from their bodies by flagellation, or by piercing them with the thorns of the aloe, in short, by practicing all those austerities to which fanaticism, to borrow the strong language of the poet, has resorted, in every age of the world, in hopes to merit heaven by making earth a hell. 114. The great cities were divided into districts, placed under the charge of a sort of parochial clergy, who regulated every act of religion within their precincts. It is remarkable that they administered the rites of confession and absolution. The secrets of the confessional were held inviolable, and penances were imposed of much the same kind as those enjoined in the Roman Catholic Church. There were 2 remarkable peculiarities in the Aztec ceremony. The first was, that, as the repetition of an offense once atoned for was deemed inexpiable, confession was made but once in a man's life, and was usually deferred to a late period of it, when the penitent unburdened his conscience and settled at once the long arrears of iniquity. 115. Another peculiarity was, that priestly absolution 83 was received in place of the legal punishment of offences, and authorized an acquittal in case of arrest. Long after the Conquest, the simple natives, when they came under the arm of the law, sought to escape by producing the certificate of their confession. 116. One of the most important duties of the priesthood was that of education, to which certain buildings were appropriated within the enclosure of the principal temple. Here the youth of both sexes, of the higher and middling orders, were placed at a very tender age. The girls were entrusted to the care of priestesses, for women were allowed to exercise sacerdotal functions, except those of sacrifice. 117. In these institutions the boys were drilled 84, in the routine of monastic discipline. They decorated the shrines of the gods with flowers, fed the sacred fires, and took part in the religious chants and festivals. Those in the higher school, the Kamkak, as it was called, were initiated in their traditionary law, the mysteries of hieroglyphics, the principles of government, and such branches of astronomical and natural sciences were within the compass of the priesthood. The girls learned various feminine employments, especially to weave and embroider rich coverings for the altars of the gods. Great attention was paid to the moral discipline of both sexes. The most perfect decorum prevailed, and offences were punished with extreme rigor, in some instances with death itself. Terror, not love, was the spring of education with the Aztecs. 118. At a suitable age for marrying, or for entering into the world, The pupils were dismissed, with much ceremony, from the convent, and the recommendation of the principal often introduced those most competent to responsible situations in public life. Such was the crafty policy 85 of the Mexican priests, who, by reserving to themselves the business of instruction, were enabled to mold the young and plastic mind according to their own wills, and to train it early to implicit reverence for religion and its ministers, a reverence which still maintained its hold on the iron nature of the warrior, long after every other vestige of education had been effaced by the rough trade to which he was devoted. To each of the principal temples, lands were annexed for the maintenance of the priests. These estates were augmented by the policy or devotion of successive princes, until, under the last Montezuma, they had swollen to an enormous extent, and covered every district of the empire. The priests took the management of their property into their own hands, and they seem to have treated their tenants with the liberality and indulgence characteristic of monastic corporations. Besides the large supplies drawn from this source, the religious order was enriched with the first fruits, and such other offerings as piety or superstition dictated. The surplus beyond what was required for the support of the national worship was distributed in alms among the poor, a duty strenuously prescribed by their moral code. Thus we find the same religion inculcating lessons of pure philanthropy, on the one hand, and of merciless extermination, as we shall soon see, on the other. The inconsistency will not appear incredible to those who are familiar with the history of the Roman 86 Catholic Church, in the early ages of the Inquisition. 119. The Mexican temples, turquoise, houses of God, as they were called 120 were very numerous. There were several hundreds in each of the principal cities, many of them, doubtless, very humble edifices. They were solid masses of earth, cased with brick or stone, and in their form somewhat resembled the pyramidal structures of ancient Egypt. The bases of many of them were more than 100 feet square, and they towered to a still greater height. They were distributed into 4 or 5 stories, each of smaller dimensions than that below. The ascent was by a flight of steps, at an angle of the pyramid, on the outside. This led to a sort of terrace, or gallery, at the base of the second story, which passed quite round the building to another flight of stairs, commencing also at the same angle as the preceding and directly over it, and leading to a similar terrace, so 87, that one had to make the circuit of the temple several times, before reaching the summit. In some instances the stairway led directly up the center of the western face of the building. The top was a broad area, on which were erected 1 or 2 towers, 40 or 50 feet high, the sanctuaries, in which stood the sacred images of the presiding deities. Before these towers stood the dreadful stone of sacrifice, and 2 lofty altars, on which fires were kept, as inextinguishable as those in the temple of Vesta. There were said to be 600 of these altars, on smaller buildings within the enclosure of the great Temple of Mexico, which, with those on the sacred edifices in other parts of the city, shed a brilliant illumination over its streets, through the darkest night. 121-122. From the construction of their temples, all religious services were public. The long processions of priests, winding round their massive sides, as they rose higher and higher towards the summit, and the dismal rites of sacrifice performed there, were all visible from the remotest corners of the capital, impressing on the spectator's mind a superstitious veneration for the mysteries of his religion, and for the dread ministers by whom they were interpreted. This impression was kept in full force by their numerous festivals. Every month was consecrated to some protecting deity, and every week, nay, almost every day, was set down in their calendar for some appropriate celebration, so that it is difficult to understand how the ordinary business of life could have been compatible with the exactions of religion. Many of their ceremonies were of a light and cheerful complexion, consisting of the national songs and dances, in which both sexes joined. Processions were made of women and children crowned with garlands and bearing offerings of fruits, the ripened maize, or the sweet incense of copal and other odoriferous scums, while the altars of the deity were stained with no blood save that of animals. 123. These were the peaceful rites derived from their Toltec predecessors, on which the fierce Aztecs engrafted a superstition too loathsome to be exhibited in all its nakedness, and one over which I would gladly draw a veil altogether, but that it would leave the reader in ignorance of their most striking institution, and one that had the greatest influence in forming the national character. Human sacrifices were adopted by the Aztecs early in the 14th century, about 289 years before the conquest. 124, rare at first, they became more frequent with the wider extent of their empire, till, at length, almost every festival was closed with this cruel abomination. These religious ceremonials were generally arranged in such a manner as to afford a type of the most prominent circumstances in the character or history of the deity who was the object of them. A single example will suffice. One of their most important festivals was that in honor of the god Tezcatlipoca, 125, whose rank was inferior only to that of the Supreme Being. He was called the soul of the world, and supposed to have been its creator. He was depicted as a handsome man, endowed with perpetual youth. A year before the intended sacrifice, a captive, distinguished for his personal beauty, and without a blemish on his body, was selected to represent this deity. Certain tutors took charge of him, and instructed him how to perform his new part with becoming grace and dignity. He was arrayed in a splendid dress, regaled with incense and with a profusion of sweet-scented flowers, of which the ancient Mexicans were as fond as their descendants at the present day. When he went abroad, he was attended by a train of the royal pages, and, as he halted in the streets to play some favorite melody, the crowd prostrated themselves before him, and did him homage as the representative of their good deity. In this way he led an easy, luxurious life, till within a month of his sacrifice. 4 beautiful girls, bearing the names of the principal goddesses, were then selected to share the honors of his bed, and with them he continued to live in idle dalliance, feasted at the banquets of the principal nobles, who paid him all the honors of a divinity. At length the fatal day of sacrifice arrived. The term of his short-lived glories was at an end. He was stripped of his gaudy apparel, and bade adieu to the fair partners of his revelries. One of the royal barges transported him across the lake to a temple which rose on its margin, about a league from the city. Hither the inhabitants of the capital flocked, to witness the consummation of the ceremony. As the sad processions wound up the sides of the pyramid, the unhappy victim threw away his gay chaplets of flowers, and broke in pieces the musical instruments with which he had solaced the hours of captivity. On the summit he was received by 6 priests, whose long and matted locks flowed disorderly over their sable robes, covered with hieroglyphic scrolls of mystic import. 91. They led him to the sacrificial stone, a huge block of jasper, with its upper surface somewhat convex. On this the prisoner was stretched. 5 priests secured his head and his limbs, while the 6th, clad in a scarlet mantle, emblematic of his bloody office, dexterously opened the breast of the wretched victim with a sharp razor of its slicom, a volcanic substance, hard as flint, and, inserting his hand in the wound, tore out the palpitating heart. The minister of death, first holding this up towards the sun, an object of worship throughout Anahuac, cast it at the feet of the deity to whom the temple was devoted, while the multitudes below prostrated themselves in humble adoration. The tragic story of this prisoner was expounded by the priests as the type of human destiny, which, brilliant in its commencement, too often closes in sorrow and disaster. 126. Such was the form of human sacrifice usually practiced by the Aztecs. It was the same that often met the indignant eyes of the Europeans in their progress through the country, and from the dreadful doom of which they themselves were not exempted. There were, indeed, some occasions when preliminary tortures, of the most exquisite kind, with which it is unnecessary to shock the 92, reader, were inflicted, but they always terminated with the bloody ceremony above described. It should be remarked, however, that such tortures were not the spontaneous suggestions of cruelty, as with the North American Indians, but were all rigorously prescribed in the Aztec ritual, and doubtless were often inflicted with the same compunctious visitings which a devout familiar of the Holy Office might at times experience in executing its stern decrees. 127. Women, as well as the other sex, were sometimes reserved for sacrifice. On some occasions, particularly in seasons of drought, at the festival of the insatiable Tlaloc, the god of rain, children, for the most part infants, were offered up. As they were borne along in open litters, dressed in their festal robes, and decked with the fresh blossoms of spring, they moved the hardest heart to pity, though their cries were drowned in the wild chant of the priests, who read in their tears a favourable augury for their petition. These innocent victims were generally bought by the 93 priests of parents who were poor, but who stifled the voice of nature, probably less at the suggestions of poverty than of a wretched superstition. 128. The most loathsome part of the story, the manner in which the body of the sacrificed captive was disposed of, remains yet to be told. It was delivered to the warrior who had taken him in battle, and by him, after being dressed, was served up in an entertainment to his friends. This was not the coarse repast of famished cannibals, but a banquet teeming with delicious beverages and delicate viands, prepared with art, and attended by both sexes, who, as we shall see hereafter, conducted themselves with all the decorum of civilized life. Surely, never were refinement and the extreme of barbarism brought so closely in contact with each other. 129. Human sacrifices have been practiced by many nations, not excepting the most polished nations of antiquity. 130, but never by any, on a scale to be 94 paid with those in Anahuac. The amount of victims immolated on its accursed altars would stagger the faith of the least scrupulous believer. Scarcely any author pretends to estimate the yearly sacrifices throughout the empire at less than 20,000, and some carry the number as high as 50,000. 131. On great occasions, as the coronation of a king or the consecration of a temple, the number becomes still more appalling. At the dedication of the great temple of Huitzilopochtli, in 1486, the prisoners, who for some years had been reserved for the purpose, were drawn from all quarters to the capital. They were ranged in files, forming a procession nearly 2 miles long. The ceremony consumed several days, and 70,000 captives are said to have perished at the shrine of this terrible deity. But who can believe that so numerous a body would have suffered themselves to be led unresistingly like sheep to the slaughter? Or how could their remains, too great for consumption in image unavailable? Fra Bartolome de las Casas. Cupulin C. Superscripto. Paris. 95. The ordinary way, be disposed of, without breeding a pestilence in the capital? Yet the event was of recent date, and is unequivocally attested by the best informed historians. 132. One fact may be considered certain. It was customary to preserve the skulls of the sacrificed, in buildings appropriated to the purpose. The companions of Cortes counted 136,000 in one of these edifices. 133. Without attempting a precise calculation, therefore, it is safe to conclude that thousands were yearly offered up, in the different cities of Anahuac, on the bloody altars of the Mexican divinities. 134. Indeed, the great object of war, with the Aztecs, was quite as much to gather victims for their sacrifices as to extend their empire. Hence it was that an enemy was never slain in battle, if there were a chance of taking him alive. To this circumstance the Spaniards repeatedly owed their preservation. When Montezuma was asked why he had suffered the Republic of Tlaxcala to maintain her independence on his borders, he replied, that she might furnish him with victims for his gods. As the suppliantly began to fail, the priests, the Dominicans of the New World, bellowed aloud for more, and urged on their superstitious sovereign by the denunciations of celestial wrath. Like the militant churchmen of Christendom in the Middle Ages, they mingled themselves in the ranks, and were conspicuous in the thickest of the fight, by their hideous aspect and frantic gestures. Strange, that, in every country, the most fiendish passions of the human heart have been those kindled in the name of religion. 135. The influence of these practices on the Aztec character was as disastrous as might have been X-97 expected. Familiarity with the bloody rites of sacrifice steeled the heart against human sympathy, and begat a thirst for carnage, like that excited in the Romans by the exhibitions of the circus. The perpetual recurrence of ceremonies, in which the people took part, associated religion with their most intimate concerns, and spread the gloom of superstition over the domestic hearth, until the character of the nation wore a grave and even melancholy aspect, which belongs to their descendants at the present day. The influence of the priesthood, of course, became unbounded. The sovereign thought himself honored by being permitted to assist in the services of the temple. Far from limiting the authority of the priests to spiritual matters, he often surrendered his opinion to theirs, where they were least competent to give it. It was their opposition that prevented the final capitulation which would have saved the capital. The whole nation, from the peasant to the prince, bowed their necks to the worst kind of tyranny, that of a blind fanaticism. In reflecting on the revolting usages recorded in the preceding pages, one finds it difficult to reconcile their existence with anything like a regular form of government, or an advance in civilization. 136. Yet the Mexicans had many claims to the 98 character of a civilized community. One may, perhaps, better understand the anomaly by reflecting on the condition of some of the most polished countries in Europe in the 16th century, after the establishment of the modern Inquisition, an institution which yearly destroyed its thousands, by a death more painful than the Aztec sacrifices, which armed the hand of brother against brother, and, setting its burning seal upon the lip, did more to stay the march of improvement than any other scheme ever devised by human cunning. Human sacrifice, however cruel, has nothing in it degrading to its victim. It may be rather said to ennoble him by devoting him to the gods. Although so terrible with the Aztecs, it was sometimes voluntarily embraced by them, as the most glorious death and one that opened the sure passage into 99, paradise. 137. The Inquisition, on the other hand, branded its victims with infamy in this world, and consigned them to everlasting perdition in the next. One detestable feature of the Aztec superstition, however, sunk it far below the Christian. This was its cannibalism. 138, though, in truth, the Mexicans were not cannibals in the coarsest acceptation of the term. They did not feed on human flesh merely to gratify a brutish appetite, but in obedience to their religion. Their repasts were made of the victims whose blood had been poured out on the altar of sacrifice. This is a distinction worthy of notice. 139. Still, cannibalism, under any form or whatever sanction, cannot but have a fatal influence on the nation addicted to it. It suggests ideas so loathsome, so degrading to man, to his spiritual 100 and immortal nature, that it is impossible that people who practice it should make any great progress in moral or intellectual culture. The Mexicans furnish no exception to this remark. The civilization which they possessed descended from the Toltecs, a race who never stained their altars, still less their banquets, with the blood of man. 140. All that deserved the name of science in Mexico came from this source, and the crumbling ruins of edifices attributed to them, still extant in various parts of New Spain, show a decided superiority in their architecture over that of the later races of Anahuac. It is true, the Mexicans made great proficiency in many of the social and mechanic arts, in that material culture, if I may so call it, the natural growth of increasing opulence, which ministers to the gratification of the senses. In purely intellectual progress they were behind the Tezcacans, whose wise sovereigns came into the abominable rites of their neighbors with reluctance and practiced them on a much more moderate scale. 101-141. In this state of things, it was beneficently ordered by Providence that the land should be delivered over to another race, who would rescue it from the brutish superstitions that daily extended wider and wider with extent of empire. 142. The debasing institutions of the Aztecs furnish the best apology for their conquest. It is true, the conquerors brought along with them the Inquisition. But they also brought Christianity, whose benign radiance would still survive when the fierce flames of fanaticism should be extinguished, dispelling those dark forms of horror which had so long brooded over the fair region of Anahuac. The most important authority in the preceding chapter, and, indeed, wherever the Aztec religion is concerned, is Bernardino de Sahagun, a Franciscan friar, contemporary with the Conquest. His great work, Historia Universal de Nueva España, has been recently printed for the first time. The circumstances attending its compilation and subsequent fate form one of the most remarkable passages in literary history. Sahagun was born in a place of the same name, in Old Spain. He was educated at Salamanca, and, having taken the vows of Saint Francis, came over as a missionary to Mexico in the year 1529. Here he distinguished himself by his zeal, the purity of his life, and his unwearied exertions to spread the great truths of religion among the natives. He was the guardian of several conventual houses, successively, until he relinquished these cares, that he might devote himself 102, more unreservedly to the business of preaching, and of compiling various works designed to illustrate the antiquities of the Aztecs. For these literary labors he found some facilities in the situation which he continued to occupy, of reader, or lecturer, in the College of Santa Cruz, in the capital. The universal history was concocted in a singular manner. In order to secure to it the greatest possible authority, he passed some years in a Tezcucan town, where he conferred daily with a number of respectable natives unacquainted with Castilian. He propounded to them queries, which they, after deliberation, answered in their usual method of writing, by hieroglyphical paintings. These he submitted to other natives, who had been educated under his own eye in the College of Santa Cruz, and the latter, after a consultation among themselves, gave a written version, in the Mexican tongue, of the hieroglyphics. This process he repeated in another place, in some part of Mexico, and subjected the whole to a still further revision by a third body in another quarter. He finally arranged the combined results into a regular history, in the form it now bears, composing it in the Mexican language, which he could both write and speaks with great accuracy and elegance, greater, indeed, than any Spaniard of the time. The work presented a mass of curious information, that attracted much attention among his brethren. But they feared its influence in keeping alive in the natives a too vivid reminiscence of the very superstitions which it was the great object of the Christian clergy to eradicate. Sahagun had views more liberal than those of his order, whose blind zeal would willingly have annihilated every monument of art and human ingenuity which had not been produced under the influence of Christianity. They refused to allow him the necessary aid to transcribe his papers, which he had been so many years in preparing, under the pretext that the expense was too great for their order to incur. This occasioned a further delay of several years. What was worse, his provincial got possession of his manuscripts, which were soon scattered among the different religious houses in the country. In this forlorn state of his affairs, Sahagun drew up a brief statement of the nature and contents of his work, and forwarded it to Madrid. It fell into the hands of Don Juan de Ovando, president of the Council for the Indies, who was so much interested in it that he ordered the manuscripts to be restored to their author, with the request that he would at once set about translating them into Castilian. This was accordingly done. His papers were recovered, though not without the menace of ecclesiastical censures, and the octogenarian author began the work of translation from the Mexican, in which they had been originally written by him 30 years before. He had the satisfaction to complete the task, arranging the Spanish version in a parallel column with the original, and adding a vocabulary, explaining the difficult Aztec terms and phrases, while the text was supported by the numerous paintings on which it was founded. In 103, this form, making 2 bulky volumes in folio, it was sent to Madrid. There seemed now to be no further reason for postponing its publication, the importance of which could not be doubted. But from this moment it disappears, and we hear nothing further of it, for more than 2 centuries, except only as a valuable work, which had once existed and was probably buried in some one of the numerous cemeteries of learning in which Spain abounds. At length, towards the close of the last century, the indefatigable Munoz succeeded in disinterring the long-lost manuscript from the place tradition had assigned to it, the library of a convent at Tolosa, in Navarre, the northern extremity of Spain. With his usual ardor, he transcribed the whole work with his own hands, and added it to the inestimable collection, of which, alas, he was destined not to reap the full benefit himself. From this transcript Lord Kingsborough was enabled to procure a copy which was published in 1830, in the 6th volume of his magnificent compilation, In it he expresses an honest satisfaction at being the first to give Sahagun's works to the world. But in this supposition he was mistaken. The very year preceding, an edition of it, with annotations, appeared in Mexico, in 3 volumes octavo. It was prepared by Bustamante, a scholar to whose editorial activity his country is largely indebted, from a copy of the Munoz manuscript which came into his possession. Thus this remarkable work, which was denied the honors of the press during the author's lifetime, after passing into oblivion, reappeared, at the distance of nearly 3 centuries, not in his own country, but in foreign lands widely remote from each other, and that almost simultaneously. The story is extraordinary, though unhappily not so extraordinary in Spain as it would be elsewhere. Sahagun divided his history into 12 books. The first 11 are occupied with the social institutions of Mexico, and the last with the conquest. On the religion of the country he is particularly full. His great object evidently was, to give a clear view of its mythology, and of the burdensome ritual which belonged to it. Religion entered so intimately into the most private concerns and usages of the Aztecs, that Sahagun's work must be a textbook for every student of their antiquities. Torquemada availed himself of a manuscript copy, which fell into his hands before it was sent to Spain, to enrich his own pages, a circumstance more fortunate for his readers than for Sahagun's reputation, whose work, now that it is published, loses much of the originality and interest which would otherwise attach to it. In one respect it is invaluable, as presenting a complete collection of the various forms of prayer, accommodated to every possible emergency, in use by the Mexicans. They are often clothed in dignified and beautiful language, showing that sublime speculative tenets are quite compatible with the most degrading practices of superstition. It is much to be regretted that we have not the 18 hymns inserted by the author in his book, which would have particular interest, as the only specimen of devotional poetry pre-104 served of the Aztecs. The hieroglyphical paintings, which accompanied the text, are also missing. If they have escaped the hands of fanaticism, both may reappear at some future day. Sahagun produced several other works, of a religious or philological character. Some of these were voluminous, but none have been printed. He lived to a very advanced age, closing a life of activity and usefulness, in 1590, in the capital of Mexico. His remains were followed to the tomb by a numerous concourse of his own countrymen, and of the natives, who lamented in him the loss of unaffected piety, benevolence, and learning. 105. Chapter 4. Mexican Hieroglyphics, Manuscripts, Arithmetic, Chronology, Astronomy. It is a relief to turn from the gloomy pages of the preceding chapter to a brighter side of the picture, and to contemplate the same nation in its generous struggle to raise itself from a state of barbarism and to take a positive rank in the scale of civilization. It is not the less interesting that these efforts were made on an entirely new theatre of action, apart from those influences that operate in the Old World, the inhabitants of which, forming one great brotherhood of nations, are knit together by sympathies that make the faintest spark of knowledge, struck out in one quarter, spread gradually wider and wider, until it has diffused a cheering light over the remotest. It is curious to observe the human mind, in this new position, conforming to the same laws as on the ancient continent, and taking a similar direction in its first inquiries after truth, so similar, indeed, as, although not warranting, perhaps, the idea of imitation, to suggest at least that of a common origin. In the Eastern Hemisphere we find some nations, as the Greeks, for instance, early smitten with such a love of the beautiful as to be unwilling to dis 106pence with it even in the graver productions of science, and other nations, again, proposing a severer end to themselves, to which even imagination and elegant art were made subservient. The productions of such a people must be criticized, not by the ordinary rules of taste, but by their adaptation to the peculiar end for which they were designed. Such were the Egyptians in the Old World, 143, and the Mexicans in the New. We have already had occasion to notice the resemblance borne by the latter nation to the former in their religious economy. We shall be more struck with it in their scientific culture, especially their hieroglyphical writing and their astronomy. to describe actions and events by delineating visible objects seems to be a natural suggestion, and is practiced, after a certain fashion, by the rudest savages. The North American Indian carves an arrow on the bark of trees to show his followers the direction of his march, and some other sign to show the success of his expeditions. But to paint intelligibly a consecutive series of these actions, forming what Warburton has happily called picture writing 144, requires a combination of ideas 107, that amounts to a positively intellectual effort. Yet further, when the object of the painter, instead of being limited to the present, is to penetrate the past, and to gather from its dark recesses lessons of instruction for coming generations, we see the dawnings of a literary culture, and recognize the proof of a decided civilization in the attempt itself, however imperfectly it may be executed. The literal imitation of objects will not answer for this more complex and extended plan. It would occupy too much space, as well as time in the execution. It then becomes necessary to abridge the pictures, to confine the drawing to outlines, or to such prominent parts of the bodies delineated as may readily suggest the whole. This is the representative or figurative writing, which forms the lowest stage of hieroglyphics. But there are things which have no type in the material world, abstract ideas, which can only be represented by visible objects supposed to have some quality analogous to the idea intended. This constitutes symbolical writing, the most difficult of all to the interpreter, since the analogy between the material and immaterial object is often purely fanciful, or local in its application. Who, for instance, could suspect the association which made a beetle represent the universe, as with the Egyptians, or a serpent typify time, as with the Aztecs? The third and last division is the phonetic, in which signs are made to represent sounds, either entire words, or parts of them. This is the nearest approach of the hieroglyphical series to that beautiful invention, the alphabet, by which language is 108, resolved into its elementary sounds, and an apparatus supplied for easily and accurately expressing the most delicate shades of thought. The Egyptians were well skilled in all three kinds of hieroglyphics. But, although their public monuments display the first class, in their ordinary intercourse and written records it is now certain that they almost wholly relied on the phonetic character. Strange that, having thus broken down the thin partition which divided them from an alphabet, their latest monuments should exhibit no nearer approach to it than their earliest. 145. The Aztecs, also, were acquainted with the several varieties of hieroglyphics. But they relied on the figurative infinitely more than on the others. The Egyptians were at the top of the scale, the Aztecs at the bottom. In casting the eye over a Mexican manuscript, or map, as it is called, one is struck with the grotesque caricatures it exhibits of the human figure, monstrous, overgrown heads, on puny, misshapen bodies, which are themselves hard and angular in their outlines, and without the least skill in composition. On closer inspection, however, it is obvious that it is not so much a rude attempt to 109, delineate nature, as a conventional symbol, to express the idea in the most clear and forcible manner, in the same way as the pieces of similar value on a chessboard, while they correspond with one another in form, bear little resemblance, usually, to the objects they represent. Those parts of the figure are most distinctly traced which are the most important. So, also, the colouring, instead of the delicate gradations of nature, exhibits only gaudy and violent contrasts, such as may produce the most vivid impression. For even colours, as Gama observes, speak in the Aztec hieroglyphics. 146. But in the execution of all this the Mexicans were much inferior to the Egyptians. The drawings of the latter, indeed, are exceedingly defective, when criticized by the rules of art, for they were as ignorant of perspective as the Chinese, and only exhibited the head in profile, with the eye in the center, and with total absence of expression. But they handled the pencil more gracefully than the Aztecs, were more true to the natural forms of objects, and, above all, showed great superiority in abridging the original figure by giving only the outline, or some characteristic or essential feature. This simplified the process, and facilitated the communication of thought. An Egyptian text has almost the appearance of alphabetical writing in its regular lines of minute figures. A Mexican text looks usually like a collection of pictures, each one forming the subject of a separate study. This 110 is particularly the case with the delineations of mythology, in which the story is told by a conglomeration of symbols that may remind one more of the mysterious anaglyphs sculptured on the temples of the Egyptians than of their written records. The Aztecs had various emblems for expressing such things as, from their nature, could not be directly represented by the painter, as, for example, the years, months, days, the seasons, the elements, the heavens, and the like. A tongue denoted speaking, a footprint, traveling, a man sitting on the ground, an earthquake. These symbols were often very arbitrary, varying with the caprice of the writer, and it requires a nice discrimination to interpret them, as a slight change in the form or position of the figure intimated a very different meaning. 147. An ingenious writer asserts that the priests devised secret symbolic characters for the record of their religious mysteries. It is possible, but the researches of Champollion lead to the conclusion that the similar opinion formerly entertained respecting the Egyptian hieroglyphics is without foundation. 148. Lastly, they employed, as above stated, phonetic 111 signs, though these were chiefly confined to the names of persons and places, which, being derived from some circumstance or characteristic quality, were accommodated to the hieroglyphical system. Thus, the town Cymatlan was compounded of Cymatl, a root, which grew near it, and Tlan, signifying near, Tlaxcalan meant the place of bread, from its rich fields of corn, Xatzinco, a place surrounded by willows. The names of persons were often significant of their adventures and achievements. That of the great Tezcucan prince Nezelcoyotl signified hungry fox, intimating his sagacity, and his distresses in early life. 149. The emblems of such names were no sooner seen, than they suggested to every Mexican the person and place intended, and, when painted on their shields or embroidered on their banners, became the armorial bearings by which city and chieftain were distinguished, as in Europe in the age of chivalry. 150. But, although the Aztecs were instructed in all the varieties of hieroglyphical painting, they chiefly resorted to the clumsy method of direct representation. Had their empire lasted, like the 112 Egyptian, several thousand years, instead of the brief space of 200, they would doubtless, like them, have advanced to the more frequent use of the phonetic writing. But, before they could be made acquainted with the capabilities of their own system, the Spanish conquest, by introducing the European alphabet, supplied their scholars with a more perfect contrivance for expressing thought, which soon supplanted the ancient pictorial character. 151. Clumsy as it was, however, the Aztec picture writing seems to have been adequate to the demands of the nation, in their imperfect state of civilization. By means of it were recorded all their laws, and even their regulations for domestic economy, their tribute rolls, specifying the imposts of the various towns, their mythology, calendars, and rituals, their political annals, carried back to a period long before the foundation of the city. They digested a complete system of chronology, and could specify with accuracy the dates of the most important events in their history, the year being inscribed on the margin, against the particular circumstance recorded. It is true, history, thus executed, must necessarily be vague and fragmentary. Only a few leading incidents could be presented. But in this it did not differ much from the monkish chronicles of the Dark Ages, which often dispose of years in a few briefs and 113 tenses, quite long enough for the annals of barbarians. 152. In order to estimate aright the picture writing of the Aztecs, one must regard it in connection with oral tradition, to which it was auxiliary. In the colleges of the priests the youth were instructed in astronomy, history, mythology, etc., and those who were to follow the profession of hieroglyphical painting were taught the application of the characters appropriated to each of these branches. In an historical work, one had charge of the chronology, another of the events. Every part of the labor was thus mechanically distributed. 153. The pupils, instructed in all that was before known in their several departments, were prepared to extend still further the boundaries of their imperfect science. The hieroglyphics served as a sort of 114 stenography, a collection of notes, suggesting to the initiated much more than could be conveyed by a literal interpretation. This combination of the written and the oral comprehended what may be called the literature of the Aztecs. 154. Their manuscripts were made of different materials, of cotton cloth, or skins nicely prepared, of a composition of silk and gum, but, for the most part, of a fine fabric from the leaves of the aloe, Agave americana, called by the natives muggy, which grows luxuriantly over the tablelands of Mexico. A sort of paper was made from it, resembling somewhat the Egyptian papyrus, 155, which, when properly dressed and polished, is said to have been more soft and beautiful than parchment. Some of the specimens, still existing, exhibit their original freshness, and the paintings on them retain their brilliancy of colors. They were sometimes 115, done up into rolls, but more frequently into volumes, of moderate size, in which the paper was shut up, like a folding screen, with a leaf or tablet of wood at each extremity, that gave the whole, when closed, the appearance of a book. The length of the strips was determined only by convenience. As the pages might be read and referred to separately, this form had obvious advantages over the rolls of the ancients. 156. At the time of the arrival of the Spaniards, great quantities of these manuscripts were treasured up in the country. Numerous persons were employed in painting, and the dexterity of their operations excited the astonishment of the conquerors. Unfortunately, this was mingled with other and unworthy feelings. The strange, unknown characters inscribed on them excited suspicion. They were looked on as magic scrolls, and were regarded in the same light with the idols and temples, as the symbols of a pestilent superstition that must be extirpated. The first Archbishop of Mexico, Don Juan de Zumarraga, a name that should be as immortal as that of Omar, collected these paintings from every quarter, especially from Tezcuco, the most cultivated capital in Anahuac, and the 116, great depository of the National Archives. He then caused them to be piled up in a mountain heap, as it is called by the Spanish writers themselves, in the marketplace of Tlatelolco, and reduced them all to ashes. 157. His greater countryman, Archbishop Ximenes, had celebrated a similar auto da fe of Arabic manuscripts, in Granada, some 20 years before. Never did fanaticism achieve two more signal triumphs than by the annihilation of so many curious monuments of human ingenuity and learning. 158. The unlettered soldiers were not slow in imitating the example of their prelate. Every chart and volume which fell into their hands was wantonly destroyed, so that, when the scholars of a later and more enlightened age anxiously sought to recover some of these memorials of civilization, nearly all had perished, and the few surviving were jealously hidden by the natives. 159. Through the indefatigable labors of a private individual, however, a 117 considerable collection was eventually deposited in the archives of Mexico, 160, but was so little heeded that some were plundered, others decayed piecemeal from the damps and mildews, and others, again, were used up as waste paper. 161. We contemplate with indignation the cruelties inflicted by the early conquerors. But indignation is qualified with contempt when we see them thus ruthlessly trampling out the spark of knowledge, the common boon and property of all mankind. We may well doubt which is the stronger claim to civilization, the victor or the vanquished. A few of the Mexican manuscripts have found their way, from time to time, to Europe, and are carefully preserved in the public libraries of its capitals. They are brought together in the magnificent work of Lord Kingsborough, but not one is there from Spain. The most important of them, for the light it throws on the Aztec institutions, is the Mendoza Codex, which, after its mysterious disappearance for more than a century, has at length reappeared in the Bodleian Library at Oxford. It has been several times engraved. 162. The 118, most brilliant in colouring, probably, is the Borgian collection, in Rome. 163. The most curious, however, is the Dresden Codex, which has excited less in 119 shun than it deserves. Although usually classed among Mexican manuscripts, it bears little resemblance to them in its execution. The figures of objects are more delicately drawn, and the characters, unlike the Mexican, appear to be purely arbitrary, and are possibly phonetic. 164. Their regular arrangement is quite equal to the Egyptian. The whole infers a much higher civilization than the Aztec, and offers abundant food for curious speculation. 165. Some few of these maps have interpretations annexed to them, which were obtained from the now 120 after the conquest. 166. The greater part are without any, and cannot now be unriddled. Had the Mexicans made free use of a phonetic alphabet, it might have been originally easy, by mastering the comparatively few signs employed in this kind of communication, to have got a permanent key to the whole. 167. A brief inscription has furnished a clue to the vast labyrinth of Egyptian hieroglyphics. But the Aztec characters, representing individuals, or, at most, species, require to be made out separately, a hopeless task, for which little aid is to be expected from the vague and general tenor of the few interpretations now existing. 121. There was, as already mentioned, until late in the last century, a professor in the University of Mexico, especially devoted to the study of the national picture writing. But, as this was with a view to legal proceedings, his information, probably, was limited to deciphering titles. In less than 100 years after the conquest, the knowledge of the hieroglyphics had so far declined that a diligent Tezcucan writer complains he could find in the country only 2 persons, both very aged, at all competent to interpret them. 168. It is not probable, therefore, that the art of reading these picture writings will ever be recovered, a circumstance certainly to be regretted. Not that the records of a semi-civilized people would be likely to contain any new truth or discovery important to human comfort or progress, but they could scarcely fail to throw some additional light on the previous history of the nation, and that of the more polished people who before occupied the country. 169. This would be still more probable, if any literary relics of their Toltec 122 predecessors were preserved, and, if report be true, an important compilation from this source was extant at the time of the invasion, and may have perhaps contributed to swell the Holocaust of Zumarraga. 170. It is no great stretch of fancy to suppose that such records might reveal the successive links in the mighty chain of migration of the primitive races, and, by carrying us back to the seat of their possessions in the Old World, have solved the mystery which has so long perplexed the 123, learned, in regard to the settlement and civilization of the New. 171. Besides the hieroglyphical maps, the traditions of the country were embodied in the songs and hymns, which, as already mentioned, were carefully taught in the public schools. These were various, embracing the mythic legends of a heroic age, the warlike achievements of their own, or the softer tales of love and pleasure. 172. Many of them were composed by scholars and persons of rank, and are cited as affording the most authentic record of events. 173. The Mexican dialect was rich and expressive, though inferior to the Tezcucan, the most polished of the idioms of Anahuac. None of the Aztec compositions have survived, but we can form some estimate of the general state of poetic culture. 124. From the odes which have come down to us from the royal house of Tezcuco. 174. Sahagun has furnished us with translations of their more elaborate prose, consisting of prayers and public discourses, which give a favorable idea of their eloquence, and show that they paid much attention to rhetorical effect. They are said to have had, also, something like theatrical exhibitions, of a pantomimic sort, in which the faces of the performers were covered with masks, and the figures of birds or animals were frequently represented, an imitation to which they may have been led by the familiar delineation of such objects in their hieroglyphics. 175. In all this we see the dawning of a literary culture, surpassed, however, by their attainments in the severer walks of mathematical science. They devised a system of notation in their arithmetic sufficiently simple, The first 20 numbers were expressed by a corresponding number of dots. The first 5 had specific names, after which they were represented by combining the fifth with one of the 4 preceding, as 5 and 1 for 6, 5 and 2 for 7, and so on. 10 and 15 had each a separate name, which was also combined with the first 4, to express a higher quantity. These 4, therefore, were the radical characters of their oral arithmetic, in the same manner as they were of the written with the ancient Romans. A 125, more simple arrangement, probably, than any existing among Europeans. 176, 20 was expressed by a separate hieroglyphic A flag. Larger sums were reckoned by 20s, and, in writing, by repeating the number of flags. The square of 20, 400, had a separate sign, that of a plume, and so had the cube of 20, or 8,000, which was denoted by a purse, or sack. This was the whole arithmetical apparatus of the Mexicans, by the combination of which they were enabled to indicate any quantity. For greater expedition, they used to denote fractions of the larger sums by drawing only a part of the object. Thus, half or 3/4 of a plume, or of a purse, represented that proportion of their respective sums, and so on. 177. With all this, the machinery will appear very awkward to us, who perform our operations with so much ease by means of the Arabic or, rather, Indian ciphers. It is not much more awkward, however, than the system pursued by the great mathematicians of antiquity, unacquainted with the brilliant invention, which has given a new aspect to mathematical science, of determining the value, in a great measure, by the relative position of the figures. In the measurement of time, the Aztecs adjusted 126, their civil year by the solar. They divided it into 18 months of 20 days each. Both months and days were expressed by peculiar hieroglyphics, those of the former often intimating the season of the year, like the French months at the period of the Revolution. 5 complementary days, as in Egypt, 178, were added, to make up the full number of 365. They belonged to no month, and were regarded as peculiarly unlucky. A month was divided into 4 weeks, of 5 days each, on the last of which was the public fair, or market day. 179. This arrangement, differing from that of the nations of the old continent, whether of Europe or Asia, 180, has the advantage of giving an equal number of days to each month, and of comprehending entire weeks, without a fraction, both in the months and in the year. 181. As the year is composed of nearly 6 hours 127, more than 365 days, there still remained in excess, which, like other nations who have framed a calendar, they provided for by intercalation, not, indeed, every 4th year, as the Europeans, 182, but at longer intervals, like some of the Asiatics. 183, they waited till the expiration of 52 vague years, when they interposed 13 days, or rather 12.5, this being the number which had fallen in arrear. Had they inserted the 13, it would have been too much, since the annual excess over 365 is about 11 minutes less than 6 hours. But, as their calendar at the time of the Conquest was found to correspond with the European, making allowance for the subsequent Gregorian reform, they would seem to have adopted the shorter period of 12 days and a half, 128, 184, which brought them, within an almost inappreciable fraction, to the exact length of the tropical year, as established by the most accurate observations. 185, indeed, the intercalation of 25 days in every 104 years shows a nicer adjustment of civil to solar time than is presented by any European calendar, since more than 5 centuries must elapse before the loss of an entire day. 186. Such was the astonishing precision displayed by the Aztecs, or, perhaps, by their more polished Toltec predecessors, in these computations, so difficult as to have baffled, till a comparatively recent period, the most enlightened nations of Christendom. 129. 187. The chronological system of the Mexicans, by which they determined the date of any particular event, was also very remarkable. The epoch from which they reckoned corresponded with the year 1091 of the Christian era. It was the period of the reform of their calendar, soon after their migration from Aztlan. They threw the years, as already noticed, into great cycles, of 52 each, which they called sheafs, or bundles, and represented by a quantity of reeds bound together by a string. As often as this hieroglyphic occurs in their maps, it shows the number of half-centuries. To enable them to specify any particular year, they divided the great cycle into 4 130 smaller cycles, or editions, of 13 years each. They then adopted 2 periodical series of signs, one consisting of the numerical dots, up to 13, the other, of 4 hieroglyphics of the years. 188, these latter they repeated in regular succession, setting against each one a number of the corresponding series of dots, continued also in regular succession up to 13. The same system was pursued through the 4 editions, which thus, it will be observed, began always with a different hieroglyphic of the year from the preceding, and in this way each of the hieroglyphics was made to combine successively with each of the numerical signs, but never twice with the same, since 4 and 13, the factors of 52, the number of years in the cycle, must admit of just as many combinations as are equal to their product. Thus every year had its appropriate symbol, by which it was at once recognized. And this symbol, preceded by the proper number of bundles indicating the half-centuries, showed the precise term which had elapsed since the national epoch of 1091. 189, the ingenious contrivance of a periodical series, in place of the cumbrous system of Hiero 131 glyphical notation, is not peculiar to the Aztecs, and is to be found among various nations on the 132 Asiatic continent, the same in principle, though varying materially in arrangement. 190. The solar calendar above described might have answered all the purposes of the people, but the priests chose to construct another for themselves. This was called a lunar reckoning, though nowise accommodated to the revolutions of the moon. 191, it was formed, also, of 2 periodical series, one of them consisting of 13 numerical signs, or dots, the other, of the 20 hieroglyph 133x of the days. But, as the product of these combinations would be only 260, and as some confusion might arise from the repetition of the same terms for the remaining 105 days of the year, they invented a 3rd series, consisting of 9 additional hieroglyphics, which, alternating with the 2 preceding series, rendered it impossible that the 3 should coincide twice in the same year, or indeed in less than 2,340 days, since 20 times 13 times 9 equals 2,340. 192, 13 was a mystic number, of frequent use in their tables. 193, why they resorted to that of 9, on this occasion, is not so clear. 194. This second calendar rouses a holy indignation in the early Spanish missionaries, and Father Sagan loudly condemns it, as most unhallowed, since it is founded neither on natural reason, nor on the influence of the planets, nor on a true course of the year, but is plainly the work of necromancy, and the fruit of a compact with the devil. 195. One may doubt whether the superstition of those who invented the scheme was greater than that of those who thus impugned it. At all events, we may, without having recourse to supernatural agency, find in the human heart a sufficient explanation of its origin, in that love of power, that has led the priesthood of many a faith to effect a mystery the key to which was in their own keeping. By means of this calendar, the Aztec priests kept their own records, regulated the festivals and seasons of sacrifice, and made all their astrological calculations. 196. The false science of astrology is 135, natural to a state of society partially civilized, where the mind, impatient of the slow and cautious examination by which alone it can arrive at truth, launches at once into the regions of speculation, and rashly attempts to lift the veil, the impenetrable veil, which is drawn around the mysteries of nature. It is the characteristic of true science to discern the impassable, but not very obvious, limits which divide the province of reason from that of speculation. Such knowledge comes tardily. How many ages have rolled away, in which powers that, rightly directed, might have revealed the great laws of nature, have been wasted in brilliant but barren reveries on alchemy and astrology. The latter is more particularly the study of a primitive age, when the mind, incapable of arriving at the stupendous fact that the myriads of minute lights glowing in the firmament are the centers of systems as glorious as our own, is naturally led to speculate on their probable uses, and to connect them in some way or other with man, for whose convenience every other object in the universe seems to have been created. As the eye of the simple child of nature watches, through the long nights, the stately march of the heavenly bodies, and sees the bright hosts coming up, one after another, and changing with the changing seasons of the year, he naturally associates them with those seasons, as the periods over which they hold a mysterious influence. In the same manner, he connects their appearance with any interesting 136 event of the time, and explores, in their flaming characters, the destinies of the newborn infant. 197. Such is the origin of astrology, the false lights of which have continued from the earliest ages to dazzle and bewilder mankind, till they have faded away in the superior illumination of a comparatively recent period. The astrological scheme of the Aztecs was founded less on the planetary influences than on those of the arbitrary signs they had adopted for the months and days. The character of the leading sign in each lunar cycle of 13 days gave a complexion to the whole, though this was qualified in some degree by the signs of the succeeding days, as well as by those of the hours. It was in adjusting these conflicting forces that the great art of the diviner was shown. In no country, not even in ancient Egypt, were the dreams of the astrologer more implicitly deferred to. On the birth of a child, he was instantly summoned. The time of the event was accurately ascertained, and the family hung in trembling suspense, as the minister of heaven cast the horoscope of the infant and unrolled the dark volume of destiny. The influence of the priest was confessed by the Mexican in the very first breath which he inhaled. 137-198. We know little further of the astronomical attainments of the Aztecs. That they were acquainted with the cause of eclipses is evident from the representation, on their maps, of the disk of the moon projected on that of the sun. 199. Whether they had arranged a system of constellations is uncertain, though that they recognized some of the most obvious, as the Pleiades, for example, is evident from the fact that they regulated their festivals by them. We know of no astronomical instruments used by them, except the dial. 200. An immense circular block of carved stone, disinterred in 1790, in the Great Square of Mexico, has supplied an acute and learned scholar with the means of establishing some interesting facts and 138 regard to Mexican science. 201. This colossal fragment, on which the calendar 202 is engraved, shows that they had the means of settling the hours of the day with precision, the periods of the solstices and of the equinoxes, and that of the transit of the sun across the zenith of Mexico. 203. We cannot contemplate the astronomical science of the Mexicans, so disproportioned to their progress in other walks of civilization, without astonishment. An acquaintance with some of the more obvious principles of astronomy is within the reach of the rudest people. With a little care, they may learn to connect the regular changes of the seasons 139, with those of the place of the sun at his rising and setting. They may follow the march of the great luminary through the heavens, by watching the stars that first brighten on his evening track or fade in his morning beams. They may measure a revolution of the moon, by marking her phases, and may even form a general idea of the number of such revolutions in a solar year. But that they should be capable of accurately adjusting their festivals by the movements of the heavenly bodies, and should fix the true length of the tropical year, with a precision unknown to the great philosophers of antiquity, could be the result only of a long series of nice and patient observations, evincing no slight progress in civilization. 204. But whence could the rude inhabitants of these mountain regions have derived this curious erudition? Not from the barbarous hordes who roamed over the higher latitudes of the north, nor from the more polished traces on the southern continent, with whom, it is apparent, they had no intercourse. If we are driven, in our embarrassment, like the greatest astronomer of our age, to seek the solution among the civilized communities of Asia, we shall still be perplexed by finding, amidst general resemblance of outline, sufficient discrepancy in the details to 140, vindicate, in the judgments of many, the Aztec claim to originality. 205. I shall conclude the account of Mexican science with that of a remarkable festival, celebrated by the natives at the termination of the great cycle of 52 years. We have seen, in the preceding chapter, their tradition of the destruction of the world at 4 successive epochs. They looked forward confidently to another such catastrophe, to take place, like the preceding, at the close of a cycle, when the sun was to be effaced from the heavens, the human race from the earth, and when the darkness of chaos was to settle on the habitable globe. The cycle would end in the latter part of December, and as the dreary season of the winter solstice approached, and the diminished light of day gave melancholy presage of its speedy extinction, their apprehensions increased, and on the arrival of the 5 unlucky days which closed the year they abandoned themselves to despair. 206. They broke in pieces the little images of their household gods, in whom they no longer trusted. The holy fires were suffered to go out in the temples, and none were lighted in their own dwellings. Their furniture and domestic utensils were destroyed, their garments torn in pieces, and everything was thrown into disorder, for the coming of 141, the evil genii who were to descend on the desolate earth. On the evening of the last day, a procession of priests, assuming the dress and ornaments of their gods, moved from the capital towards a lofty mountain, about 2 leagues distant. They carried with them a noble victim, the flower of their captives, and an apparatus for kindling the new fire, the success of which was an augury of the renewal of the cycle. On reaching the summit of the mountain, the procession paused till midnight, when, as the constellation of the Pleiades approached the zenith, 207, the new fire was kindled by the friction of the sticks placed on the wounded breast of the victim. 208, the flame was soon communicated to a funeral pile, on which the body of the slaughtered captive was thrown. As the light streamed up towards heaven, shouts of joy and triumph burst forth from the countless multitudes who covered the hills, the terraces of the temples, and the housetops, with eyes anxiously bent on the Mount of Sacrifice. Couriers, with torches lighted at the blazing beacon, rapidly bore them 142, over every part of the country, and the cheering element was seen brightening on altar and hearthstone, for the circuit of many a league, long before the sun, rising on his accustomed track, gave assurance that a new cycle had commenced its march, and that the laws of nature were not to be reversed for the Aztecs. The following 13 days were given up to festivity. The houses were cleansed and whitened. The broken vessels were replaced by new ones. The people, dressed in their gayest apparel, and crowned with garlands and chaplets of flowers, thronged in joyous procession to offer up their oblations and thanksgivings in the temples. Dances and games were instituted, emblematical of the regeneration of the world. It was the carnival of the Aztecs, or rather the national jubilee, the great secular festival, like that of the Romans, or ancient Etruscans, which few alive had witnessed before, or could expect to see again. 209. M. de Humboldt remarked, many years ago, it were to be wished that some government would publish at its own expense the remains of the ancient American civilization, for it is only by the comparison of several monuments that we can succeed in discovering the meaning of these allegories, which are partly astronomical and partly mystic. This enlightened wish has now been realized, not by any 143 government, but by a private individual, Lord Kingsborough. The great work published under his auspices, and so often cited in this introduction, appeared in London in 1830. When completed it will reach to 9 volumes, 7 of which are now before the public. Some idea of its magnificence may be formed by those who have not seen it, from the fact that copies of it, with coloured plates, sold originally at £175, and, with uncoloured, at £120, the price has been since much reduced. It is designed to exhibit a complete view of the ancient Aztec MSS, with such few interpretations as exist, the beautiful drawings of Castaneda relating to Central America, with the commentary of Dupaix, the unpublished history of Father Sahagun, and, last, not least, the copious annotations of his lordship. Too much cannot be said of the mechanical execution of the book, its splendid typography, the apparent accuracy and the delicacy of the drawings, and the sumptuous quality of the materials. Yet the purchaser would have been saved some superfluous expense, and the reader much inconvenience, if the letterpress had been in volumes of an ordinary size. But it is not uncommon, in works on this magnificent plan, to find utility in some measure sacrificed to show. The collection of Aztec MSS, if not perfectly complete, is very extensive, and reflects great credit on the diligence and research of the compiler. It strikes one as strange, however, that not a single document should have been drawn from Spain. Peter Martyr speaks of a number having been brought thither in his time, though in Soli Snooper Inventis, p. 368, the Marquis Spina to examine one in the Escorial, being the same with the Mendoza Codex, and perhaps the original, since that at Oxford is but a copy. Lectures, Lect. 7. Mr. Wadilove, chaplain of the British Embassy to Spain, gave a particular account of one to Dr. Robertson, which he saw in the same library and considered an Aztec calendar. Indeed, it is scarcely possible that the frequent voyages to the New World should not have furnished the mother country with abundant specimens of this most interesting feature of Aztec civilization. Nor should we fear that the present liberal government would seclude these treasures from the inspection of the scholar. Much cannot be said in favor of the arrangement of these codices. In some of them, as the Mendoza Codex, for example, the plates are not even numbered, and one who would study them by the corresponding interpretation must often bewilder himself in the maze of hieroglyphics, without a clue to guide him. Neither is there any attempt to enlighten us as to the positive value and authenticity of the respective documents, or even their previous history, beyond a barren reference to the particular library from which they have been borrowed. Little light, indeed, can be expected on these matters, but we have not that little. The defect of arrangement is chargeable on other parts of the work. Thus, for instance, the 6th book of Sahagun is transferred from the body of the history to which it belongs, to a preceding volume, while the grand hypothesis of his 144, Lordship, for which the work was concocted, is huddled into notes, hitched on random passages of the text, with a good deal less connection than the stories of Queen Scheherazade, in the Arabian Nights, and not quite so entertaining. The drift of Lord Kingsborough's speculations is, to establish the colonization of Mexico by the Israelites. To this the whole battery of his logic and learning is directed. For this, hieroglyphics are unriddled, manuscripts compared, monuments delineated. His theory, however, whatever be its merits, will scarcely become popular, since, instead of being exhibited in a clear and comprehensive form, readily embraced by the mind, it is spread over an infinite number of notes, thickly sprinkled with quotations from languages ancient and modern, till a weary reader, floundering about in the ocean of fragments, with no light to guide him, feels like Milton's devil, working his way through chaos. Neither sea, nor good dry land, nigh founded, on he fares. It would be unjust, however, not to admit that the noble author, if his logic is not always convincing, shows much acuteness in detecting analogies, that he displays familiarity with his subject, and a find of erudition, though it often runs to waste, that, whatever be the defects of arrangement, he has brought together a most rich collection of unpublished materials to illustrate the Aztec and, in a wider sense, American antiquities, and that by this munificent undertaking, which no government, probably, would have, and few individuals could have, executed, he has entitled himself to the lasting gratitude of every friend of science. Another writer whose works must be diligently consulted by every student of Mexican antiquities is Antonio Gama. His life contains as few incidents as those of most scholars. He was born at Mexico, in 1735, of a respectable family, and was bred to the law. He early showed a preference for mathematical studies, conscious that in this career lay his strength. In 1771 he communicated his observations on the eclipse of that year to the French astronomer M. de Lalande, who published them in Paris, with high commendations of the author. Gama's increasing reputation attracted the attention of government, and he was employed by it in various scientific labors of importance. His great passion, however, was the study of Indian antiquities. He made himself acquainted with the history of the native races, their traditions, their languages, and, as far as possible, their hieroglyphics. He had an opportunity of showing the fruits of this preparatory training, and his skill as an antiquary, on the discovery of the great calendar stone, in 1790. He produced a masterly treatise on this, and another Aztec monument, explaining the objects to which they were devoted, and pouring a flood of light on the astronomical science of the aborigines, their mythology, and their astrological system. He afterwards continued his investigation 145 shans in the same path, and wrote treatises on the dial, hieroglyphics, and arithmetic of the Indians. These, however, were not given to the world till a few years since, when they were published, together with a reprint of the former work, under the auspices of the industrious Bustamante. Gama died in 1802, leaving behind him a reputation for great worth in private life, one in which the bigotry that seems to enter too frequently into the character of the Spanish Mexican was tempered by the liberal feelings of a man of science. His reputation as a writer stands high for patient acquisition, accuracy, and acuteness. His conclusions are neither warped by the love of theory so common in the philosopher, nor by the easy credulity so natural to the antiquary. He feels his way with the caution of a mathematician, whose steps are demonstrations. M. de Humboldt was largely indebted to his first work, as he has emphatically acknowledged. But, notwithstanding the eulogiums of this popular writer, and his own merits, Gama's treatises are rarely met with out of New Spain, and his name can hardly be said to have a transatlantic reputation. 146. Chapter 5. Aztec Agriculture, Mechanical Arts, Merchants, Domestic Manners. It is hardly possible that a nation so far advanced as the Aztecs in mathematical science should not have made considerable progress in the mechanical arts, which are so nearly connected with it. Indeed, intellectual progress of any kind implies a degree of refinement that requires a certain cultivation of both useful and elegant art. The savage wandering through the wide forest, without shelter for his head or raiment for his back, knows no other wants than those of animal appetites, and, when they are satisfied, seems to himself to have answered the only ends of existence. But man, in society, feels numerous desires, and artificial tastes spring up, accommodated to the various relations in which he is placed, and perpetually stimulating his invention to devise new expedients to gratify them. There is a wide difference in the mechanical skill of different nations, but the difference is still greater in the inventive power which directs this skill and makes it available. Some nations seem to have no power beyond that of imitation, or, if they possess invention, have it in so low a degree that 147, they are constantly repeating the same idea, without a shadow of alteration or improvement. As the bird builds precisely the same kind of nest which those of its own species built at the beginning of the world. Such, for example, are the Chinese, who have probably been familiar for ages with the germs of some discoveries, 210, of little practical benefit to themselves, but which, under the influence of European genius, have reached a degree of excellence that has wrought an important change in the constitution of society. Far from looking back and forming itself slavishly on the past, it is characteristic of the European intellect to be ever on the advance. Old discoveries become the basis of new ones. It passes onward from truth to truth, connecting the whole by a succession of links, as it were, into the great chain of science which is to encircle and bind together the universe. The light of learning is shed over the labors of art. New avenues are opened for the communication both of person and of thought. New facilities are devised for subsistence. Personal comforts, of every kind, are inconceivably multiplied, and brought within the reach of the poorest. Secure of these, the thoughts travel into a nobler region than that of the senses, and the appliances of art are made to minister to the demands of an elegant taste and a higher moral culture. The same enlightened spirit, applied to agriculture, raises it from a mere mechanical drudgery, or the barren formula of traditional precepts, to 148, the dignity of a science. As the composition of the earth is analyzed, Man learns the capacity of the soil that he cultivates, and, as his empire is gradually extended over the elements of nature, he gains the power to stimulate it to her most bountiful and various production. It is with satisfaction that we can turn to the land of our fathers, as the one in which the experiment has been conducted on the broadest scale and attended with results that the world has never before witnessed. With equal truth, we may point to the Anglo-Saxon race in both hemispheres, as it whose enterprising genius has contributed most essentially to the great interests of humanity, by the application of science to the useful arts. Husbandry, to a very limited extent, indeed, was practiced by most of the rude tribes of North America. Wherever a natural opening in the forest, or a rich strip of interval, met their eyes, or a green slope was found along the rivers, they planted it with beans and Indian corn. 211. The cultivation was slovenly in the extreme, and could not secure the improvident natives from the frequent recurrence of desolating famines. Still, that they tilled the soil at all was a peculiarity which honorably distinguished them from other tribes of hunters, and raised them one degree higher in the scale of civilization. 149. Agriculture in Mexico was in the same advanced state as the other arts of social life. In few countries, indeed, has it been more respected. It was closely interwoven with the civil and religious institutions of the nation. There were peculiar deities to preside over it. The names of the months and of the religious festivals had more or less reference to it. The public taxes, as we have seen, were often paid in agricultural produce. All except the soldiers and great nobles, even the inhabitants of the cities, cultivated the soil. The work was chiefly done by the men, the women scattering the seed, husking the corn, and taking part only in the lighter labors of the field. 212. In this they presented an honorable contrast to the other tribes of the continent, who imposed the burden of agriculture, severe as it is in the north, on their women. 213. Indeed, the sex was as tenderly regarded by the Aztecs in this matter, as it is, in most parts of Europe, at the present day. There was no want of judgment in the management of their ground. When somewhat exhausted, 150, it was permitted to recover by lying fallow. Its extreme dryness was relieved by canals, with which the land was partially irrigated, and the same end was promoted by severe penalties against the destruction of the woods, with which the country, as already noticed, was well covered before the conquest. Lastly, they provided for their harvest sample granaries, which were admitted by the conquerors to be of admirable construction. In this provision we see the forecast of civilized man. 214. Among the most important articles of husbandry, we may notice the banana, whose facility of cultivation and exuberant returns are so fatal to habits of systematic and hardy industry. 215. Another celebrated plant was the cacao, the fruit of which furnished the chocolate from the Mexican chocolate now so common a beverage throughout Europe. 216. The vanilla, confined to a small district of the seacoast, was used for the same purposes, of flavoring their food and drink, as with us. 217. The great staple of the country, as, indeed, of the 151, American continent, was maize, or Indian corn. 218, which grew freely along the valleys, and up the steep sides of the Cordilleras to the high level of the tableland. The Aztecs were as curious in its preparation, and as well instructed in its manifold uses, as the most expert New England housewife. Its gigantic stalks, in these equinoctial regions, afford a saccharine matter, not found to the same extent in northern latitudes, and supplied the natives with sugar little inferior to that of the cane itself, which was not introduced among them till after the conquest. 219. But the miracle of nature was the great Mexican aloe, or maguey, whose clustering pyramids of flowers, towering above their dark coronals of leaves, were seen sprinkled over many a broad acre of the tableland. As we have already noticed, its bruised leaves afforded a paste from which paper was manufactured. 220. Its 152, juice was fermented into an intoxicating beverage, pulque, of which the natives, to this day, are excessively fond. 221. Its leaves further supplied an impenetrable thatch for the more humble dwellings, thread, of which coarse stuffs were made, and strong cords were drawn from its tough and twisted fibers. Pins and needles were made of the thorns at the extremity of its leaves, and the root, when properly cooked, was converted into a palatable and nutritious food. The agave, 222, in short, was meat, drink, clothing, and writing materials for the Aztec. Surely, never did nature enclose in so compact a form so many of the elements of human comfort and civilization. 153 223. It would be obviously out of place to enumerate in these pages all the varieties of plants, many of them of medicinal virtue, which have been introduced from Mexico into Europe. Still less can I attempt a catalogue of its flowers, which, with their variegated and gaudy colors, form the greatest attraction of our greenhouses. The opposite climates embraced within the narrow latitudes of New Spain have given to it, probably, the richest and most diversified flora to be found in any country on the globe. These different products were systematically arranged by the Aztecs, who understood their properties, and collected them into nurseries, more extensive than any then existing in the Old World. It is not improbable that they suggested the idea of those gardens of plants which were introduced into Europe not many years after the Conquest. 224. The Mexicans were as well acquainted with the mineral as with the vegetable treasures of their kingdom. Silver, lead, and tin they drew from the mines of Tasco, copper from the mountains of 154, Zacatlan. These were taken not only from the crude masses on the surface, but from veins wrought in the solid rock, into which they opened extensive galleries. In fact, the traces of their labors furnished the best indications for the early Spanish miners. 225. Gold, found on the surface, or gleaned from the beds of rivers, was cast into bars, or, in the form of dust, made part of the regular tribute of the southern provinces of the empire. The use of iron, with which the soil was impregnated, was unknown to them. Notwithstanding its abundance, it demands so many processes to prepare it for use that it has commonly been one of the last metals pressed into the service of man. The age of iron has followed that of brass, in fact as well as in fiction. 155 226. They found a substitute in an alloy of tin and copper, and, with tools made of this bronze, could cut not only metals, but, with the aid of a silicious dust, the hardest substances, as basalt, porphyry, amethysts, and emeralds. 227. They fashioned these last, which were found very large, into many curious and fantastic forms. They cast, also, vessels of gold and silver, carving them with their metallic chisels in a very delicate manner. Some of the silver vases were so large that a man could not encircle them with his arms. They imitated very nicely the figures of animals, and, what was extraordinary, could mix the metals in such a manner that the feathers of a bird, or the scales of a fish, should be alternately of gold and silver. The Spanish goldsmiths admitted their superiority over themselves in these ingenious works. 228. They employed another tool, made of etzli, or obsidian, a dark transparent mineral, exceedingly hard, found in abundance in the hills. They 156, made it into knives, razors, and their serrated swords. It took a keen edge, though soon blunted. With this they wrought the various stones and alabasters employed in the construction of their public works and principal dwellings. I shall defer a more particular account of these to the body of the narrative, and will only add here that the entrances and angles of the buildings were profusely ornamented with images, sometimes of their fantastic deities, and frequently of animals. 229. The latter were executed with great accuracy. The former, according to Torquemada, were the hideous reflection of their own souls. And it was not till after they had been converted to Christianity that they could model the true figure of a man. 230. The old chronicler's facts are well founded, whatever we may think of his reasons. The allegorical phantasms of his religion, no doubt, gave a direction to the Aztec artist, in his delineation of the human figure, supplying him with an imaginary beauty in the personification of divinity itself. As these superstitions lost their hold on his mind, it opened to the influences of a purer taste, and, after the Conquest, The Mexicans furnished many examples of correct, and some of beautiful, portraiture. Sculptured images were so numerous that the foundations of the cathedral in the Plaza Mayor, the great square of Mexico, are said to be entirely 157, composed of them. 231. This spot may, indeed, be regarded as the Aztec Forum, the great depository of the treasures of ancient sculpture, which now lie hid in its bosom. Such monuments are spread all over the capital, however, and a new cellar can hardly be dug, or foundation laid, without turning up some of the mouldering relics of barbaric art. But they are little heeded, and, if not wantonly broken in pieces at once, are usually worked into the rising wall or supports of the new edifice. 232. Two celebrated bas-reliefs of the last Montezuma and his father, cut in the solid rock, in the beautiful groves of Chapultepec, were deliberately destroyed, as late as the 18th century, by order of the government. 233. The monuments of the barbarian meet with as little respect from civilized man as those of the civilized man from the barbarian. 234. The most remarkable piece of sculpture yet disinterred is the great calendar stone, noticed in the preceding chapter. It consists of dark porphyry, and in its original dimensions, as taken from the 158 quarry, is computed to have weighed nearly 50 tons. It was transported from the mountains beyond Lake Chaco, a distance of many leagues, over a broken country intersected by watercourses and canals. In crossing a bridge which traversed one of these latter, in the capital, the supports gave way, and the huge mass was precipitated into the water, whence it was with difficulty recovered. The fact that so enormous a fragment of porphyry could be thus safely carried for leagues, in the face of such obstacles, and without the aid of cattle, for the Aztecs, as already mentioned, had no animals of draught, suggests to us no mean ideas of their mechanical skill, and of their machinery, and implies a degree of cultivation little inferior to that demanded for the geometrical and astronomical science displayed in the inscriptions on this very stone. 235–236. The ancient Mexicans made utensils of earthenware for the ordinary purposes of domestic life, 159, numerous specimens of which still exist. 237. They made cups and vases of a lacquered or painted wood, impervious to wet and gaudily colored. Their dyes were obtained from both mineral and vegetable substances. Among them was the rich crimson of the cochineal, the modern rival of the famed Tyrian purple. It was introduced into Europe from Mexico, where the curious little insect was nourished with great care on plantations of cactus, since fallen into neglect. 238. The natives were thus enabled to give a brilliant coloring to the webs which were manufactured, of every degree of fineness, from the cotton raised in abundance throughout the warmer regions of the country. They had the art, also, of interweaving with these the delicate hair of rabbits and other animals, which made a cloth of great warmth as well as beauty, of a kind altogether original, and on this they often laid a rich embroidery, of birds, flowers, or some other fanciful device. 160–239. But the art in which they most delighted was their plume, or featherwork. With this they could produce all the effect of a beautiful mosaic. The gorgeous plumage of the tropical birds, especially of the parrot tribe, afforded every variety of color, and the fine down of the hummingbird, which reveled in swarms among the honeysuckle bowers of Mexico, supplied them with soft aerial tints that gave an exquisite finish to the picture. The feathers, pasted on a fine cotton web, were wrought into dresses for the wealthy, hangings for apartments, and ornaments for the temples. No one of the American fabrics excited such admiration in Europe, where the numerous specimens were sent by the conquerors. It is to be regretted that so graceful an art should have been suffered to fall into decay. 240. There were no shops in Mexico, but the various 161 manufactures and agricultural products were brought together for sale in the great marketplaces of the principal cities. Fairs were held there every 5th day, and were thronged by a numerous concourse of persons, who came to buy or sell from all the neighboring country. A particular quarter was allotted to each kind of article. The numerous transactions were conducted without confusion, and with entire regard to justice, under the inspection of magistrates appointed for the purpose. The traffic was carried on partly by barter, and partly by means of a regulated currency, of different values. This consisted of transparent quills of gold dust, of bits of tin, cut in the form of a T, and of bags of cacao, containing a specified number of grains. "Blessed money," exclaims Peter Martyr, "which exempts its possessors from avarice, since it cannot be long hoarded, nor hidden underground." 241. There did not exist in Mexico that distinction of castes found among the Egyptian and Asiatic nations. It was usual, however, for the son to follow the occupation of his father. The different trades were arranged into something like guilds, each having a particular district of the city appropriated 162 to it, with its own chief, its own tutelar deity, its peculiar festivals, and the like. Trade was held in avowed estimation by the Aztecs. "Apply thyself, my son," was the advice of an aged chief, "to agriculture, or to featherwork, or some other honorable calling. Thus did your ancestors before you. Else how would they have provided for themselves and their families? Never was it heard that nobility alone was able to maintain its possessor." 242. Shrewd maxims, that must have sounded somewhat strange in the ear of a Spanish hidalgo. 243. But the occupation peculiarly respected was that of the merchant. It formed so important and singular a feature of their social economy as to merit a much more particular notice than it has received from historians. The Aztec merchant was a sort of itinerant trader, who made his journeys to the remotest borders of Anahuac, and to the countries beyond, carrying with him merchandise of rich stuffs, jewelry, slaves, and other valuable commodities. The slaves were obtained at the great market of Azcapotzalco, not many leagues from the capital, where fairs were regularly held for the sale of these unfortunate beings. They were brought thither by their masters, dressed in their gayest apparel, and instructed to sing, dance, and 163, display their little stock of personal accomplishments, so as to recommend themselves to the purchaser. Slave dealing was an honorable calling among the Aztecs. 244. With this rich freight, the merchant visited the different provinces, always bearing some present of value from his own sovereign to their chiefs, and usually receiving others in return, with a permission to trade. Should this be denied him, or should he meet with indignity or violence, he had the means of resistance in his power. He performed his journeys with a number of companions of his own rank, and a large body of inferior attendants who were employed to transport the goods. 50 or 60 pounds were the usual load for a man. The whole caravan went armed, and so well provided against sudden hostilities that they could make good their defense, if necessary, till reinforced from home. In one instance, a body of these militant traders stood a siege of 4 years in the town of Ayatlan, which they finally took from the enemy. 245. Their own government, however, was always prompt to embark in a war on this ground, finding it a very convenient pretext for extending the Mexican Empire. It was not unusual to allow the merchants to raise levies themselves, which were placed under their command. It was, moreover, very common for the prince to employ the merchants as a sort of spies, to furnish him information of the state of the countries through which they passed, 164, and the dispositions of the inhabitants towards himself. 246. Thus their sphere of action was much enlarged beyond that of a humble trader, and they acquired a high consideration in the body politic. They were allowed to assume insignia and devices of their own. Some of their number composed what is called by the Spanish writers a council of finance, at least, this was the case in Tezcuco. 247, they were much consulted by the monarch, who had some of them constantly near his person, addressing them by the title of uncle, which may remind one of that of primo, or cousin, by which a grandee of Spain is saluted by his sovereign. They were allowed to have their own courts, in which civil and criminal cases, not excepting capital, were determined, so that they formed an independent community, as it were, of themselves. And, as their various traffic supplied them with abundant stores of wealth, they enjoyed many of the most essential advantages of an hereditary aristocracy. 165-248. that trade should prove the path to eminent political preferment in a nation but partially civilized, where the names of soldier and priest are usually the only titles to respect, is certainly an anomaly in history. It forms some contrast to the standard of the more polished monarchies of the Old World, in which rank is supposed to be less dishonored by a life of idle ease or frivolous pleasure than by those active pursuits which promote equally the prosperity of the state and of the individual. If civilization corrects many prejudices, it must be allowed that it creates others. We shall be able to form a better idea of the actual refinement of the natives by penetrating into their domestic life and observing the intercourse between the sexes. We have, fortunately, the means of doing this. We shall find the ferocious Aztec frequently displaying all the sensibility of a cultivated nature, consoling his friends under affliction, or congratulating them on their good fortune, as on occasion of a marriage, or of the birth or the baptism of a child, when he was punctilious in his visits, bringing presents of costly dresses and ornaments, or the more simple offering of flowers, equally indicative of his sympathy. The visits at these times, though regulated with all the precision of Oriental courtesy, were accompanied by expressions of the most cordial and affectionate regard. 166-249. The discipline of children, especially at the public schools, as stated in a previous chapter, was exceedingly severe. 250. But after she had come to a mature age, the Aztec maiden was treated by her parents with a tenderness from which all reserve seemed banished. In the counsels to a daughter about to enter into life, they conjured her to preserve simplicity in her manners and conversation, uniform neatness in her attire, with strict attention to personal cleanliness. They inculcated modesty, as the great ornament of a woman, and implicit reverence for her husband, softening their admonitions by such endearing epithets as showed the fullness of a parent's love. 251. Polygamy was permitted among the Mexicans, though chiefly confined, probably, to the wealthiest 167 classes. 252, and the obligations of the marriage vow, which was made with all the formality of a religious ceremony, were fully recognized, and impressed on both parties. The women are described by the Spaniards as pretty, unlike their unfortunate descendants of the present day, though with the same serious and rather melancholy cast of countenance, their long black hair, covered, in some parts of the country, by a veil made of the fine web of the peter, might generally be seen wreathed with flowers, or, among the richer people, with strings of precious stones, and pearls from the Gulf of California. They appear to have been treated with much consideration by their husbands, and passed their time in indolent tranquillity, or in such feminine occupations as spinning, embroidery, and the like, while their maidens beguiled the hours by the rehearsal of traditionary tales and ballads. 253. The women partook equally with the men of social festivities and entertainments. These were often conducted on a large scale, both as regards the number of guests and the costliness of the preparations. Numerous attendants, of both sexes, waited at the banquet. The halls were scented with perfumes, and the courts strewed with odoriferous 168 erous herbs and flowers, which were distributed in profusion among the guests, as they arrived. Cotton napkins and ewers of water were placed before them, as they took their seats at the board, for the venerable ceremony of ablution. 254, before and after eating was punctiliously observed by the Aztecs. 255, tobacco was then offered to the company, in pipes, mixed up with aromatic substances, or in the form of cigars, inserted in tubes of tortoise shell or silver. They compressed the nostrils with the fingers, while they inhaled the smoke, which they frequently swallowed. Whether the women, who sat apart from the men at table, were allowed the indulgence of the fragrant weed, as in the most 169-ish circles of modern Mexico, is not told us. It is a curious fact that the Aztecs also took the dried leaf in the pulverized form of snuff. 256. The table was well provided with substantial meats, especially game, among which the most conspicuous was the turkey, erroneously supposed, as its name imports, to have come originally from the East. 257. These more solid dishes were flanked by others of vegetables and fruits, of every deli 170 shias variety found on the North American continent. The different viands were prepared in various ways, with delicate sauces and seasoning, of which the Mexicans were very fond. Their palate was still further regaled by confections and pastry, for which their maize flour and sugar supplied ample materials. One other dish, of a disgusting nature, was sometimes added to the feast, especially when the celebration partook of a religious character. On such occasions a slave was sacrificed, and his flesh, elaborately dressed, formed one of the chief ornaments of the banquet. Cannibalism, in the guise of an Epicurean science, becomes even the more revolting. 258. The meats were kept warm by chafing dishes. The table was ornamented with vases of silver, and sometimes gold, of delicate workmanship. The drinking cups and spoons were of the same costly materials, and likewise of tortoise shell. The favorite beverage was the chocolate, flavored with vanilla and different spices. They had a way of preparing the froth of it, so as to make it almost solid enough to be eaten, and took it cold. 259. The 171, fermented juice of the magi, with a mixture of sweets and acids, supplied, also, various agreeable drinks, of different degrees of strength, and formed the chief beverage of the elder part of the company. 260. As soon as they had finished their repast, the young people rose from the table, to close the festivities of the day with dancing. They danced gracefully, to the sound of various instruments, accompanying their movements with chants of a pleasing though somewhat plaintive character. 261. The older guests continued at table, sipping pulque, and gossiping about other times, till the virtues of the exhilarating beverage put them in good humour with their own. Intoxication was not 172 rare in this part of the company, and, what is singular, was excused in them, though severely punished in the younger. The entertainment was concluded by a liberal distribution of rich dresses and ornaments among the guests, when they withdrew, after midnight, some commending the feast, and others condemning the bad taste or extravagance of their host. In the same manner, says an old Spanish writer, as with us. 262. Human nature is, indeed, much the same all the world over. In this remarkable picture of manners, which I have copied faithfully from the records of earliest date after the Conquest, we find no resemblance to the other races of North American Indians. Some resemblance we may trace to the general style of Asiatic pomp and luxury. But in Asia, woman, far from being admitted to unreserved intercourse with the other sex, is too often jealously immured within the walls of the harem. European civilization, which accords to this loveliest portion of creation her proper rank in the social scale, is still more removed from some of the brutish usages of the Aztecs. That such usages should have existed with the degree of refinement they showed in other things is almost inconceivable. It can only be explained as the result of religious superstition which clouds the moral perception, and perverts even the natural senses, till man, civilized. Image unavailable. Our Lady of Guadalupe. Coupulin C. Superscript O. Paris. 173. Man is reconciled to the very things which are most revolting to humanity. Habits and opinions founded on religion must not be taken as conclusive evidence of the actual refinement of a people. The Aztec character was perfectly original and unique. It was made up of incongruities apparently irreconcilable. It blended into one the marked peculiarities of different nations, not only of the same phase of civilization, but as far removed from each other as the extremes of barbarism and refinement. It may find a fitting parallel in their own wonderful climate, capable of producing, on a few square leagues of surface, the boundless variety of vegetable forms which belong to the frozen regions of the north, the temperate zone of Europe, and the burning skies of Arabia and Hindostan. One of the works repeatedly consulted and referred to in this introduction is Boccherini's Idea de una nueva historia general de l'America septentrional. The singular persecutions sustained by its author, even more than the merits of his book, have associated his name inseparably with the literary history of Mexico. The Chevalier Lorenzo Boccherini Benedusi was a Milanese by birth, of an ancient family, and possessed of much learning. From Madrid, where he was residing, he passed over to New Spain, in 1735, on some business of the Countess of Santibanez, a lineal descendant of Montezuma. While employed on this, he visited the celebrated shrine of Our Lady of Guadalupe, and, being a person of devout and enthusiastic temper, was filled with the desire of collecting testimony to establish the marvelous fact of her apparition. In the course of his excursions, made with this view, he fell in with many relics of Aztec antiquity, and conceived, what to a Protestant, at least, would seem much more rational, the idea of gathering together all the memorials he could meet with of the primitive civilization of the land. In pursuit of this double object, he penetrated into the remotest parts of the country, living much with the natives, passing his nights sometimes in their huts, sometimes in caves and the depths of the lonely forests. Frequently months would elapse without his being 174, able to add anything to his collection, for the Indians had suffered too much not to be very shy of Europeans. His long intercourse with them, however, gave him ample opportunity to learn their language and popular traditions, and, in the end, to amass a large stock of materials, consisting of hieroglyphical charts on cotton, skins, and the fibre of the magi, besides a considerable body of Indian manuscripts, written after the Conquest. To all these must be added the precious documents for placing beyond controversy the miraculous apparition of the Virgin. With this treasure he returned, after a pilgrimage of 8 years, to the capital. His zeal, in the meanwhile, had induced him to procure from Rome a bull authorizing the coronation of the sacred image at Guadalupe. The bull, however, though sanctioned by the audience of New Spain, had never been approved by the Council of the Indies. In consequence of this informality, Boccherini was arrested in the midst of his proceedings, his papers were taken from him, and, as he declined to give an inventory of them, he was thrown into prison, and confined in the same apartment with 2 criminals. Not long afterward he was sent to Spain. He there presented a memorial to the Council of the Indies, setting forth his manifold grievances, and soliciting redress. At the same time, he drew up his idea, above noticed, in which he displayed the catalogue of his museum in New Spain, declaring, with affecting earnestness, that he would not exchange these treasures for all the gold and silver, diamonds and pearls, in the New World. After some delay, the council gave an award in his favour, acquitting him of any intentional violation of the law, and pronouncing a high encomium on his deserts. His papers, however, were not restored, but His Majesty was graciously pleased to appoint him Historiographer General of the Indies, with a salary of $1,000 per annum. The stipend was too small to allow him to return to Mexico. He remained in Madrid, and completed the first volume of a general history of North America, in 1749. Not long after this event, and before the publication of the work, he died. The same injustice was continued to his heirs, and, notwithstanding repeated applications in their behalf, they were neither put in possession of their unfortunate kinsman's collection, nor received a remuneration for it. What was worse, as far as the public was concerned, the collection itself was deposited in apartments of the viceregal palace at Mexico, so damp that they gradually fell to pieces, and the few remaining were still further diminished by the pilfering of the curious. When Baron Humboldt visited Mexico, not 1/8 of this inestimable treasure was in existence. I have been thus particular in the account of the unfortunate Boccherini, as affording, on the whole, the most remarkable example of the serious obstacles and persecutions which literary enterprise, directed in the path of the national antiquities, has, from some cause or other, been exposed to in New Spain. 175. Boccherini's manuscript volume was never printed, and probably never will be, if indeed it is in existence. This will scarcely prove a great detriment to science or to his own reputation. He was a man of a zealous temper, strongly inclined to the marvellous, with little of that acuteness requisite for penetrating the tangled mazes of antiquity, or of the philosophic spirit fitted for calmly weighing its doubts and difficulties. His idea affords a sample of his peculiar mind. With abundant learning, ill-assorted and ill-digested, it is a jumble of facts and puerile fiction, interesting details, crazy dreams, and fantastic theories. but it is hardly fair to judge by the strict rules of criticism a work which, put together hastily, as a catalogue of literary treasures, was designed by the author rather to show what might be done, than that he could do it himself. It is rare that talents for action and contemplation are united in the same individual. Boccherini was eminently qualified, by his enthusiasm and perseverance, for collecting the materials necessary to illustrate the antiquities of the country. It requires a more highly gifted mind to avail itself of them. 176. Chapter 6 263. The Tezcucans, the Golden Age, accomplished princes, decline of their monarchy. The reader would gather but an imperfect notion of the civilization of Anahuac, without some account of the Acolhuans, or Tezcucans, as they are usually called, a nation of the same great family with the Aztecs, whom they rivaled in power and surpassed in intellectual culture and the art of social refinement. Fortunately, we have ample materials for this in the records left by Ixtlilxochitl, a lineal descendant of the royal line of Tezcuco, who flourished in the century of the Conquest. With every opportunity for information, he combined much industry and talent, and, if his narrative bears the high colouring of one who would revive the faded glories of an ancient Patilapi 177 dated house, he has been uniformly commended for his finesse and integrity, and has been followed without misgiving by such Spanish writers as could have access to his manuscripts. 264. I shall confine myself to the prominent features of the two reigns which may be said to embrace the golden age of Tezcuco, without attempting to weigh the probability of the details, which I will leave to be settled by the reader, according to the measure of his faith. The Acolhuans came into the valley, as we have seen, about the close of the 12th century, and built their capital of Tezcuco on the eastern borders of the lake, opposite to Mexico. From this point they gradually spread themselves over the northern portion of Anahuac, when their career was checked by an invasion of a kindred race, the Tepanecs, who, after a desperate struggle, succeeded in taking their city, slaying their monarch, and entirely subjugating his kingdom. 265. This event took place about 1418, and the young prince, Nizalcoyotl, the heir to the crown, then 15 years old, saw his father butchered before his eyes, while he himself lay concealed among the friendly branches of a tree which overshadowed the spot. 266. His subsequent history is as full of romantic daring and perilous escapes as that of the renowned Skanderbeg or of the young Chevalier. 178. 267. Not long after his flight from the field of his father's blood, the Tezcucan prince fell into the hands of his enemy, was borne off in triumph to his city, and was thrown into a dungeon. He effected his escape, however, through the connivance of the governor of the fortress, an old servant of his family, who took the place of the royal fugitive, and paid for his loyalty with his life. He was at length permitted, through the intercession of the reigning family in Mexico, which was allied to him, to retire to the capital, and subsequently to his own, where he found a shelter in his ancestral palace. Here he remained unmolested for 8 years, pursuing his studies under an old preceptor, who had had the care of his early youth, and who instructed him in the various duties befitting his princely station. 268. At the end of this period the Tepanec usurper died, bequeathing his empire to his son, Maxtla, a man of fierce and suspicious temper. Nizalcoyotl hastened to pay his obeisance to him, on his accession, but the tyrant refused to receive the little present of flowers which he laid at his feet, and turned his back on him in presence of his chieftains. One of his attendants, friendly to the young prince, admonished him to provide for his own safety, by withdrawing, as speedily as possible, from the palace, where his life was in danger. He lost no time, consequently, in retreating from the 179, inhospitable court, and returned to Tezcuco. Maxtla, however, was bent on his destruction. He saw with jealous eye the opening talents and popular manners of his rival, and the favour he was daily winning from his ancient subjects. 269. He accordingly laid a plan for making away with him at an evening entertainment. It was defeated by the vigilance of the prince's tutor, who contrived to mislead the assassins and to substitute another victim in the place of his pupil. 270. The baffled tyrant now threw off all disguise, and sent a strong party of soldiers to Tezcuco, with orders to enter the palace, seize the person of Quetzalcoatl, and slay him on the spot. The prince, who became acquainted with the plot through the watchfulness of his preceptor, instead of flying, as he was counselled, resolved to await his enemies. They found him playing at ball, when they arrived, in the court of his palace. He received them courteously, and invited them in, to take some refreshments after their journey. While they were occupied in this way, he passed into an adjoining saloon, which excited no suspicion, as he was still visible through the open doors by which the apartments communicated with each other. A burning censer stood in the passage, and, as it was fed by the attendants, threw up such clouds of incense as obscured his movements from the soldiers. Under this friendly veil he succeeded in making 180, his escape by a secret passage, which communicated with a large earthen pipe formerly used to bring water to the palace. 271. Here he remained till nightfall, when, taking advantage of the obscurity, he found his way into the suburbs, and sought a shelter in the cottage of one of his father's vassals. The Tepanek monarch, enraged at this repeated disappointment, ordered instant pursuit. A price was set on the head of the royal fugitive. Whoever should take him, dead or alive, was promised, however humble his degree, the hand of a noble lady, and an ample domain along with it. Troops of armed men were ordered to scour the country in every direction. In the course of the search, the cottage in which the prince had taken refuge was entered. But he fortunately escaped detection by being hid under a heap of maggie fibers used for manufacturing cloth. As this was no longer a proper place of concealment, he sought a retreat in the mountainous and woody district lying between the borders of his own state and Tlaxcala. 272. Here he led a wretched, wandering life, exposed to all the inclemencies of the weather, hiding himself in deep thickets and caverns, and stealing out, at night, to satisfy the cravings of appetite, while he was kept in constant alarm by the activity of his pursuers, always hovering on his track. On 181 occasion he sought refuge from them among a small party of soldiers, who proved friendly to him and concealed him in a large drum around which they were dancing. At another time he was just able to turn the crest of a hill as his enemies were climbing it on the other side, when he fell in with a girl who was reaping Kiacoma, a Mexican plant, the seed of which was much used in the drinks of the country. He persuaded her to cover him up with the stalks she had been cutting. When his pursuers came up, and inquired if she had seen the fugitive, the girl coolly answered that she had, and pointed out a path as the one he had taken. Notwithstanding the high rewards offered, Quetzalcoatl seems to have incurred no danger from treachery, such was the general attachment felt to himself and his house. "Would you not deliver up the prince, if he came in your way?" he inquired of a young peasant who was unacquainted with his person. "Not I," replied the other. "What, not for a fair lady's hand, and a rich dowry beside?" rejoined the prince. At which the other only shook his head and laughed. 273. On more than one occasion his faithful people submitted to torture, and even to lose their lives, rather than disclose the place of his retreat. 274. However gratifying such proofs of loyalty 182 might be to his feelings, the situation of the prince in these mountain solitudes became every day more distressing. It gave a still keener edge to his own sufferings to witness those of the faithful followers who chose to accompany him in his wanderings. "Leave me," he would say to them, "to my fate. Why should you throw away your own lives for one whom fortune is never weary of persecuting?" Most of the great Tezcucan chiefs had consulted their interests by a timely adhesion to the usurper. But some still clung to their prince, preferring proscription, and death itself, rather than desert him in his extremity. 275. In the meantime, his friends at a distance were active in measures for his relief. The oppressions of Maxtla, and his growing empire, had caused general alarm in the surrounding states, who recalled the mild rule of the Tezcucan princes. A coalition was formed, a plan of operations concerted, and, on the day appointed for a general rising, Quetzalcoatl found himself at the head of a force sufficiently strong to face his Tepanek adversaries. An engagement came on, in which the latter were totally discomfited, and the victorious prince, receiving everywhere on his route the homage of his joyful subjects, entered his capital, not like a proscribed outcast, but as the rightful heir, and saw himself once more enthroned in the halls of his fathers. Soon after, he united his forces with the Mexicans, long disgusted with the arbitrary conduct of Maxtla. The allied powers, after a series of 183 bloody engagements with the usurper, rooted him under the walls of his own capital. He fled to the baths, whence he was dragged out, and sacrificed with the usual cruel ceremonies of the Aztecs. The royal city of Azcapotzalco was razed to the ground, and the wasted territory was henceforth reserved as the great slave market for the nations of Anahuac. 276. These events were succeeded by the remarkable league among the three powers of Tezcatlipoca, Mexico, and Tlacopan, of which some account has been given in a previous chapter. 277. Historians are not agreed as to the precise terms of it, the writers of the two former nations each insisting on the paramount authority of his own in the coalition. All agree in the subordinate position of Tlacopan, a state, like the others, bordering on the lake. It is certain that in their subsequent operations, whether of peace or war, the three states shared in each other's counsels, embarked in each other's enterprises, and moved in perfect concert together, till just before the coming of the Spaniards. The first measure of Quetzalcoatl, on returning to his dominions, was a general amnesty. It was his maxim that a monarch might punish, but revenge was unworthy of him. 278. In the present instance he was averse even to punish, and not only freely pardoned his rebel nobles, but conferred on some, who had most deeply offended, posts of 184, honor and confidence. Such conduct was doubtless politic, especially as their alienation was owing, probably, much more to fear of the usurper than to any disaffection towards himself. But there are some acts of policy which a magnanimous spirit only can execute. The restored monarch next set about repairing the damages sustained under the late misrule, and reviving, or rather remodeling, the various departments of government. He framed a concise, but comprehensive, code of laws, so well suited, it was thought, to the exigencies of the times, that it was adopted as their own by the two other members of the Triple Alliance. It was written in blood, and entitled the author to be called the Draco rather than the Solon of Anahuac, as he is fondly styled by his admirers. 279. Humanity is one of the best fruits of refinement. It is only with increasing civilization that the legislator studies to economize human suffering, even for the guilty, to devise penalties not so much by way of punishment for the past as of reformation for the future. 280. He divided the burden of government among a number of departments, as the Council of War, the Council of Finance, the Council of Justice. This last was a court of supreme authority, both in civil and 185 criminal matters, receiving appeals from the lower tribunals of the provinces, which were obliged to make a full report, every 4 months, or 80 days, of their own proceedings to this higher judicature. In all these bodies, a certain number of citizens were allowed to have seats with the nobles and professional dignitaries. There was, however, another body, a council of state, for aiding the king in the dispatch of business, and advising him in matters of importance, which was drawn altogether from the highest order of chiefs. It consisted of 14 members, and they had seats provided for them at the royal table. 281. Lastly, there was an extraordinary tribunal, called the Council of Music, but which, differing from the import of its name, was devoted to the encouragement of science and art. Works on astronomy, chronology, history, or any other science, were required to be submitted to its judgment, before they could be made public. This censorial power was of some moment, at least with regard to the historical department, where the wilful perversion of truth was made a capital offence by the bloody code of Quetzalcoatl. Yet a Tezcucan author must have been a bungler, who could not elude a conviction under the cloudy veil of hieroglyphics. This body, which was drawn from the best instructed persons in the kingdom, with little regard to rank, had supervision of all the 186 instructions of art, and of the nicer fabrics. It decided on the qualifications of the professors in the various branches of science, on the fidelity of their instructions to their pupils, the deficiency of which was severely punished, and it instituted examinations of these latter. In short, it was a general board of education for the country. On stated days, historical compositions, and poems treating of moral or traditional topics, were recited before it by their authors. Seats were provided for the 3 crowned heads of the empire, who deliberated with the other members on the respective merits of the pieces, and distributed prizes of value to the successful competitors. 282. Such are the marvelous accounts transmitted to us of this institution, an institution certainly not to have been expected among the aborigines of America. It is calculated to give us a higher idea of the refinement of the people than even the noble architectural remains which still cover some parts of the continent. Architecture is, to a certain extent, a sensual gratification. It addresses itself to the eye, and affords the best scope for the parade of barbaric pomp and splendor. It is the 187 form in which the revenues of a semi-civilized people are most likely to be lavished. The most gaudy and ostentatious specimens of it, and sometimes the most stupendous, have been reared by such hands. It is one of the first steps in the great march of civilization. But the institution in question was evidence of still higher refinement. It was a literary luxury, and argued the existence of a taste in the nation which relied for its gratification on pleasures of a purely intellectual character. The influence of this academy must have been most propitious to the capital, which became the nursery not only of such sciences as could be compassed by the scholarship of the period, but of various useful and ornamental arts. Its historians, orators, and poets were celebrated throughout the country. 283. Its archives, for which accommodations were provided in the royal palace, were stored with the records of primitive ages. 284. Its idiom, more polished than the Mexican, was, indeed, the purest of all the New Atlantic dialects, and continued, long after the Conquest, to be that in which the best productions of the native races were composed. 188. Tezcuco claimed the glory of being the Athens of the Western world. 285. Among the most illustrious of her bards was the emperor himself, for the Tezcucan writers claim this title for their chief, as head of the imperial alliance. He doubtless appeared as a competitor before that very academy where he so often sat as a critic. Many of his odes descended to a late generation, and are still preserved, perhaps, in some of the dusty repositories of Mexico or Spain. 286. The historian Ixtlilxochitl has left a translation, in Castilian, of one of the poems of his royal ancestor. It is not easy to render his version into corresponding English rhyme, without the perfume of the original escaping in this double filtration. 287. They remind one of the rich breathings of Spanish-Arab poetry, in which an ardent imagination is tempered by a not unpleasing and moral melancholy. 288. But, though sufficiently florid 189, in diction, they are generally free from the meretricious ornaments and hyperbole with which the minstrelsy of the East is usually tainted. They turn on the vanities and mutability of human life, a topic very natural for a monarch who had himself experienced the strangest mutations of fortune. There is mingled in the lament of the Tezcucan bard, however, an Epicurean philosophy, which seeks relief from the fears of the future in the joys of the present. Banish care, he says, if there are bounds to pleasure, the saddest life must also have an end. Then weave the chaplet of flowers, and sing thy songs in praise of the all-powerful God, for the glory of this world soon fadeth away. Rejoice in the green freshness of thy spring, for the day will come when thou shalt sigh for these joys in vain, when the sceptre shall pass from thy hands, thy servants shall wander desolate in thy courts, thy sons, and the sons of thy nobles, shall drink the dregs of distress, and all the pomp of thy victories and triumphs shall live only in their recollection. Yet the remembrance of the just shall not pass away from the nations, and the good thou hast done shall ever be held in honour. The goods of this life, its glories and its riches, are but lent to us, its substance is but an illusory shadow, and the things of today shall change on the coming of the morrow. Then gather the fairest flowers from thy gardens, to bind round 190 thy brow, and seize the joys of the present ere they perish. 289. But the hours of the Tezcucan monarch were not all passed in idle dalliance with the muse, nor in the sober contemplations of philosophy, as at a later period. In the freshness of youth and early manhood he led the allied armies in their annual expeditions, which were certain to result in a wider extent of territory to the empire. 290. In the intervals of peace he fostered those productive arts which are the surest sources of public prosperity. He encouraged agriculture above all, and there was 191, scarcely a spot so rude, or a steep so inaccessible, as not to confess the power of cultivation. The land was covered with a busy population, and towns and cities sprang up in places since deserted or dwindled into miserable villages. 291. From resources thus enlarged by conquest and domestic industry, the monarch drew the means for the large consumption of his own numerous household. 292, and for the costly works which he executed for the convenience and embellishment of the capital. He filled it with stately edifices for his nobles, whose constant attendance he was anxious to secure at his court. 293, he erected a magnificent pile of buildings which might serve both for a royal 192 residence and for the public offices. It extended, from east to west, 1,234 yards, and from north to south, 978. 294, it was encompassed by a wall of unburnt bricks and cement, 6 feet wide and 9 high for one half of the circumference, and 15 feet high for the other half. Within this enclosure were 2 courts. The outer one was used as the great marketplace of the city, and continued to be so until long after the conquest. If, indeed, it is not now. The interior court was surrounded by the council chambers and halls of justice. There were also accommodations there for the foreign ambassadors, and a spacious saloon, with apartments opening into it, for men of science and poets, who pursued their studies in this retreat or met together to hold converse under its marble porticos. In this quarter, also, were kept the public archives, which fared better under the Indian dynasty than they have since under their European successors. 295. Adjoining this court were the apartments of the king, including those for the royal harem, as liberally supplied with beauties as that of an eastern sultan. Their walls were encrusted with alabasters 193, and richly tinted stucco, or hung with gorgeous tapestries of variegated featherwork. 296. They led through long arcades, and through intricate labyrinths of shrubbery, into gardens where baths and sparkling fountains were overshadowed by tall groves of cedar and cypress. The basins of water were well stocked with fish of various kinds, and the aviaries with birds glowing in all the gaudy plumage of the tropics. Many birds and animals which could not be obtained alive were represented in gold and silver so skillfully as to have furnished the great naturalist Hernandez with models for his work. 297. Accommodations on a princely scale were provided for the sovereigns of Mexico and Tlacopan 194, when they visited the court. The whole of this lordly pile contained 300 apartments, some of them 50 yards square. 298. The height of the building is not mentioned. It was probably not great, but supplied the requisite room by the immense extent of ground which it covered. The interior was doubtless constructed of light materials, especially of the rich woods which, in that country, are remarkable, when polished, for the brilliancy and variety of their colours. That the more solid materials of stone and stucco were also liberally employed is proved by the remains at the present day, remains which have furnished an inexhaustible quarry for the churches and other edifices since erected by the Spaniards on the site of the ancient city. 299. We are not informed of the time occupied in building this palace, but 200,000 workmen, it is said, were employed on it. 300, however this may be, it is certain that the Tezcucan monarchs, like those of Asia and ancient Egypt, had the control of immense masses of men, and would sometimes turn the whole population of a 195 conquered city, including the women, into the public works. 301. The most gigantic monuments of architecture which the world has witnessed would never have been reared by the hands of freemen. Adjoining the palace were buildings for the king's children, who, by his various wives, amounted to no less than 60 sons and 50 daughters. 302. Here they were instructed in all the exercises and accomplishments suited to their station, comprehending what would scarcely find a place in a royal education on the other side of the Atlantic, the arts of working in metals, jewelry, and feather mosaic. Once in every 4 months, the whole household, not excepting the youngest, and including all the officers and attendants on the king's person, assembled in the grand saloon of the palace, to listen to a discourse from an orator, probably one of the priesthood. The princes, on this occasion, were all dressed in neck, the coarsest manufacture of the country. The preacher began by enlarging on the obligations of morality and of respect for the gods, especially important in persons whose rank gave such additional weight to example. He occasionally seasoned his homily with a pertinent application to his audience, if any member of it had been guilty of a notorious delinquency. From this 196 wholesome admonition the monarch himself was not exempted, and the orator boldly reminded him of his paramount duty to show respect for his own laws. The king, so far from taking umbrage, received the lesson with humility, and the audience, we are assured, were often melted into tears by the eloquence of the preacher. 303. This curious scene may remind one of similar usages in the Asiatic and Egyptian despotisms, where the sovereign occasionally condescended to stoop from his pride of place and allow his memory to be refreshed with the conviction of his own mortality. 304. It soothed the feelings of the subject to find himself thus placed, though but for a moment, on a level with his king, while it cost little to the latter, who was removed too far from his people to suffer anything by this short-lived familiarity. It is probable that such an act of public humiliation would have found less favour with a prince less absolute. Nezalcoyotl's fondness for magnificence was shown in his numerous villas, which were embellished with all that could make a rural retreat delightful. His favoured residence was at Prescott, a conical hill about 2 leagues from the capital. 305. It was laid out in terraces, or hanging gardens, having a flight of steps 500 and 197, 20 in number, many of them hewn in the natural porphyry. 306. In the garden on the summit was a reservoir of water, fed by an aqueduct that was carried over hill and valley, for several miles, on huge buttresses of masonry. A large rock stood in the midst of this basin, sculptured with the hieroglyphics representing the years of Nezalcoyotl's reign and his principal achievements in each. 307. On a lower level were 3 other reservoirs, in each of which stood a marble statue of a woman, emblematic of the 3 states of the empire. 308. Another tank contained a winged lion, cut out of the solid rock, bearing in its mouth a portrait of the emperor. 309. His likeness had been executed in gold, wood, featherwork, and stone, but this was the only one which pleased him. From these copious basins the water was distributed in numerous channels through the 198 dens, or was made to tumble over the rocks in cascades, shedding refreshing dews on the flowers and odoriferous shrubs below. In the depths of this fragrant wilderness, marble porticos and pavilions were erected, and baths excavated in the solid porphyry, which are still shown by the ignorant natives as the baths of Montezuma. 310. The visitor descended by steps cut in the living stone and polished so bright as to reflect like mirrors. 311. Towards the base of the hill, in the midst of cedar groves, whose gigantic branches threw a refreshing coolness over the verdure in the sultriest seasons of the year. 312. Rose the royal villa, with its 199 light arcades and airy halls, drinking in the sweet perfumes of the gardens. Here the monarch often retired, to throw off the burden of state and refresh his wearied spirits in the society of his favourite wives, reposing during the noontide heats in the embowering shades of his paradise, or mingling, in the cool of the evening, in their festive sports and dances. Here he entertained his imperial brothers of Mexico and Tlacopan, and followed the hardier pleasures of the chase in the noble woods that stretched for miles around his villa, flourishing in all their primeval majesty. Here, too, he often repaired in the latter days of his life, when age had tempered ambition and cooled the ardour of his blood, to pursue in solitude the studies of philosophy and gather wisdom from meditation. The extraordinary accounts of the Tezcucan architecture are confirmed, in the main, by the relics which still cover the hill of Tezcatlipoca or are half buried beneath its surface. They attract little attention, indeed, in the country, where their true history has long since passed into oblivion. 313, while the traveller whose curiosity leads him to the spot speculates on their probable origin, and, as he stumbles over the huge fragments of sculpture 200, porphyry and granite, refers them to the primitive races who spread their colossal architecture over the country long before the coming of the Acolhuans and the Aztecs. 314. The Tezcucan princes were used to entertain a great number of concubines. They had but one lawful wife, to whose issue the crown descended. 315. Quetzalcoatl remained unmarried to a late period. He was disappointed in an early attachment, as the princess who had been educated in privacy to be the partner of his throne gave her hand to another. The injured monarch submitted the affair to the proper tribunal. The parties, however, were proved to have been ignorant of the destination of the lady, and the court, with an independence which reflects equal honor on the judges who could give and the monarch who could receive the sentence, acquitted the young couple. This story is sadly contrasted by the following. 316. The king devoured his chagrin in the solitude of his beautiful villa of Tezcatlipoca, or sought to divert it by travelling. On one of his journeys he 201, was hospitably entertained by a potent vassal, the old lord of Tepeshpan, who, to do his sovereign more honor, caused him to be attended at the banquet by a noble maiden, betrothed to himself, and who, after the fashion of the country, had been educated under his own roof. She was of the blood royal of Mexico, and nearly related, moreover, to the Tezcucan monarch. The latter, who had all the amorous temperament of the South, was captivated by the grace and personal charms of the youthful Hebe, and conceived a violent passion for her. He did not disclose it to anyone, however, but, on his return home, resolved to gratify it, though at the expense of his own honor, by sweeping away the only obstacle which stood in his path. He accordingly sent an order to the chief of Tepeshpan to take command of an expedition set on foot against the Tlaxcalans. At the same time he instructed 2 Tezcucan chiefs to keep near the person of the old lord, and bring him into the thickest of the fight, where he might lose his life. He assured them this had been forfeited by a great crime, but that, from regard for his vassal's past services, he was willing to cover up his disgrace by an honorable death. The veteran, who had long lived in retirement on his estates, saw himself with astonishment called so suddenly and needlessly into action, for which so many younger men were better fitted. He suspected the cause, and, in the farewell entertainment to his friends, uttered a presentiment of his sad destiny. His predictions were too soon verified. 202, and a few weeks placed the hand of his virgin bride at her own disposal. Quetzalcoatl did not think it prudent to break his passion publicly to the princess so soon after the death of his victim. He opened a correspondence with her through a female relative, and expressed his deep sympathy for her loss. At the same time, he tendered the best consolation in his power, by an offer of his heart and hand. Her former lover had been too well stricken in years for the maiden to remain long inconsolable. She was not aware of the perfidious plot against his life, and, after a decent time, she was ready to comply with her duty, by placing herself at the disposal of her royal kinsman. It was arranged by the king, in order to give a more natural aspect to the affair and prevent all suspicion of the unworthy part he had acted, that the princess should present herself in his grounds at Tezcatlipoca, to witness some public ceremony there. Quetzalcoatl was standing in a balcony of the palace when she appeared, and inquired, as if struck with her beauty for the first time, who the lovely young creature was, in his gardens. When his courtiers had acquainted him with her name and rank, he ordered her to be conducted to the palace, that she might receive the attentions due to her station. The interview was soon followed by a public declaration of his passion, and the marriage was celebrated not long after, with great pomp, in the presence of his court, and of his brother monarchs of Mexico and Tlacopan. 203-317. This story, which furnishes so obvious a counterpart to that of David and Uria, is told with great circumstantiality, both by the king's son and grandson, from whose narratives Ixtlilxochitl derived it. 318. They stigmatize the action as the basest in their great ancestor's life. It is indeed too base not to leave an indelible stain on any character, however pure in other respects, and exalted. The king was strict in the execution of his laws, though his natural disposition led him to temper justice with mercy. Many anecdotes are told of the benevolent interest he took in the concerns of his subjects, and of his anxiety to detect and reward merit, even in the most humble. It was common for him to ramble among them in disguise, like the celebrated Galuf in the Arabian Nights, mingling freely in conversation, and ascertaining their actual condition with his own eyes. 319. On one such occasion, when attended only by a single lord, he met with a boy who was gathering sticks in a field for fuel. He inquired of him why he did not go into the neighboring forest, where he would find a plenty of them. To which the lad answered, it was the king's wood, and he would punish him with death if he trespassed there. The royal forests were very extensive in Tezcuco, and were guarded by laws full as severe as those of the Norman tyrants in England. What kind of man is your king? Asked the 204 monarch, willing to learn the effect of these prohibitions on his own popularity. A very hard man, answered the boy, who denies his people what God has given them. 320. Nizalcoyotl urged him not to mind such arbitrary laws, but to glean his sticks in the forest, as there was no one present who would betray him. But the boy sturdily refused, bluntly accusing the disguised king, at the same time, of being a traitor, and of wishing to bring him into trouble. Nizalcoyotl, on returning to the palace, ordered the child and his parents to be summoned before him. They received the orders with astonishment, but, on entering the presence, the boy at once recognized the person with whom he had discoursed so unceremoniously, and he was filled with consternation. The good-natured monarch, however, relieved his apprehensions, by thanking him for the lesson he had given him, and, at the same time, commended his respect for the laws, and praised his parents for the manner in which they had trained their son. He then dismissed the parties with a liberal largesse, and afterwards mitigated the severity of the forest laws, so as to allow persons to gather any wood they might find on the ground, if they did not meddle with the standing timber. 321. Another adventure is told of him, with a poor woodman and his wife, who had brought their little load of billets for sale to the marketplace of Tezcuco. The man was bitterly lamenting his hard 205 lot, and the difficulty with which he earned a wretched subsistence, while the master of the palace before which they were standing lived an idle life, without toil, and with all the luxuries in the world at his command. He was going on in his complaints, when the good woman stopped him, by reminding him he might be overheard. He was so, by Nizalcoyotl himself who, standing screened from observation at a latticed window which overlooked the market, was amusing himself, as he was wont, with observing the common people chaffering in the square. He immediately ordered the querulous couple into his presence. They appeared trembling and conscience-struck before him. The king gravely inquired what they had said. As they answered him truly, he told them they should reflect that, if he had great treasures at his command, he had still greater cause for them, that, far from leading an easy life, he was oppressed with the whole burden of government, and concluded by admonishing them to be more cautious in future, as walls had ears. 322. He then ordered his officers to bring a quantity of cloth and a generous supply of cacao, the coin of the country, and dismissed them. Go, said he, with the little you now have, you will be rich, while, with all my riches, I shall still be poor. 323. It was not his passion to hoard. He dispensed 206, his revenues munificently, seeking out poor but meritorious objects on whom to bestow them. He was particularly mindful of disabled soldiers, and those who had in any way sustained loss in the public service, and, in case of their death, extended assistance to their surviving families. Open mendicity was a thing he would never tolerate, but chastised it with exemplary rigor. 324. It would be incredible that a man of the enlarged mind and endowments of Nizalcoyotl should acquiesce in the sordid superstitions of his countrymen, and still more in the sanguinary rites borrowed by them from the Aztecs. In truth, his humane temper shrunk from these cruel ceremonies, and he strenuously endeavored to recall his people to the more pure and simple worship of the ancient Toltecs. A circumstance produced a temporary change in his conduct. He had been married some years to the wife he had so unrighteously obtained, but was not blessed with issue. The priests represented that it was owing to his neglect of the gods of his country, and that his only remedy was to propitiate them by human sacrifice. The king reluctantly consented, and the altars once more smoked with the blood of slaughtered captives. But it was all in vain, and he indignantly exclaimed, "These idols of wood and stone can neither hear nor feel, much less could they make the heavens, and the earth, and man, the Lord of it. These must be the work of the all-207 powerful, unknown God, creator of the universe, on whom alone I must rely for consolation and support." 325. He then withdrew to his rural palace of PRESCOTT, where he remained 40 days, fasting and praying at stated hours, and offering up no other sacrifice than the sweet incense of copal, and aromatic herbs and gums. At the expiration of this time, he is said to have been comforted by a vision assuring him of the success of his petition. At all events, such proved to be the fact, and this was followed by the cheering intelligence of the triumph of his arms in a quarter where he had lately experienced some humiliating reverses. 326. Greatly strengthened in his former religious convictions, he now openly professed his faith, and was more earnest to wean his subjects from their degrading superstitions and to substitute nobler and more spiritual conceptions of the deity. He built a temple in the usual pyramidal form, and on the summit a tower 9 stories high, to represent the 9 heavens. A 10th was surmounted by a roof painted black, and profusely gilded with stars, on 208, the outside, and encrusted with metals and precious stones within. He dedicated this to the unknown God, the cause of causes. 327. It seems probable, from the emblem on the tower, as well as from the complexion of his verses, as we shall see, that he mingled with his reverence for the supreme the astral worship which existed among the Toltecs. 328. Various musical instruments were placed on the top of the tower, and the sound of them, accompanied by the ringing of a sonorous metal struck by a mallet, summoned the worshippers to prayers, at regular seasons. 329. No image was allowed in the edifice, as unsuited to the invisible God, and the people were expressly prohibited from profaning the altars with blood, or any other sacrifices than that of the perfume of flowers and sweet-scented gums. The remainder of his days was chiefly spent in his delicious solitudes of PRESCOTT, where he devoted himself to astronomical and, probably, astrological studies, and to meditation on his immortal destiny, giving utterance to his feelings in songs, or rather hymns, of much solemnity and pathos. An extract from one of these will convey 209, some idea of his religious speculations. The pensive tenderness of the verses quoted in a preceding page is deepened here into a mournful, and even gloomy, colouring, while the wounded spirit, instead of seeking relief in the convivial sallies of a young and buoyant temperament, turns for consolation to the world beyond the grave. All things on earth have their term, and, in the most joyous career of their vanity and splendour, their strength fails, and they sink into the dust. All the round world is but a sepulchre, and there is nothing which lives on its surface that shall not be hidden and entombed beneath it. Rivers, torrents, and streams move onward to their destination. Not one flows back to its pleasant source. They rush onward, hastening to bury themselves in the deep bosom of the ocean. The things of yesterday are no more today, and the things of today shall cease, perhaps, on the morrow. 330. The cemetery is full of the loathsome dust of bodies, once quickened by living souls, who occupied thrones, presided over assemblies, marshalled armies, subdued provinces, arrogated to themselves worship, were puffed up with vainglorious pomp, and power, and empire. But these glories have all passed away, like the fearful smoke that issues from the throat of Popo 210 capital, with no other memorial of their existence than the record on the page of the chronicler. The great, the wise, the valiant, the beautiful, alas! Where are they now? They are all mingled with the clod, and that which has befallen them shall happen to us, and to those that come after us. Yet let us take courage, illustrious nobles and chieftains, true friends and loyal subjects, let us aspire to that heaven where all is eternal and corruption cannot come. 331. The horrors of the tomb are but the cradle of the sun, and the dark shadows of death are brilliant lights for the stars. 332. The mystic import of the last sentence seems to point to that superstition respecting the mansions of the sun, which forms so beautiful a contrast to the dark features of the Aztec mythology. At length, about the year 1470, 333, Nizalco 211 Yotl, full of years and honors, felt himself drawing near his end. Almost half a century had elapsed since he mounted the throne of Tezcuco. He had found his kingdom dismembered by faction and bowed to the dust beneath the yoke of a foreign tyrant. He had broken the yoke, had breathed new life into the nation, renewed its ancient institutions, extended wide its domain, had seen it flourishing in all the activity of trade and agriculture, gathering strength from its enlarged resources, and daily advancing higher and higher in the great march of civilization. All this he had seen, and might fairly attribute no small portion of it to his own wise and beneficent rule. His long and glorious day was now drawing to its close, and he contemplated the event with the same serenity which he had shown under the clouds of its morning and in its meridian splendor. A short time before his death, he gathered around him those of his children in whom he most confided, his chief counselors, the ambassadors of Mexico and Tlacopan, and his little son, the heir to the crown, his only offspring by the queen. He was then not 80 years old, but had already given, as far as so tender a blossom might, the rich promise of future excellence. 334. After tenderly embracing the child, the dying monarch threw over him the robes of sovereignty. He then gave audience to the ambassadors, and, 212, when they had retired, made the boy repeat the substance of the conversation. He followed this by such counsels as were suited to his comprehension, and which, when remembered through the long vista of after years, would serve as lights to guide him in his government of the kingdom. He besought him not to neglect the worship of the unknown God, regretting that he himself had been unworthy to know him, and intimating his conviction that the time would come when he should be known and worshipped throughout the land. 335. He next addressed himself to that one of his sons in whom he placed the greatest trust, and whom he had selected as the guardian of the realm. From this hour, said he to him, you will fill the place that I have filled. O father to this child, you will teach him to live as he ought, and by your counsels he will rule over the empire. Stand in his place, and be his guide, till he shall be of age to govern for himself. Then, turning to his other children, he admonished them to live united with one another, and to show all loyalty to their prince, who, though a child, already manifested a discretion far above his years. Be true to him, he added, and he will maintain you in your rights and dignities. 213 336. Feeling his end approaching, he exclaimed, do not bewail me with idle lamentations, but sing the song of gladness, and show a courageous spirit, that the nations I have subdued may not believe you disheartened, but may feel that each one of you is strong enough to keep them in obedience. The undaunted spirit of the monarch shone forth even in the agonies of death. That stout heart, however, melted, as he took leave of his children and friends, weeping tenderly over them, while he bade each a last adieu. When they had withdrawn, he ordered the officers of the palace to allow no one to enter it again. Soon after, he expired, in the 72nd year of his age, and the 43rd of his reign. 337. Thus died the greatest monarch, and, if one foul blot could be effaced, perhaps the best, who ever sat upon an Indian throne. His character is delineated with tolerable impartiality by his kinsman, the Tezcucan chronicler. He was wise, valiant, liberal, and, when we consider the magnanimity of his soul, the grandeur and success of his enterprises, his deep policy, as well as daring, we must admit him to have far surpassed every other prince and captain of this new world. He had few failings himself, and rigorously punished those of others. He preferred the public to his private interest, was most charitable in his nature, often buying articles, at double their worth, of poor and honest persons, and giving them away again to the sick and infirm. In seasons of scarcity he was particularly bountiful, remitting the taxes of his 214 vassals, and supplying their wants from the royal granaries. He put no faith in the idolatrous worship of the country. He was well instructed in moral science, and sought, above all things, to obtain light for knowing the true God. He believed in one God only, the Creator of heaven and earth, by whom we have our being, who never revealed himself to us in human form, nor in any other, with whom the souls of the virtuous are to dwell after death, while the wicked will suffer pains unspeakable. He invoked the Most High, as he by whom we live, and who has all things in himself. He recognized the sun for his father, and the earth for his mother. He taught his children not to confide in idols, and only to conform to the outward worship of them from deference to public opinion. 338. If he could not entirely abolish human sacrifices, derived from the Aztecs, he at least restricted them to slaves and captives. 339. I have occupied so much space with this illustrious prince that but little remains for his son and successor, Nizamapili. I have thought it better, in our narrow limits, to present a complete view of a single epoch, the most interesting in the Tezcucan annals, than to spread the inquiries over a broader but comparatively barren field. Yet Nizamapili, the heir to the crown, was a remarkable person, and his reign contains many and c. 215 deaths which I regret to be obliged to pass over in silence. 340. He had, in many respects, a taste similar to his father's, and, like him, displayed a profuse magnificence in his way of living and in his public edifices. He was more severe in his morals, and, in the execution of justice, stern even to the sacrifice of natural affection. Several remarkable instances of this are told, one, among others, in relation to his eldest son, the heir to the crown, a prince of great promise. The young man entered into a poetical correspondence with one of his father's concubines, the Lady of Tiller, as she was called, a woman of humble origin, but of uncommon endowments. She wrote verses with ease, and could discuss graver matters with the king and his ministers. She maintained a separate establishment, where she lived in state, and acquired, by her beauty and accomplishments, great ascendancy over her royal lover. 341. With this favourite the prince carried on a 216 correspondence in verse, whether of an amorous nature does not appear. At all events, the offence was capital. It was submitted to the regular tribunal, who pronounced sentence of death on the unfortunate youth, and the king, steeling his heart against all entreaties and the voice of nature, suffered the cruel judgment to be carried into execution. We might, in this case, suspect the influence of baser passions on his mind, but it was not a solitary instance of his inexorable justice towards those most near to him. He had the stern virtue of an ancient Roman, destitute of the softer graces which make virtue attractive. When the sentence was carried into effect, he shut himself up in his palace for many weeks, and commanded the doors and windows of his son's residence to be walled up, that it might never again be occupied. 342. Nizamapili resembled his father in his passion for astronomical studies, and is said to have had an observatory on one of his palaces. 343. He was devoted to war in his youth, but, as he advanced in years, resigned himself to a more indolent way of 217 life, and sought his chief amusement in the pursuit of his favourite science, or in the soft pleasures of the sequestered gardens of Tezcatlipoca. This quiet life was ill-suited to the turbulent temper of the times, and of his Mexican rival, Montezuma. The distant provinces fell off from their allegiance, the army relaxed its discipline, disaffection crept into its ranks, and the wily Montezuma, partly by violence, and partly by stratagems unworthy of a king, succeeded in plundering his brother monarch of some of his most valuable domains. Then it was that he arrogated to himself the title and supremacy of emperor, hitherto borne by the Tezcucan princes as head of the alliance. Such is the account given by the historians of the nation, who in this way explain the acknowledged superiority of the Aztec sovereign, both in territory and consideration, on the landing of the Spaniards. 344. These misfortunes pressed heavily on the spirits of Nizamapili. Their effect was increased by certain gloomy prognostics of a near calamity which was to overwhelm the country. 345, he withdrew to his retreat, to brood in secret over his sorrows. His health rapidly declined, and in the year 1515, at the age of 52, he sank into the 218 grave. 346, happy, at least, that by this timely death he escaped witnessing the fulfillment of his own predictions, in the ruin of his country, and the extinction of the Indian dynasties forever. 347. In reviewing the brief sketch here presented of the Tezcucan monarchy, we are strongly impressed with the conviction of its superiority, in all the great features of civilization, over the rest of Anahuac. The Mexicans showed a similar proficiency, no doubt, in the mechanic arts, and even in mathematical science. But in the science of government, in legislation, in speculative doctrines of a religious nature, in the more elegant pursuits of poetry, eloquence, and whatever depended on refinement of taste and a polished idiom, they confessed themselves inferior, by resorting to their rivals for instruction and citing their works as the masterpieces of their tongue. The best histories, the best poems, the best code of laws, the purest dialect, were all allowed to be Tezcucan. The Aztecs rivaled their neighbors in splendor of living, and even in the magnificence of their structures. They displayed a pomp and ostentatious pageantry truly Asiatic. But this was the development of the material rather than the intellectual principle. They 219 wanted the refinement of man as essential to a continued advance in civilization. An insurmountable limit was put to theirs by that bloody mythology which threw its withering taint over the very air that they breathed. The superiority of the Tezcucans was owing, doubtless, in a great measure to that of the two sovereigns whose reigns we have been depicting. There is no position which affords such scope for ameliorating the condition of man as that occupied by an absolute ruler over a nation imperfectly civilized. From his elevated place, commanding all the resources of his age, it is in his power to diffuse them far and wide among his people. He may be the copious reservoir on the mountain top, drinking in the dews of heaven, to send them in fertilizing streams along the lower slopes and valleys, clothing even the wilderness in beauty. Such one is Alcoyotl and his illustrious successor, whose enlightened policy, extending through nearly a century, wrought a most salutary revolution in the condition of their country. It is remarkable that we, the inhabitants of the same continent, should be more familiar with the history of many a barbarian chief, both in the Old and New World, than with that of these truly great men, whose names are identified with the most glorious period in the annals of the Indian races. What was the actual amount of the Tezcucan civilization it is not easy to determine, with the imperfect light afforded us. It was certainly far below anything which the word conveys, measured by a European standard. In some of the arts, and 220, in any walk of science, they could only have made, as it were, a beginning. But they had begun in the right way, and already showed a refinement in sentiment and manners, a capacity for receiving instruction, which, under good auspices, might have led them on to indefinite improvement. Unhappily, they were fast falling under the dominion of the warlike Aztecs, and that people repaid the benefits received from their more polished neighbors by imparting to them their own ferocious superstition, which, falling like a mildew on the land, would soon have blighted its rich blossoms of promise and turned even its fruits to dust and ashes. Fernando de Alva Ixtlahuacotl, who flourished in the beginning of the 16th century, 348, was a native of Tezcuco, and descended in a direct line from the sovereigns of that kingdom. The royal posterity became so numerous in a few generations that it was common to see them reduced to great poverty and earning a painful subsistence by the most humble occupations. Ixtlahuacotl, who was descended from the principal wife or queen of Nizapili, maintained a very respectable position. He filled the office of interpreter to the viceroy, to which he was recommended by his acquaintance with the ancient hieroglyphics and his knowledge of the Mexican and Spanish languages. His birth gave him access to persons of the highest rank in his own nation, some of whom occupied important civil posts under the new government, and were thus enabled to make large collections of Indian manuscripts, which were liberally opened to him. He had an extensive library of his own, also, and with these means diligently pursued the study of the Tezcucan antiquities. He deciphered the hieroglyphics, made himself master of the songs and traditions, and fortified his narrative by the oral testimony of some very aged persons, who had themselves been acquainted with the conquerors. From such authentic sources he composed various works in the Castilian, on the primitive history of the Toltec in the 221 Tezcucan races, continuing it down to the subversion of the empire by Cortes. These various accounts, compiled under the title of Relaciones, are, more or less, repetitions and abridgments of each other, nor is it easy to understand why they were thus composed. The Historia Chichimca is the best digested and most complete of the whole series, and as such has been the most frequently consulted for the preceding pages. Ixtlalxochitl's writings have many of the defects belonging to his age. He often crowds the page with incidents of a trivial, and sometimes improbable, character. The improbability increases with the distance of the period, for distance, which diminishes objects to the natural eye, exaggerates them to the mental. His chronology, as I have more than once noticed, is inextricably entangled. He has often lent a too willing ear to traditions and reports which would startle the more sceptical criticism of the present time. Yet there is an appearance of good faith and simplicity in his writings, which may convince the reader that when he errs it is from no worse cause than national partiality. And surely such partiality is excusable in the descendant of a proud line, shorn of its ancient splendors, which it was soothing to his own feelings to revive again, though with something more than their legitimate lustre, on the canvas of history. It should also be considered that, if his narrative is sometimes startling, his researches penetrate into the mysterious depths of antiquity, where light and darkness meet and melt into each other, and where everything is still further liable to distortion, as seen through the misty medium of hieroglyphics. 349. With these allowances, it will be found that the Tezcucan historian does just claims to our admiration for the compass of his inquiries and the sagacity with which they have been conducted. He has introduced us to the knowledge of the most polished people of Anahuac, whose records, if preserved, could not, at a much later period, have been comprehended, and he has thus afforded a standard of comparison which much raises our ideas of American civilization. His language is simple, and, occasionally, eloquent and touching. His descriptions are highly picturesque. He abounds in familiar anecdote, and the natural graces of his manner, in detailing the more striking events of history and the personal adventures of his heroes, entitle him to the name of the Livy of Anahuac. I shall be obliged to enter hereafter into his literary merits, in connection with the narrative of the Conquest, for which he is a prominent authority. His earlier annals, though no one of his manuscripts has been printed, have been diligently studied by the Spanish 222 writers in Mexico, and liberally transferred to their pages, and his reputation, like Sahagun's, has doubtless suffered by the process. His Historia Chichimca is now turned into French by M. Tenox Compans, forming part of that inestimable series of translations from unpublished documents which have so much enlarged our acquaintance with the early American history. I have had ample opportunity of proving the merits of his version of Ixtlalxochitl, and am happy to bear my testimony to the fidelity and elegance with which it is executed. Note. In a note which has heretofore appeared at the end of this first book, Mr. Prescott states that it had been his intention to conclude the introductory portion of the work with an inquiry into the origin of the Mexican civilization. But because he agreed with Humboldt, that the general question of the origin of the inhabitants of a continent is beyond the limits prescribed to history, and with Livy, that for the majority of readers the origin and remote antiquities of a nation can have comparatively little interest, he had decided, on further consideration, to throw his observations on this topic into the appendix. A man of extraordinary modesty, he feared lest the reader should become so wearied with his presentation of the story of the earlier civilization, in the first book, that he would not have energy enough left for the proper consideration of the tale of the Conquest, set forth with such conscientious care in the succeeding chapters. The essay has now been taken from the appendix and placed in its proper position. M. 223. The origin of the Mexican civilization. Preliminary notice. The following essay was originally designed to close the introductory book, to which it properly belongs. It was written 3 years since, at the same time with that part of the work. I know of no work of importance, having reference to the general subject of discussion, which has appeared since that period, except Mr. Bradford's valuable treatise on American antiquities. But in respect to that part of the discussion which treats of American architecture, a most important contribution has been made by Mr. Stevens's 2 works, containing the account of his visits to Central America and Yucatan, and especially by the last of these publications. Indeed, the ground, before so imperfectly known, has now been so diligently explored that we have all the light which we can reasonably expect to aid us in making up our opinion in regard to the mysterious monuments of Yucatan. It only remains that the exquisite illustrations of Mr. Catherwood should be published on a larger scale, like the great works on the subject in France and England, in order to exhibit 224, to the eye a more adequate representation of these magnificent ruins than can be given in the limited compass of an octavo page. But, notwithstanding the importance of Mr. Stevens's researches, I have not availed myself of them to make any additions to the original draft of this essay, nor have I rested my conclusions in any instance on his authority. These conclusions had been formed from a careful study of the narratives of Dupaix and Waldeck, together with that of their splendid illustrations of the remains of Palenque and Uxmal, 2 of the principal places explored by Mr. Stevens, and the additional facts collected by him from the vast field which he has surveyed, so far from shaking my previous deductions, have only served to confirm them. The only object of my own speculations on these remains was to ascertain their probable origin, or rather to see what light, if any, they could throw on the origin of Aztec civilization. The reader, on comparing my reflections with those of Mr. Stevens in the closing chapters of his 2 works, will see that I have arrived at inferences, as to the origin and probable antiquity of these structures, precisely the same as his. Conclusions formed under such different circumstances serve to corroborate each other, and, although the reader will find here some things which would have been different had I been guided by the light now thrown on the path, yet I prefer not to disturb the foundations on which the argument stands, nor to impair its value, if it is any, as a distinct and independent testimony. 225. Origin of the Mexican civilization, analogies with the Old World. When the Europeans first touched the shores of America, it was as if they had alighted on another planet, everything there was so different from what they had before seen. They were introduced to new varieties of plants, and to unknown races of animals, while man, the lord of all, was equally strange, in complexion, language, and institutions. 350, it was what they emphatically styled it, a new world. Taught by their faith to derive all created beings from one source, they felt a natural perplexity as to the manner in which these distant and insulated regions could have obtained their inhabitants. The same curiosity was felt by their countrymen at home, and the European scholars bewildered their brains with speculations on the best way of solving this interesting problem. In accounting for the presence of animals there, some imagined that the 2 hemispheres might once have been joined in the extreme north, so as to have afforded an easy communication. 351, others, embarrassed by the difficulty of transporting inhabitants of the tropics across the Arctic regions. 226, revived the old story of Plato's Atlantis, that huge island, now submerged, which might have stretched from the shores of Africa to the eastern borders of the new continent. 352, while they saw vestiges of a similar convulsion of nature in the Green Islands. 227, sprinkled over the Pacific, once the mountain summits of a vast continent, now buried beneath their waters. 353, some, distrusting the existence of revolutions of which no record was preserved, supposed that animals might have found their way across the ocean by various means, the birds of stronger wing by flight over the narrowest spaces, while the tamer kinds of quadrupeds might easily have been transported by men in boats, and even the more ferocious, as tigers, bears, and the like, have been brought over, in the same manner, when young, for amusement and the pleasure of the chase. 354, others, again, maintained the equally probable opinion that angels, who had, doubtless, taken charge of them in the ark, but also superintended their distribution afterwards over the different parts of the globe. 355. Such were the extremities to which even thinking minds were reduced, in their eagerness to reconcile the literal interpretation of Scripture with the phenomena of nature. The philosophy of a later day conceives that it is no departure from this sacred authority to follow the suggestions of science, by referring the new tribes of animals to a creation, since the deluge, in those places for which they were clearly intended by constitution and habit. 228, 356. Man would not seem to present the same embarrassments, in the discussion, as the inferior orders. He is fitted by nature for every climate, the burning sun of the tropics and the icy atmosphere of the north. He wanders indifferently over the sands of the desert, the waste of polar snows, and the pathless ocean. Neither mountains nor seas intimidate him, and, by the aid of mechanical contrivances, he accomplishes journeys which birds of boldest wing would perish in attempting. Without ascending to the high northern latitudes, where the continents of Asia and America approach within 50 miles of each other, it would be easy for the inhabitant of Eastern Tartary or Japan to steer his canoe from islet to islet, quite across to the American shore, without ever being on the ocean more than 2 days at a time. 357. The communication is somewhat more difficult on the Atlantic side. But even there, Iceland was occupied by colonies of Europeans many hundred years before the discovery by Columbus, and the transit from Iceland to America is comparatively easy. 358. Independently of these channels, others were opened in the southern hemisphere, by means of 229, the numerous islands in the Pacific. The population of America is not nearly so difficult a problem as that of these little spots. But experience shows how practicable the communication may have been, even with such sequestered places. 359. The savage has been picked up in his canoe, after drifting hundreds of leagues on the open ocean, and sustaining life, for months, by the rain from heaven, and such fish as he could catch. 360. The instances are not very rare, and it would be strange if these wandering barks should not sometimes have been intercepted by the great continent which stretches across the globe, in unbroken continuity, almost from pole to pole. No doubt, history could reveal to us more than one example of men who, thus driven upon the American shores, have mingled their blood with that of the primitive races who occupied them. 230. The real difficulty is not, as with the animals, to explain how man could have reached America, but from what quarter he actually has reached it. In surveying the whole extent of the New World, it was found to contain two great families, one in the lowest stage of civilization, composed of hunters, and another nearly as far advanced in refinement as the semi-civilized empires of Asia. The more polished races were probably unacquainted with the existence of each other on the different continents of America, and had as little intercourse with the barbarian tribes by whom they were surrounded. Yet they had some things in common both with these last and with one another, which remarkably distinguished them from the inhabitants of the Old World. They had a common complexion and physical organization, at least, bearing a more uniform character than is found among the nations of any other quarter of the globe. They had some usages and institutions in common, and spoke languages of similar construction, curiously distinguished from those in the Eastern Hemisphere. Whence did the refinement of these more polished traces come? Was it only a higher development of the same Indian character which we see, in the more northern latitudes, defying every attempt at permanent civilization? Was it engrafted on a race of higher order in the scale originally, but self-instructed, working its way upward by its own powers? Was it, in short, an indigenous civilization? Or was it borrowed in some degree from the nations in the Eastern world? 231. If indigenous, how are we to explain the singular coincidence with the Eastern institutions and opinions? If Oriental, how shall we account for the great dissimilarity in language, and for the ignorance of some of the most simple and useful arts, which, once known, it would seem scarcely possible should have been forgotten? This is the riddle of the Sphinx, which no Oedipus has yet had the ingenuity to solve. It is, however, a question of deep interest to every curious and intelligent observer of his species, and it has accordingly occupied the thoughts of men, from the first discovery of the country to the present time, when the extraordinary monuments brought to light in Central America have given a new impulse to inquiry, by suggesting the probability, the possibility, rather, that surer evidences than any hitherto known might be afforded for establishing the fact of a positive communication with the other hemisphere. It is not my intention to add many pages to the volumes already written on this inexhaustible topic. The subject, as remarked by a writer of a philosophical mind himself, and who has done more than any other for the solution of the mystery, is of too speculative a nature for history, almost for philosophy. 361. But this work would be incomplete without affording the reader the means of judging for himself as to the true sources of the peculiar Civili 232 Zation already described, by exhibiting to him the alleged points of resemblance with the ancient continent. In doing this, I shall confine myself to my proper subject, the Mexicans, or to what, in some way or other, may have a bearing on this subject, proposing to state only real points of resemblance, as they are supported by evidence, and stripped, as far as possible, of the illusions with which they have been invested by the biased credulity of one party, and the visionary system building of another. An obvious analogy is found in cosmogonal traditions and religious usages. The reader has already been made acquainted with the Aztec system of 4 great cycles, at the end of each of which the world was destroyed, to be again regenerated. 362. The belief in these periodical convulsions of nature, through the agency of someone or other of the elements, was familiar to many countries in the Eastern Hemisphere, and, though varying in detail, the general resemblance of outline furnishes an argument in favor of a common origin. 363. No tradition has been more widely spread among nations than that of a deluge. Independently of tradition, indeed, it would seem to be naturally suggested by the interior structure of the earth, 233, and by the elevated places on which marine substances are found to be deposited. It was the received notion, under some form or other, of the most civilized people in the Old World, and of the barbarians of the New. 364. The Aztecs combined with this some particular circumstances of a more arbitrary character, resembling the accounts of the East. They believe that 2 persons survived the deluge, a man, named Coxcox, and his wife. Their heads are represented in ancient paintings, together with a boat floating on the waters, at the foot of a mountain. A dove is also depicted, with the hieroglyphical emblem of languages in his mouth, which he is distributing to the children of Coxcox, who were born dumb. 365. The neighboring people of Michoacan, inhabiting the same high plains of the Andes, had a still further tradition, that the boat in which Tespe, their Noah, escaped, 234, was filled with various kinds of animals and birds. After some time, a vulture was sent out from it, but remained feeding on the dead bodies of the giants, which had been left on the earth, as the waters subsided. The little hummingbird, Huet sixilin, was then sent forth, and returned with a twig in its mouth. The coincidence of both these accounts with the Hebrew and Chaldean narratives is obvious. It were to be wished that the authority for the Michoacan version were more satisfactory. 366. On the way between Vera Cruz and the capital, not far from the modern city of Puebla, stands the venerable relic, with which the reader will become familiar in the course of the narrative, called the Temple of Colula. It is a pyramidal mound, built, or rather cased, with unburnt brick, rising to the height of nearly 180 feet. The popular tradition of the natives is that it was erected by a family of giants, who had escaped the great inundation and designed 235, to raise the building to the clouds, but the gods, offended with their presumption, sent fires from heaven on the pyramid, and compelled them to abandon the attempt. 367. The partial coincidence of this legend with the Hebrew account of the Tower of Babel, received also by other nations of the East, cannot be denied. 368. But one who has not examined the subject will scarcely credit what bold hypotheses have been reared on this slender basis. Another point of coincidence is found in the 236. Goddess Ioacotl, Our Lady and Mother, the first goddess who brought forth, who bequeathed the sufferings of childbirth to women, as the tribute of death, by whom sin came into the world. Such was the remarkable language applied by the Aztecs to this venerated deity. She was usually represented with a serpent near her, and her name signified the serpent woman. In all this we see much to remind us of the mother of the human family, the Eve of the Hebrew and Syrian nations. 369. But none of the deities of the country suggested such astonishing analogies with scripture as Quetzalcoatl, with whom the reader has already been made acquainted. 370. He was the white man, wearing a long beard, who came from the east, and who, after presiding over the golden age of Anahuac, disappeared as mysteriously as he had come, on the great Atlantic Ocean. As he promised to return at some future day, his reappearance was looked for with confidence by each succeeding Jan 237 iteration. There is little in these circumstances to remind one of Christianity. But the curious antiquaries of Mexico found out that to this god were to be referred the institution of ecclesiastical communities, reminding one of the monastic societies of the Old World, that of the rites of confession and penance, and the knowledge even of the great doctrines of the Trinity and the Incarnation. 371. One party, with pious industry, accumulated proofs to establish his identity with the Apostle St. Thomas, 372-373, while another, with less scrupulous faith, saw, in his anticipated advent to regenerate the nation, the type, dimly veiled, of the Messiah. 374. Yet we should have charity for the missionaries who first landed in this world of wonders, where, 238, while man and nature wore so strange an aspect, they were astonished by occasional glimpses of rites and ceremonies which reminded them of a purer faith. In their amazement, they did not reflect whether these things were not the natural expression of the religious feeling common to all nations who have reached even a moderate civilization. They did not inquire whether the same things were not practiced by other idolatrous people. They could not suppress their wonder, as they beheld the cross, 375, the sacred emblem of their own faith, raised as an object of worship in the temples of Anahuac. They met with it in various places, and the image of a cross may be seen at this day, sculptured in bas-relief, on the walls of 239, one of the buildings of Palenque, while a figure bearing some resemblance to that of a child is held up to it, as if in adoration. 376. Their surprise was heightened when they witnessed a religious rite which reminded them of the Christian communion. On these occasions an image of the tutelary deity of the Aztecs was made of the flour of maize, mixed with blood, and, after consecration by the priests, was distributed among the people, who, as they ate it, showed signs of humiliation and sorrow, declaring it was the flesh of the deity. 377. How could the Roman Catholic fail to recognize the awful ceremony of the Eucharist? 240. With the same feelings they witnessed another ceremony, that of the Aztec baptism, in which, after a solemn invocation, the head and lips of the infant were touched with water, and a name was given to it, while the goddess Cihuacotl, who presided over childbirth, was implored that the sin which was given to us before the beginning of the world might not visit the child, but that, cleansed by these waters, it might live and be born anew. 378. It is true, these several rites were attended with many peculiarities, very unlike those in any Christ 241 ton church. But the fathers fastened their eyes exclusively on the points of resemblance. They were not aware that the cross was a symbol of worship, of the highest antiquity, in Egypt and Syria, 379, and that rites resembling those of communion 380, and baptism were practiced by pagan nations on whom the light of Christianity had never shone. 381. In their amazement, they not only magnified what they saw, but were perpetually cheated by the illusions of their own heated imaginations. In this they were admirably assisted by their Mexican converts, proud to establish, and 242, half believing it themselves, a correspondence between their own faith and that of their conquerors. 382. The ingenuity of the chronicler was taxed to find out analogies between the Aztec and scripture histories, both old and new. The migration from Mazatlan to Anahuac was typical of the Jewish exodus. 383. The places where the Mexicans halted on the march were identified with those in the journey of the Israelites, 384, and the name of Mexico itself was found to be nearly identical with the Hebrew name for the Messiah. 385, the Mexican hieroglyphics afforded a boundless field for the display of this critical acuteness. The most remarkable passages in the Old and New Testaments were read in their mysterious characters, and the eye of faith could trace the whole story of the Passion, the Saviour suspended from the cross, 243, and the Virgin Mary with her attendant angels. 386. The Jewish and Christian schemes were strangely mingled together, and the brains of the good fathers were still further bewildered by the mixture of heathenish abominations which were so closely intertwined with the most orthodox observances. In their perplexity, they looked on the whole as the delusion of the devil, who counterfeited the rites of Christianity and the traditions of the chosen people, that he might allure his wretched victims to their own destruction. 387. But, although it is not necessary to resort to this startling supposition, nor even to call up an apostle from the dead, or any later missionary, to explain the coincidences with Christianity, yet these coincidences must be allowed to furnish an argument in favor of some primitive communication with that great brotherhood of nations on the old continent, among whom similar ideas have been so widely diffused. 388. The probability of such a COM-244 communication, especially with Eastern Asia, is much strengthened by the resemblance of sacerdotal institutions, and of some religious rites, as those of marriage, 389, and the burial of the dead, 390, by the practice of human sacrifices, and even of cannibalism, traces of which are discernible in the Mongol races, 391, and, lastly, by a conformity of social usages and manners, so striking that the description of Montezuma's court may well pass for that of the Grand Khans, as depicted by Maundeville and Marco Polo. 392. It would occupy too much room to go into details in this matter, without which, however, the strength of the argument cannot be felt, nor fully established. It has been done by others, and an occasional coincidence has been adverted to in the preceding chapters. 245. It is true, we should be very slow to infer identity, or even correspondence, between nations, from a partial resemblance of habits and institutions. Where this relates to manners, and is founded on caprice, it is not more conclusive than when it flows from the spontaneous suggestions of nature, common to all. The resemblance, in the one case, may be referred to accident, in the other, to the constitution of man. But there are certain arbitrary peculiarities, which, when found in different nations, reasonably suggest the idea of some previous communication between them. Who can doubt the existence of an affinity, or, at least, intercourse, between tribes who had the same strange habit of burying the dead in a sitting posture, as was practiced to some extent by most, if not all, of the aborigines, from Canada to Patagonia. 393. The habit of burning the dead, familiar to both Mongols and Aztecs, is in itself but slender proof of a common origin. The body must be disposed of in some way, and this, perhaps, is as natural as any other. But when to this is added the circumstance of collecting the ashes in a vase and depositing the single article of a precious stone along with them, the coincidence is remarkable. 394. Such minute coincidences are not unfrequent, while the accumulation of those of a more general character, though individually of little account, greatly strengthens the probability of a communication with the East. 246. A proof of a higher kind is found in the analogies of science. We have seen the peculiar chronological system of the Aztecs, their method of distributing the years into cycles, and of reckoning by means of periodical series, instead of numbers. A similar process was used by the various Asiatic nations of the Mongol family, from India to Japan. Their cycles, indeed, consisted of 60, instead of 52 years. And for the terms of their periodical series they employed the names of the elements and the signs of the zodiac, of which latter the Mexicans, probably, had no knowledge. But the principle was precisely the same. 395. A correspondence quite as extraordinary is found between the hieroglyphics used by the Aztecs for the signs of the days, and those zodiacal signs which the Eastern Asiatics employed as one of the terms of their seers. The symbols in the Mongolian calendar are borrowed from animals. 4 of the 12 are the same as the Aztec. 3 others are as nearly the same as the differ 247 species of animals in the 2 hemispheres would allow. The remaining 5 refer to no creature then found in Anahuac. 396. The resemblance went as far as it could. 397. The similarity of these conventional symbols among the several nations of the East can hardly fail to carry conviction of a common origin for the system as regards them. Why should not a similar conclusion be applied to the Aztec calendar, which, although relating to days instead of years, was, like the Asiatic, equally 248, appropriated to chronological uses and to those of divination? 398. I shall pass over the further resemblance to the Persians, shown in the adjustment of time by a similar system of intercalation, 399, and to the Egyptians, in the celebration of the remarkable festival of the winter solstice, 400, since, although sufficiently curious, the coincidences might be accidental, and add little to the weight of evidence offered by an agreement in combinations of so complex and artificial a character as those before stated. Amid these intellectual analogies, one would expect to meet with it of language, 401, the vehicle of intellectual communication, which usually exhibits traces of its origin even when the science and literature that are embodied in it have widely diverged. No inquiry, however, has led to satisfactory results. The languages spread over the Western continent far exceed in number those found in any equal population in the Eastern. 402. They exhibit the remarkable anomaly of differing as widely in etymology as they agree in organization, and, on the other hand, while they bear some slight affinity to the languages of the Old World in the former particular, they have no resemblance to them whatever in the latter. 403. The Mexican was spoken for an extent of 300 leagues. But within the boundaries of New Spain more than 20 languages were found, not simply dialects, but, in many instances, radically different. 404. All these idioms, however, with one exception, conform to that peculiar synthetic structure by which every Indian dialect appears to have been fashioned, from the land of the Esquimaux to Terra del Fuego. 405. A system which, bringing the 250 greatest number of ideas within the smallest possible compass, condenses whole sentences into a single word. 406. Displaying a curious mechanism, in which some discern the hand of the philosopher, and others only the spontaneous efforts of the savage. 407. The etymological affinities detected with the ancient continent are not very numerous, and they are drawn indiscriminately from all the tribes scattered over America. On the whole, more analogies have been found with the idioms of Asia than of any other quarter, but their amount is too inconsiderable to balance the opposite conclusion inferred by a total dissimilarity of structure. 408. A remarkable exception is found in the Otomi language, which covers a wider territory than any other but the Mexican in New Spain. 409, and which, 251, both in its monosyllabic composition, so different from those around it, and in its vocabulary, shows a very singular affinity to the Chinese. 410. The existence of this insulated idiom in the heart of this vast continent offers a curious theme for speculation, entirely beyond the province of history. The American languages, so numerous and widely diversified, present an immense field of inquiry, which, notwithstanding the labors of several distinguished philologists, remains yet to be explored. It is only after a wide comparison of examples that conclusions founded on analogy can be trusted. The difficulty of making such comparisons increases with time, from the facility which the peculiar structure of the Indian languages affords for new combinations, while the insensible influence of contact with civilized man, in producing these, must lead to a still further distrust of our conclusions. The theory of an Asiatic origin for Aztec civilization derives stronger confirmation from the light of tradition, which, shining steadily from the far northwest, pierces through the dark shadows that history and mythology have alike thrown around the traditions of the country. Traditions of a western or northwestern origin were found 252, among the more barbarous tribes, 411, and by the Mexicans were preserved both orally and in their hieroglyphical maps, where the different stages of their migration are carefully noted. But who, at this day, shall read them? 412. They are admitted to agree, however, in representing the populous North as the prolific hive of the American races. 413. In this quarter were placed Aztlan and Ecuatlan, the bright abodes of their ancestors, whose warlike exploits rivaled those which the Teutonic nations have recorded of Odin 253, and the mythic heroes of Scandinavia. From this quarter the Toltecs, the Chichimecs, and the kindred races of the Nahuatls came successively up the great plateau of the Andes, spreading over its hills and valleys, down to the Gulf of Mexico. 414. Antiquaries have industriously sought to detect some still surviving traces of these migrations. In the northwestern districts of New Spain, at the distance of 1,000 miles from the capital, dialects have been discovered showing intimate affinity with the Mexican. 415. Along the Rio Gila, remains of populous towns are to be seen, quite worthy of the Aztecs in their style of architecture. 416. The country north of the Great Rio Colorado has been imperfectly explored, but in the higher latitudes, in the neighborhood of Nootka, tribes still exist 254, whose dialects, both in the termination and general sound of the words, bear considerable resemblance to the Mexican. 417. Such are the vestiges, few, indeed, and feeble, that still exist to attest the truth of traditions which themselves have remained steady and consistent through the lapse of centuries and the migrations of successive races. The conclusions suggested by the intellectual and moral analogies with Eastern Asia derive considerable support from those of a physical nature. The aborigines of the Western world were distinguished by certain peculiarities of organization, which have led physiologists to regard them as a separate race. These peculiarities are shown in their reddish complexion, approaching a cinnamon color, their straight, black, and exceedingly glossy hair, their beard thin, and usually eradicated. 418. Their high cheekbones, eyes obliquely directed towards the temples, prominent noses, and narrow foreheads falling backwards with a greater inclination than those of any other race except the African. 419. From this general standard, however, there are deviations, in the same manner, if not to the 255, same extent, as in other quarters of the globe, though these deviations do not seem to be influenced by the same laws of local position. 420. Anatomists, also, have discerned in crania disinterred from the mounds, and in those of the inhabitants of the high plains of the Cordilleras, an obvious difference from those of the more barbarous tribes. This is seen especially in the ampler forehead, intimating a decided intellectual superiority. 421. These characteristics are found to bear a close resemblance to those of the Mongolian family, and especially to the people of Eastern Tartary. 422. So that, notwithstanding certain differences recognized by physiologists, the skulls of the two races could not be readily distinguished from one another by a common observer. No inference can be surely drawn, however, without a wide range of comparison. That hitherto made has been chiefly founded 256 on specimens from the barbarous tribes. 423. Perhaps a closer comparison with the more civilized may supply still stronger evidences of affinity. 424. In seeking for analogies with the Old World, we should not pass by in silence the architectural remains of the country, which, indeed, from their resemblance to the pyramidal structures of the East, have suggested to more than one antiquary the idea of a common origin. 425. The Spanish in 257 invaders, it is true, assailed the Indian buildings, especially those of a religious character, with all the fury of fanaticism. The same spirit survived in the generations which succeeded. The war has never ceased against the monuments of the country, and the few that fanaticism has spared have been nearly all demolished to serve the purposes of utility. Of all the stately edifices, So much extolled by the Spaniards who first visited the country, there are scarcely more vestiges at the present day than are to be found in some of those regions of Europe and Asia which once swarmed with populous cities, the great marts of luxury and commerce. 426. Yet some of these remains, like the temple of Xochicalco, 427, the palaces of Tezcat 258, Zinco, 428, the colossal calendar stone in the capital, are of sufficient magnitude, and wrought with sufficient skill, to attest mechanical powers in the Aztecs not unworthy to be compared with those of the ancient Egyptians. But, if the remains on the Mexican soil are so scanty, they multiply as we descend the southeastern slope of the Cordilleras, traverse the rich valley of Oaxaca, and penetrate the forests of Chiapa and Yucatan. In the midst of these lonely regions we meet with the ruins, recently discovered, of several ancient cities, Mitla, Palenque, and Itzalana or Uxmal, 429, which argue a higher civilization 259, than anything yet found on the American continent, and, although it was not the Mexicans who built these cities, yet, as they are probably the work of cognate races, the present inquiry would be incomplete without some attempt to ascertain what light they can throw on the origin of the Indian, and consequently of the Aztec civilization. 430. Few works of art have been found in the neighborhood of any of the ruins. 431. Some of them, consisting of earthen or marble vases, fragments of statues, and the like, are fantastic, and even hideous. Others show much grace and beauty of design, 260, and are apparently well executed. 432. It may seem extraordinary that no iron in the buildings themselves, nor iron tools, should have been discovered, considering that the materials used are chiefly granite, very hard, and carefully hewn and polished. Red copper chisels and axes have been picked up in the midst of large blocks of granite imperfectly cut, with fragments of pillars and architraves, in the quarries near Mitla. 433. Tools of a similar kind have been discovered, also, in the quarries near Thebes, and the difficulty, nay, impossibility, of cutting such masses from the living rock with any tools which we possess, except iron, has confirmed an ingenious writer in the supposition that this metal must have been employed by the Egyptians, but that its tendency to decomposition, especially in a nitrous soil, has prevented any specimens of it from being preserved. 434. Yet iron has been found, after the lapse of some thousands of years, in the remains of antiquity, and it is certain that the Mexicans, down to the time of the Conquest, used only copper instruments, with an alloy of tin, and a silicious powder, to cut the hardest stones, some of them of enormous dimensions. 435. This fact, with the additional circumstance that 261, only similar tools have been found in Central America, strengthens the conclusion that iron was neither known nor in ancient Egypt. But what are the nations of the old continent whose style of architecture bears most resemblance to that of the remarkable monuments of Chiapa and Yucatan? The points of resemblance will probably be found neither numerous nor decisive. There is, indeed, some analogy both to the Egyptian and Asiatic style of architecture in the pyramidal, terrace-formed bases on which the buildings repose, resembling also the Toltec and Mexican teocalli. A similar care, also, is observed in the people of both hemispheres to adjust the position of their buildings by the cardinal points. The walls in both are covered with figures and hieroglyphics, which, on the American as on the Egyptian, may be designed, perhaps, to record the laws and historical annals of the nation. These figures, as well as the buildings themselves, are found to have been stained with various dyes, principally vermilion. 436. A favorite color with the Egyptians also, who painted their colossal statues and temples of granite. 437. Notwithstanding these points of similarity, the Palenque architecture has little to re 262 mind us of the Egyptian or of the Oriental. It is, indeed, more conformable, in the perpendicular elevation of the walls, the moderate size of the stones, and the general arrangement of the parts, to the European. It must be admitted, however, to have a character of originality peculiar to itself. More positive proofs of communication with the East might be looked for in their sculpture and in the conventional forms of their hieroglyphics. But the sculptures on the Palenque buildings are in relief, unlike the Egyptian, which are usually in intaglio. The Egyptians were not very successful in their representations of the human figure, which are on the same invariable model, always in profile. From the greater facility of execution, this presence over the front view, the full eye is placed on the side of the head, while the countenance is similar in all, and perfectly destitute of expression. 438. The Palenque artists were equally awkward in representing the various attitudes of the body, which they delineated also in profile. But the parts are executed with much correctness, and sometimes gracefully. The costume is rich and various, and the ornamented headdress, typical, perhaps, like the Aztec, of the name and condition of the person represented, conforms in its magnificence to the Oriental taste. The countenance is various, and often expressive. The contour of the head is, in 263 most extraordinary, describing almost a semicircle from the forehead to the tip of the nose, and contracted towards the crown, whether from the artificial pressure practiced by many of the aborigines, or from some preposterous notion of ideal beauty. 439. But, while superior in the execution of the details, the Palenque artist was far inferior to the Egyptian in the number and variety of the objects displayed by him, which on the Theban temples comprehend animals as well as men, and almost every conceivable object of use or elegant art. The hieroglyphics are too few on the American buildings to authorize any decisive inference. On comparing them, however, with those of the Dresden Codex, probably from this same quarter of the country, 440, with those on the monument of Xochicalco, and with the ruder picture writing of the Aztecs, it is not easy to discern anything which indicates a common system. Still less obvious is the resemblance to the Egyptian characters, whose refined and delicate abbreviations approach almost 264, to the simplicity of an alphabet. Yet the Palenque writing shows an advanced stage of the art, and, though somewhat clumsy, intimates, by the conventional and arbitrary forms of the hieroglyphics, that it was symbolical, and perhaps phonetic, in its character. 441. That its mysterious import will ever be deciphered is scarcely to be expected. The language of the race who employed it, the race itself, is unknown, and it is not likely that another Rosetta Stone will be found, with its trilingual inscription, to supply the means of comparison, and to guide the American Champollion in the path of discovery. It is impossible to contemplate these mysterious monuments of a lost civilization without a strong feeling of curiosity as to who were their architects and what is their probable age. The data on which to rest our conjectures of their age are not very substantial, although some find in them a warrant for an antiquity of thousands of years, coeval with the architecture of Egypt and Hindostan. 442. But the interpretation of hieroglyphics, and the apparent duration of trees, are vague and unsatisfactory. 265 Tory. 443. And how far can we derive an argument from the discoloration and dilapidated condition of the ruins, when we find so many structures of the Middle Ages dark and mouldering with decay, while the marbles of the Acropolis and the grey stone of Paestum still shine in their primitive splendor? There are, however, undoubted proofs of considerable age to be found there. Trees have shot up in the midst of the buildings, which measure, it is said, more than 9 feet in diameter. 444. A still more striking fact is the accumulation of vegetable mold in one of the courts, to the depth of 9 feet above the pavement. 445. This in our latitude 266, would be decisive of a very great antiquity. But in the rich soil of Yucatan, and under the ardent sun of the tropics, vegetation bursts forth, with irrepressible exuberance, and generations of plants succeed each other without intermission, leaving an accumulation of deposits that would have perished under a northern winter. Another evidence of their age is afforded by the circumstance that in one of the courts of Uxmal, the granite pavement, 446, on which the figures of tortoises were raised in sheer relief, is worn nearly smooth by the feet of the crowds who have passed over it. 447. A curious fact, suggesting inferences both in regard to the age and population of the place. Lastly, we have authority for carrying back the date of many of these ruins to a certain period, since they were found in a deserted, and probably dilapidated, state by the first Spaniards who entered the country. Their notices, indeed, are brief and casual, for the old conquerors had little respect for works of art. 448, and it is fortunate for these structures 267, that they had ceased to be the living temples of the gods, since no merit of architecture, probably, would have availed to save them from the general doom of the monuments of Mexico. If we find it so difficult to settle the age of these buildings, what can we hope to know of their architects? Little can be gleaned from the rude people by whom they are surrounded. The old Tezcucan chronicler so often quoted by me, the best authority for the traditions of his country, reports that the Toltecs, on the breaking up of their empire, which he places earlier than most authorities, in the middle of the 10th century, migrating from Anahuac, spread themselves over Guatemala, Tehuantepec, Campeche, and the coasts, and they 268 boring isles on both sides of the isthmus. 449. This assertion, important, considering its source, is confirmed by the fact that several of the nations in that quarter adopted systems of astronomy and chronology, as well as sacerdotal institutions, very similar to the Aztec. 450, which, as we have seen, were also probably derived from the Toltecs, their more polished predecessors in the land. If so recent a date for the construction of the American buildings be thought incompatible with this oblivion of their origin, it should be remembered how treacherous a thing is tradition, and how easily the links of the chain are severed. The builders of the pyramids had been forgotten before the time of the earliest Greek historians. 451. The antiquary still disputes whether the frightful inclination of that architectural miracle, the Tower of Pisa, standing, as it does, in the heart of a populous city, was the work of accident or design. And we have seen how soon the Tezcucans, dwelling amidst the ruins of their royal palaces, built just before the conquest, had forgotten their history, while the 269, more inquisitive traveller refers their construction to some remote period before the Aztecs. 452. The reader has now seen the principal points of coincidence insisted on between the civilization of ancient Mexico and the Eastern Hemisphere. In presenting them to him, I have endeavored to confine myself to such as rest on sure historic grounds, and not so much to offer my own opinion as to enable him to form one for himself. There are some material embarrassments in the way to this, however, which must not be passed over in silence. These consist, not in explaining the fact that, while the mythic system and the science of the Aztecs afford some striking points of analogy with the Asiatic, they should differ in so many more, for the same phenomenon is found among the nations of the Old World, who seem to have borrowed from one another those ideas, only, best suited to their peculiar genius and institutions. Nor does the difficulty lie in accounting for the great dissimilarity of the American languages to those in the other hemisphere, for the difference with these is not greater than what exists among themselves, and no one will contend for a separate origin for each of the aboriginal tribes. 453. But it is scarcely possible to reconcile the knowledge of Oriental science with the total ignorance of some of the most serviceable and familiar arts, as the use of milk, and 270, iron, for example, arts so simple, yet so important to domestic comfort, that when once acquired they could hardly be lost. The Aztecs had no useful domesticated animals, and we have seen that they employed bronze, as a substitute for iron, for all mechanical purposes. The bison, or wild cow of America, however, which ranges in countless herds over the magnificent prairies of the West, yields milk like the tame animal of the same species in Asia and Europe. 454, and iron was scattered in large masses over the surface of the tableland. Yet there have been people considerably civilized in Eastern Asia who were almost equally strangers to the use of milk. 455. The buffalo range was not so much on the western coast as on the eastern slopes of the Rocky Mountains. 456, and the migratory Aztec might well 271, doubt whether the wild, uncouth monsters whom he occasionally saw bounding with such fury over the distant plains were capable of domestication, like the meek animals which he had left grazing in the green pastures of Asia. Iron, too, though met with on the surface of the ground, was more tenacious, and harder to work, than copper, which he also found in much greater quantities on his route. It is possible, moreover, that his migration may have been previous to the time when iron was used by his nation, for we have seen more than one people in the Old World employing bronze and copper with entire ignorance, apparently, of any more serviceable metal. 457 such 272, is the explanation, unsatisfactory, indeed, but the best that suggests itself, of this curious anomaly. The consideration of these and similar difficulties has led some writers to regard the antique American civilization as purely indigenous. Whichever way we turn, the subject is full of embarrassment. It is easy, indeed, by fastening the attention on one portion of it, to come to a conclusion. In this way, while some feel little hesitation in pronouncing the American civilization original, others, no less certainly, discern in it a Hebrew, or an Egyptian, or a Chinese, or a Tartar origin, as their eyes are attracted by the light of analogy too exclusively to this or the other quarter. The number of contradictory lights, of itself, perplexes the judgment and prevents us from arriving at a precise and positive inference. Indeed, the affectation of this, in so doubtful a matter, argues a most unphilosophical mind. Yet where there is most doubt there is often the most dogmatism. The reader of the preceding pages may perhaps acquiesce in the general conclusions common not startling by their novelty. First, that the coincidences are sufficiently strong to authorize a belief that the civilization of Anahuac was in some degree influenced by that of Eastern Asia. And, secondly, that the discrepancies are such as to carry back the communication to a very remote period, so remote that this foreign influence has been too feeble to interfere materially with the 273 growth of what may be regarded in its essential features as a peculiar and indigenous civilization. 458, 275, 274. Book 2. Discovery of Mexico. 276. Image unavailable. Portrait of Charles V. Coupulin C. Superscript O. Paris. 277. Book 2. Discovery of Mexico. Chapter 1. Spain under Charles V. Progress of discovery, colonial policy, conquest of Cuba, expeditions to Yucatan. 1516 to 1518. In the beginning of the 16th century, Spain occupied perhaps the most prominent position on the theatre of Europe. The numerous states into which she had been so long divided were consolidated into one monarchy. The Muslim Crescent, after reigning there for 8 centuries, was no longer seen on her borders. The authority of the crown did not, as in later times, overshadow the inferior orders of the state. The people enjoyed the inestimable privilege of political representation, and exercised it with manly independence. The nation at large could boast as great a degree of constitutional freedom as any other, at that time, in Christendom. Under a system of salutary laws and an equitable administration, domestic tranquility was secured, public credit established. 278, trade, manufactures, and even the more elegant arts, began to flourish, while a higher education called forth the first blossoms of that literature which was to ripen into so rich a harvest before the close of the century. Arms abroad kept pace with arts at home. Spain found her empire suddenly enlarged by important acquisitions both in Europe and Africa, while a new world beyond the waters poured into her lap treasures of countless wealth and opened an unbounded field for honourable enterprise. Such was the condition of the kingdom at the close of the long and glorious reign of Ferdinand and Isabella, when, on the 23d of January, 1516, the sceptre passed into the hands of their daughter Joanna, or rather their grandson, 459, Charles the 279, 5th, who alone ruled the monarchy during the long and imbecile existence of his unfortunate mother. During the 2 years following Ferdinand's death, the regency, in the absence of Charles, was held by Cardinal Ximenes, a man whose intrepidity, extraordinary talents, and capacity for great enterprises were accompanied by a haughty spirit, which made him too indifferent as to the means of their execution. His administration, therefore, notwithstanding the uprightness of his intentions, was, from his total disregard of forms, unfavorable to constitutional liberty, for respect for forms is an essential element of freedom. With all his faults, however, Maxims was a Spaniard, and the object he had at heart was the good of his country. It was otherwise on the arrival of Charles, who, after a long absence, came as a foreigner into the land of his fathers. November, 1517, his manners, sympathies, even his language, were foreign, for he spoke the Castilian with difficulty. He knew little of his native country, of the character of the people or their institutions. He seemed to care still less for them, while his natural reserve precluded that freedom of communication which might have counteracted, to some extent, at least, the errors of education. In everything, in short, 280, he was a foreigner, and resigned himself to the direction of his Flemish councillors with a docility that gave little augury of his future greatness. On his entrance into Castile, the young monarch was accompanied by a swarm of courtly sycophants, who settled, like locusts, on every place of profit and honour throughout the kingdom. A Fleming was made Grand Chancellor of Castile, another Fleming was placed in the archiepiscopal see of Toledo. They even ventured to profane the sanctity of the Cortes, by intruding themselves on its deliberations. Yet that body did not tamely submit to these usurpations, but gave vent to its indignation in tones becoming the representatives of a free people. 460. The deportment of Charles, so different from that to which the Spaniards had been accustomed under the benign administration of Ferdinand and Isabella, closed all hearts against him, and, as his character came to be understood, instead of the spontaneous outpourings of loyalty which usually greet the accession of a new and youthful sovereign, he was everywhere encountered by opposing 281 shun and disgust. In Castile, and afterwards in Aragon, Catalonia, and Valencia, the commons hesitated to confer on him the title of king during the lifetime of his mother, and, though they eventually yielded this point, and associated his name with hers in the sovereignty, yet they reluctantly granted the supplies he demanded, and, when they did so, watched over their appropriation with a vigilance which left little to gratify the cupidity of the Flemings. The language of the legislature on these occasions, though temperate and respectful, breathes a spirit of resolute independence not to be found, probably, on the parliamentary records of any other nation at that period. No wonder that Charles should have early imbibed a disgust for these popular assemblies, the only bodies whence truths so unpalatable could find their way to the ears of the sovereign. 461, unfortunately, they had no influence on his conduct, till the discontent, long allowed to fester in secret, broke out in that sad war of the Comunidades, which shook the state to its foundations and ended in the subversion of its liberties. 282-462. The same pestilent foreign influence was felt, though much less sensibly, in the colonial administration. This had been placed, in the preceding reign, under the immediate charge of the two great tribunals, the Council of the Indies, and the Casa de Contratación, or India House, at Seville. It was their business to further the progress of discovery, watch over the infant settlements, and adjust the disputes which grew up in them. But the licenses granted to private adventurers did more for the cause of discovery than the patronage of the Crown or its officers. The long peace, enjoyed with slight interruption by Spain in the early part of the 16th century, was most auspicious for this, and the restless cavalier, who could no longer win laurels on the fields of Africa or Europe, turned with eagerness 283 to the brilliant career open to him beyond the ocean. It is difficult for those of our time, as familiar from childhood with the most remote places on the globe as with those in their own neighbourhood, to picture to themselves the feelings of the men who lived in the 16th century. The dread mystery which had so long hung over the great deep had, indeed, been removed. It was no longer beset with the same undefined horrors as when Columbus launched his bold bark on its dark and unknown waters. A new and glorious world had been thrown open. But as to the precise spot where that world lay, its extent, its history, whether it were island or continent, of all this they had very vague and confused conceptions. Many, in their ignorance, blindly adopted the erroneous conclusion into which the great admiral had been led by his superior science, that the new countries were a part of Asia, and, as the mariner wandered among the Bahamas, or steered his caravel across the Caribbean seas, he fancied he was inhaling the rich odors of the Spice Islands in the Indian Ocean. Thus every fresh discovery, interpreted by this previous delusion, served to confirm him in his error, or, at least, to fill his mind with new perplexities. The career thus thrown open had all the fascinations of a desperate hazard, on which the adventurer staked all his hopes of fortune, fame, and life itself. It was not often, indeed, that he won the rich prize which he most coveted, but then he was sure to win the meed of glory, scarcely less 284, dear to his chivalrous spirit, and, if he survived to return to his home, he had wonderful stories to recount, of perilous chances among the strange people he had visited, and the burning climes whose rank fertility and magnificence of vegetation so far surpassed anything he had witnessed in his own. These reports added fresh fuel to imaginations already warmed by the study of those tales of chivalry which formed the favoured reading of the Spaniards at that period. Thus romance and reality acted on each other, and the soul of the Spaniard was exalted to that pitch of enthusiasm which enabled him to encounter the terrible trials that lay in the path of the discoverer. Indeed, the life of the cavalier of the day was romance put into action. The story of his adventures in the New World forms one of the most remarkable pages in the history of man. Under this chivalrous spirit of enterprise, the progress of discovery had extended, by the beginning of Charles V's reign, from the Bay of Honduras, along the winding shores of Darien, and the South American continent, to the Rio de la Plata. The mighty barrier of the Isthmus had been climbed, and the Pacific descried, by Inez de Balboa, second only to Columbus in this valiant band of ocean chivalry. The Bahamas and Caribbean Islands had been explored, as well as the peninsula of Florida on the northern continent. This latter point had been reached by Sebastian Cabot in his descent along the coast from Labrador, in 1497. So that before 1518, the period when our narrative begins, the eastern borders of both 285, the great continents had been surveyed through nearly their whole extent. The shores of the great Mexican Gulf, however, sweeping with a wide circuit far into the interior, remained still concealed, with the rich realms that lay beyond, from the eye of the navigator. The time had now come for their discovery. The business of colonization had kept pace with that of discovery. In several of the islands, and in various parts of terra firma, and in Darien, settlements had been established, under the control of governors who affected the state and authority of viceroys. Grants of land were assigned to the colonists, on which they raised the natural products of the soil, but gave still more attention to the sugarcane, imported from the Canaries. Sugar, indeed, together with the beautiful dyewoods of the country and the precious metals, formed almost the only articles of export in the infancy of the colonies, which had not yet introduced those other staples of the West Indian commerce which in our day constitute its principal wealth. Yet the precious metals, painfully gleaned from a few scanty sources, would have made poor returns, but for the gratuitous labor of the Indians. The cruel system of repartimientos, or distribution of the Indians as slaves among the conquerors, had been suppressed by Isabella. Although subsequently countenanced by the government, it was under the most careful limitations. But it is impossible to license crime by halves, to authorize injustice at all, and hope to regulate the measure of it. The eloquent remonstrances of the Domini 286 cans, who devoted themselves to the good work of conversion in the New World with the same zeal that they showed for persecution in the Old, but, above all, those of Las Casas, induced the regent, Sims, to send out a commission with full powers to inquire into the alleged grievances and to redress them. It had authority, moreover, to investigate the conduct of the civil officers, and to reform any abuses in their administration. This extraordinary commission consisted of 3 Hieronymite friars and an eminent jurist, all men of learning and unblemished piety. They conducted the inquiry in a very dispassionate manner, but, after long deliberation, came to a conclusion most unfavorable to the demands of Las Casas, who insisted on the entire freedom of the natives. This conclusion they justified on the grounds that the Indians would not labor without compulsion, and that, unless they labored, they could not be brought into communication with the whites, nor be converted to Christianity. Whatever we may think of this argument, it was doubtless urged with sincerity by its advocates, whose conduct through their whole administration places their motives above suspicion. They accompanied it with many careful provisions for the protection of the natives. But in vain. The simple people, accustomed all their days to a life of indolence and ease, sank under the oppressions of their masters, and the population wasted away with even more frightful rapidity than did the aborigines in our own country under the operation of other causes. It is not necessary to pursue these details further. 287, into which I have been led by the desire to put the reader in possession of the general policy and state of affairs in the New World at the period when the present narrative begins. 463. Of the islands, Cuba was the second discovered, but no attempt had been made to plant a colony there during the lifetime of Columbus, who, indeed, after skirting the whole extent of its southern coast, died in the conviction that it was part of the continent. 464. At length, in 1511, Diego, the son and successor of the admiral, who still maintained the seat of government in Hispaniola, 465, finding the mines much exhausted there, proposed to occupy the neighboring island of Cuba, or Fernandina, as it was called in compliment to the Spanish monarch. 466, he prepared a small force for the conquest, which he placed under the command of Don Diego Velázquez, a man described by a contemporary as possessed of considerable 288 experience in military affairs, having served 17 years in the European wars, as honest, illustrious by his lineage and reputation, covetous of glory, and somewhat more covetous of wealth. 467, the portrait was sketched by no unfriendly hand. Velázquez, or rather his lieutenant, Narvaez, who took the office on himself of scouring the country, met with no serious opposition from the inhabitants, who were of the same family with the effeminate natives of Hispaniola. The conquest, through the merciful interposition of Las Casas, the protector of the Indians, who accompanied the army in its march, was effected without much bloodshed. One chief, indeed, named Hatchue, having fled originally from Street Domingo to escape the oppression of its invaders, made a desperate resistance, for which he was condemned by Velázquez to be burned alive. It was he who made that memorable reply, more eloquent than a volume of invective. When urged at the stake to embrace Christianity, that his soul might find admission into heaven, he inquired if the white men would go there. On being answered in the affirmative, he exclaimed, "Then I will not be a Christian, for I would not go again to a place where I must find men so cruel." 468. After the conquest, Velázquez, now appointed 289, governor, diligently occupied himself with measures for promoting the prosperity of the island. He formed a number of settlements, bearing the same names with the modern towns, and made Street Jago, 469, on the southeast corner, the seat of government. 470, he invited settlers by liberal grants of land and slaves. He encouraged them to cultivate the soil, and gave particular attention to the sugar-cane, so profitable an article of commerce in later times. He was, above all, intent on working the gold mines, which promised better returns than those in Hispaniola. The affairs of his government did not prevent him, meanwhile, from casting many a wistful glance at the discoveries going forward on the continent, and he longed for an opportunity to embark in these golden adventures himself. Fortune gave him the occasion he desired. An hidalgo of Cuba, named Hernandez de Cordova, sailed with 3 vessels on an expedition to one of the neighboring Bahama Islands, in quest of Indian slaves. 471, February 8, 1517, he 290, encountered a succession of heavy gales which drove him far out of his course, and at the end of 3 weeks he found himself on a strange and unknown coast. On landing and asking the name of the country, he was answered by the natives, Tectitan, meaning, "I do not understand you," but which the Spaniards, misinterpreting into the name of the place, easily corrupted into Yucatan. Some writers give a different etymology. 472, Such mistakes, however, were not in common with the early discoverers, and have been the origin of many a name on the American continent. 473. Cordova had landed on the northeastern end of the peninsula, at Cape Catoche. He was astonished at the size and solid materials of the buildings, constructed of stone and lime, so different from the frail tenements of reeds and rushes which formed the habitations of the islanders. He was struck, also, with the higher cultivation of the soil, and with the delicate texture of the cotton garments and gold ornaments of the natives. Everything indicated a civilization far superior to anything he had before witnessed in the New World. He saw the evidence of a different race, moreover, 291, in the warlike spirit of the people. Rumors of the Spaniards had, perhaps, preceded them, as they were repeatedly asked if they came from the east, and wherever they landed they were met with the most deadly hostility. Cordova himself, in one of his skirmishes with the Indians, received more than a dozen wounds, and one only of his party escaped unhurt. At length, when he had coasted the peninsula as far as Campeche, he returned to Cuba, which he reached after an absence of several months, having suffered all the extremities of ill which these pioneers of the ocean were sometimes called to endure, and which none but the most courageous spirit could have survived. As it was, half the original number, consisting of 110 men, perished, including their brave commander, who died soon after his return. The reports he had brought back of the country, and, still more, the specimens of curiously wrought gold, convinced Velasquez of the importance of this discovery, and he prepared with all dispatch to avail himself of it. 474. He accordingly fitted out a little squadron of 4 vessels for the newly discovered lands, and placed it under the command of his nephew, Juan de Grijalva, a man on whose probity, prudence, and attachment to himself he knew he could rely. The fleet left the port of Street Jaguda, Cuba, May 1st, 292, 1518. 475–476. It took the course pursued by Cordova, but was driven somewhat to the south, the first land that it made being the island of Cozumel. From this quarter Grijalva soon passed over to the continent, and coasted the peninsula, touching at the same place as his predecessor. Everywhere he was struck, like him, with the evidences of a higher civilization, especially in the architecture, as he well might be, since this was the region of those extraordinary remains which have become recently the subject of so much speculation. He was astonished, also, at the sight of large stone crosses, evidently objects of worship, which he met with in various places. Reminded by these circumstances of his own country, he gave the peninsula the name of New Spain, a name since appropriated to a much wider extent of territory. 477. Wherever Grijalva landed, he experienced the same unfriendly reception as Cordova, though he suffered less, being better prepared to meet it. In the Rio de Tabasco, or Grijalva, as it is often called, after him, he held an amicable conference with a chief who gave him a number of gold plates fashioned into a sort of armor. As he wound round the Mexican coast, one of his captains, Pedro de Alvarado, afterwards famous in the Con 293 quest, entered a river, to which he, also, left his own name. In a neighboring stream, called the Rio de Banderas, or River of Banners, from the ensigns displayed by the natives on its borders, Grijalva had the first communication with the Mexicans themselves. The cacique who ruled over this province had received notice of the approach of the Europeans, and of their extraordinary appearance. He was anxious to collect all the information he could respecting them and the motives of their visit, that he might transmit them to his master, the Aztec emperor. 478. A friendly conference took place between the parties on shore, where Grijalva landed with all his force, so as to make a suitable impression on the mind of the barbaric chief. The interview lasted some hours, though, as there was no one on either side to interpret the language of the other, they could communicate only by signs. They, however, interchanged presents, and the Spaniards had the satisfaction of receiving, for a few worthless toys and trinkets, a rich treasure of jewels, gold ornaments and vessels, of the most fantastic forms and workmanship. 479. Grijalva now thought that in this successful traffic, Successful beyond his most sanguine X-294 expectations, he had accomplished the chief object of his mission. He steadily refused the solicitations of his followers to plant a colony on the spot, a work of no little difficulty in so populous and powerful a country as this appeared to be. To this, indeed, he was inclined, but deemed it contrary to his instructions, which limited him to barter with the natives. He therefore dispatched Alvarado in one of the caravels back to Cuba, with the treasure and such intelligence as he had gleaned of the great empire in the interior, and then pursued his voyage along the coast. He touched at San Juan de Ulua, and at the Isla de los Sacrificios, so called by him from the bloody remains of human victims found in one of the temples. He then held on his course as far as the province of Panuco, where, finding some difficulty in doubling a boisterous headland, he returned on his track, and, after an absence of nearly 6 months, reached Cuba in safety. Grijalva has the glory of being the first navigator who set foot on the Mexican soil and opened an intercourse with the Aztecs. 480. On reaching the island, he was surprised to learn that another and more formidable armament had been fitted out to follow up his own discoveries, and to find orders, at the same time, from the governor, couched in no very courteous language, to repair at once to Street Chico. He was received by that personage not merely with coldness, but with reproaches for having neglected so fair an opportunity of establishing a colony in the country he 295 had visited. Velasquez was one of those captious spirits who, when things do not go exactly to their minds, are sure to shift the responsibility of the failure from their own shoulders, where it should lie, to those of others. He had an ungenerous nature, says an old writer, credulous, and easily moved to suspicion. 481. In the present instance it was most unmerited. Grijalva, naturally a modest, unassuming person, had acted in obedience to the instructions of his commander, given before sailing, and had done this in opposition to his own judgment and the importunities of his followers. His conduct merited anything but censure from his employer. 482. When Alvarado had returned to Cuba with his golden freight, and the accounts of the rich empire of Mexico which he had gathered from the natives, the heart of the governor swelled with rapture as he saw his dreams of avarice and ambition so likely to be realized. Impatient of the long absence of Grijalva, he dispatched a vessel in search of him under the command of Olid, a cavalier who took an important part afterwards in the conquest. Finally he resolved to fit out another armament on a sufficient scale to ensure subjugation of the country. He previously solicited authority for this from 296, the Hieronymite Commission in St. Domingo. He then dispatched his chaplain to Spain with the royal share of the gold brought from Mexico, and a full account of the intelligence gleaned there. He set forth his own manifold services, and solicited from the court full powers to go on with the conquest and colonization of the newly discovered regions. 483. Before receiving an answer, he began his preparations for the armament, and, first of all, endeavored to find a suitable person to share the expense of it and to take the command. Such a person he found, after some difficulty and delay, in Hernando Cortes, the man of all others best calculated to achieve this great enterprise, the last man to whom Velasquez, could he have foreseen the results, would have confided it. Image unavailable. Portrait of Hernando Cortes. Cupulan C. Superscript O Paris. 297. Chapter 2. Hernando Cortes, his early life, visits the New World, his residence in Cuba, difficulties with Velasquez, armada entrusted to Cortes. 1518. Hernando Cortes was born at Medellin, a town in the southeast corner of Extremadura, 484, in 1485. 485, he came of an ancient and respectable family, and historians have gratified the national vanity by tracing it up to the Lombard kings, whose descendants crossed the Pyrenees and established themselves in Aragon under 298, the Gothic monarchy. 486. This royal genealogy was not found out till Cortes had acquired a name which would confer distinction on any descent, however noble. His father, Martin Cortes de Monroy, was a captain of infantry, in moderate circumstances, but a man of unblemished honor, and both he and his wife, Doña Catalina Pizarro Altamirano, appear to have been much regarded for their excellent qualities. 487. In his infancy Cortes is said to have had a feeble constitution, which strengthened as he grew older. 488. At 14, he was sent to Salamanca, as his father, who conceived great hopes from his quick and showy parts, proposed to educate him for the law, a profession which held out better inducements to the young aspirant than any other. The son, however, did not conform to these views. He showed little fondness for books, and, after loitering away 2 years at college, returned home, to the great chagrin of his parents. Yet his time had not been wholly misspent, since he had laid up a 299 little store of Latin, and learned to write good prose, and even verses of some estimation, considering, as an old writer quaintly remarks, Cortes as the author. 489. He now passed his days in the idle, unprofitable manner of one who, too wilful to be guided by others, proposes no object to himself. His buoyant spirits were continually breaking out in troublesome frolics and capricious humours, quite at variance with the orderly habits of his father's household. He showed a particular inclination for the military profession, or rather for the life of adventure to which in those days it was sure to lead. And when, at the age of 17, he proposed to enroll himself under the banners of the great captain, his parents, probably thinking a life of hardship and hazard abroad preferable to one of idleness at home, made no objection. The youthful cavalier, however, hesitated whether to seek his fortunes under that victorious chief, or in the New World, where gold as well as glory was to be won, and where the very dangers had a mystery and romance in them inexpressibly fascinating to a youthful fancy. It was in this direction, accordingly, that the hot spirits of that day found a vent, especially from that part of the country where Cortes lived, the neighborhood of Seville and Cadiz, the focus of nautical enterprise. He decided on this latter course, and 300, an opportunity offered in the splendid armament fitted out under Don Nicholas de Ovando, successor to Columbus. An unlucky accident defeated the purpose of Cortes. 490. As he was scaling a high wall, one night, which gave him access to the apartment of a lady with whom he was engaged in an intrigue, the stones gave way, and he was thrown down with much violence and buried under the ruins. A severe contusion, though attended with no other serious consequences, confined him to his bed till after the departure of the fleet. 491. 2 years longer he remained at home, profiting little, as it would seem, from the lesson he had received. At length he availed himself of another opportunity presented by the departure of a small squadron of vessels bound to the Indian Islands. He was 19 years of age when he bade adieu to his native shores in 1504, the same year in which Spain lost the best and greatest in her long line of princes, Isabella the Catholic. The vessel in which Cortes sailed was commanded by one Alonso Quintero. The fleet touched at the Canaries, as was common in the outward passage. While the other vessels were detained there taking in supplies, Quintero secretly stole out by night from the islands, with the design of reaching Hispaniola and securing the market before the arrival of his companions. A furious storm which he encountered, however, dismasted the 301, his ship, and he was obliged to return to port and refit. The convoy consented to wait for their unworthy partner, and after a short detention they all sailed in company again. But the faithless Quintero, as they drew near the islands, availed himself once more of the darkness of the night, to leave the squadron with the same purpose as before. Unluckily for him, he met with a succession of heavy gales and headwinds, which drove him from his course, and he wholly lost his reckoning. For many days the vessel was tossed about, and all on board were filled with apprehensions, and no little indignation against the author of their calamities. At length they were cheered one morning with the sight of a white dove, which, wearied by its flight, lighted on the topmast. The biographers of Cortes speak of it as a miracle. 492. Fortunately it was no miracle, but a very natural occurrence, showing incontestably that they were near land. In a short time, by taking the direction of the bird's flight, they reached the island of Hispaniola, and, on coming into port, The worthy master had the satisfaction to find his companions arrived before him, and their cargoes already sold. 493. Immediately on landing, Cortes repaired to the house of the governor, to whom he had been per 302 only known in Spain. Ovando was absent on an expedition into the interior, but the young man was kindly received by the secretary, who assured him there would be no doubt of his obtaining a liberal grant of land to settle on. "But I came to get gold," replied Cortes, "not to till the soil, like a peasant." On the governor's return, Cortes consented to give up his roving thoughts, at least for a time, as the other labored to convince him that he would be more likely to realize his wishes from the slow, indeed, but sure, returns of husbandry, where the soil and the laborers were a free gift to the planter, than by taking his chance in the lottery of adventure, in which there were so many blanks to a prize. He accordingly received a grant of land, with the repartimiento of Indians, and was appointed notary of the town or settlement of Asua. His graver pursuits, however, did not prevent his indulgence of the amorous propensities which belonged to the sunny clime where he was born, and this frequently involved him in affairs of honor, from which, though an expert swordsman, he carried away scars that accompanied him to his grave. 494. He occasionally, moreover, found the means of breaking up the monotony of his way of life by engaging in the military expeditions which, under the command of Ovando's lieutenant, Diego Velázquez, were employed to suppress the insurrections of the natives. In this school the young adventurer first studied the wild tactics of Indian warfare. He became familiar with toil and danger, 303, and with those deeds of cruelty which have too often, alas, stained the bright scutcheons of the Castilian chivalry in the New World. He was only prevented by illness, a most fortunate one, on this occasion, from embarking in Nicolas's expedition, which furnished a tale of one not often matched in the annals of Spanish discovery. Providence reserved him for higher ends. At length, in 1511, when Velázquez undertook the conquest of Cuba, Cortes willingly abandoned his quiet life for the stirring scenes there opened, and took part in the expedition. He displayed, throughout the invasion, an activity and courage that won him the approbation of the commander, while his free and cordial manners, his good humor and lively sallies of wit, made him the favorite of the soldiers. He gave little evidence, says a contemporary, of the great qualities which he afterwards showed. It is probable these qualities were not known to himself, while to a common observer his careless manners and jocund repartees might well seem incompatible with anything serious or profound, as the real depth of the current is not suspected under the light play and sunny sparkling of the surface. 495. After the reduction of the island, Cortes seems to have been held in great favor by Velázquez, now appointed its governor. According to Las Casas, he was made one of his secretaries. 496. He still 314 the same fondness for gallantry, for which his handsome person afforded obvious advantages, but which had more than once brought him into trouble in earlier life. Among the families who had taken up their residence in Cuba was one of the name of Xeres, from Granada in Old Spain. It consisted of a brother and 4 sisters remarkable for their beauty. With one of them, named Catalina, the susceptible heart of the young soldier became enamored. 497. How far the intimacy was carried is not quite certain, but it appears he gave his promise to marry her, a promise which, when the time came, and reason, it may be, had got the better of passion, he showed no alacrity in keeping. He resisted, indeed, all remonstrances to this effect, from the lady's family, backed by the governor, and somewhat sharpened, no doubt, in the latter by the particular interest he took in one of the fair sisters, who is said not to have repaid it with ingratitude. Whether the rebuke of Velázquez or some other cause of disgust rankled in the breast of Cortes, he now became cold towards his patron, and connected himself with a disaffected party tolerably numerous in the island. They were in the habit of meeting at his house and brooding over their causes of discontent, chiefly founded, it would appear, on 305, what they conceived an ill requital of their services in the distribution of lands and offices. It may well be imagined that it could have been no easy task for the ruler of one of these colonies, however discreet and well-intentioned, to satisfy the indefinite cravings of speculators and adventurers, who swarmed, like so many famished harpies, in the track of discovery in the New World. 498. The malcontents determined to lay their grievances before the higher authorities in Hispaniola, from whom Velasquez had received his commission. The voyage was one of some hazard, as it was to be made in an open boat, across an arm of the sea 18 leagues wide, and they fixed on Cortes, with whose fearless spirit they were well acquainted, as the fittest man to undertake it. The conspiracy got wind, and it came to the governor's ears before the departure of the envoy, whom he instantly caused to be seized, loaded with fetters, and placed in strict confinement. It is even said he would have hung him, but for the interposition of his friends. 499. The fact is not incredible. The governors of these little territories, having entire control over the fortunes of their subjects, enjoyed an authority far more despotic than that of the sovereign himself. They were generally men of rank and personal consideration. Their distance from the mother country withdrew their conduct from searching scrutiny, and, when that did occur, they usually had interest and means of corruption 306, at command sufficient to shield them from punishment. The Spanish colonial history, in its earlier stages, affords striking instances of the extraordinary assumption and abuse of powers by these petty potentates, and the sad fate of Vasquez Núñez de Balboa, the illustrious discoverer of the Pacific, though the most signal, is by no means a solitary example, that the greatest services could be requited by persecution and an ignominious death. The governor of Cuba, however, although irascible and suspicious in his nature, does not seem to have been vindictive, nor particularly cruel. In the present instance, indeed, it may well be doubted whether the blame would not be more reasonably charged on the unfounded expectations of his followers than on himself. Cortes did not long remain in durance. He contrived to throw back one of the bolts of his fetters, and, after extricating his limbs, succeeded in forcing open a window with the irons so as to admit of his escape. He was lodged on the second floor of the building, and was able to let himself down to the pavement without injury, and unobserved. He then made the best of his way to a neighboring church, where he claimed the privilege of sanctuary. Velasquez, though incensed at his escape, was afraid to violate the sanctity of the place by employing force. But he stationed a guard in the neighborhood, with orders to seize the fugitive if he should forget himself so far as to leave the sanctuary. In a few days this happened. As 307, Cortes was carelessly standing without the walls in front of the building, an alguacil suddenly sprang on him from behind and pinioned his arms, while others rushed in and secured him. This man, whose name was Juan Escudero, was afterwards hung by Cortes for some offence in New Spain. 500. The unlucky prisoner was again put in irons, and carried on board a vessel to sail the next morning for Hispaniola, there to undergo his trial. Fortune favoured him once more. He succeeded, after much difficulty and no little pain, in passing his feet through the rings which shackled them. He then came cautiously on deck, and, covered by the darkness of the night, stole quietly down the side of the ship into a boat that lay floating below. He pushed off from the vessel with as little noise as possible. As he drew near the shore, the stream became rapid and turbulent. He hesitated to trust his boat to it, and, as he was an excellent swimmer, prepared to breast it himself, and boldly plunged into the water. The current was strong, but the arm of a man struggling for life was stronger, and, after buffeting the waves till he was nearly exhausted, he succeeded in gaining a landing, when he sought refuge in the same sanctuary which had protected him before. The facility with which Cortes a second time effected his escape may lead one to doubt the fidelity of his guards, who perhaps looked on him as the victim of persecution, and felt the influence of those popular manners 308, which seemed to have gained him friends in every society into which he was thrown. 501. For some reason not explained, perhaps from policy, he now relinquished his objections to the marriage with Catalina Xeres. He thus secured the good offices of her family. Soon afterwards the governor himself relented, and became reconciled to his unfortunate enemy. A strange story is told in connection with this event. It is said his proud spirit refused to accept the proffers of reconciliation made him by Velasquez, and that one evening, Leaving the sanctuary, he presented himself unexpectedly before the latter in his own quarters, when on a military excursion at some distance from the capital. The governor, startled by the sudden apparition of his enemy completely armed before him, with some dismay inquired the meaning of it. Cortes answered by insisting on a full explanation of his previous conduct. After some hot discussion, the interview terminated amicably, the parties embraced, and, when a messenger arrived to announce the escape of Cortes, he found him in the apartments of His Excellency, where, having retired to rest, both were actually sleeping in the same bed. The anecdote is repeated without distrust by more than one biographer of Cortes. 502. It is not very probable, however, 309, that a haughty, irascible man like Velasquez should have given such uncommon proofs of condescension and familiarity to one, so far beneath him in station, with whom he had been so recently in deadly feud, nor, on the other hand, that Cortes should have had the silly temerity to brave the lion in his den, where a single nod would have sent him to the gibbet, and that, too, with as little compunction or fear of consequences as would have attended the execution of an Indian slave. 503. The reconciliation with the governor, however brought about, was permanent. Cortes, though not re-established in the office of secretary, received a liberal repartimiento of Indians, and an ample territory in the neighborhood of Street Jago, of which he was soon after made alcalde. He now lived almost wholly on his estate, devoting himself to agriculture with more zeal than formerly. He stocked his plantation with different kinds of cattle, some of which were first introduced by him into Cuba. 504. He wrought, also, the gold mines which fell to his share, and which in this island promised better returns than those in Hispaniola. By this course of industry he found himself, in a few years, master of some 2,000 or 3,000 castellanos, a large sum for one in his situation. 310. God, who alone knows at what cost of Indian lives it was obtained, exclaims Las Casas, will take account of it. 505. His days glided smoothly away in these tranquil pursuits, and in the society of his beautiful wife, who, however ineligible as a connection, from the inferiority of her condition, appears to have fulfilled all the relations of a faithful and affectionate partner. Indeed, he was often heard to say at this time, as the good bishop above quoted remarks, that he lived as happily with her as if she had been the daughter of a duchess. Fortune gave him the means in afterlife of verifying the truth of his assertion. 506. Such was the state of things, when Alvarado returned with the tidings of Grijalva's discoveries and the rich fruits of his traffic with the natives. The news spread like wildfire throughout the island, for all saw in it the promise of more important results than any hitherto obtained. The governor, as already noticed, resolved to follow up the track of discovery with a more considerable armament, and he looked around for a proper person to share the expense of it and to take the command. Several hidalgos presented themselves, whom, from want of proper qualifications, or from his distrust of their assuming an independence of their employer, he, one after another, rejected. There were 2 persons in Street Jago in whom he placed 311, great confidence, Amador de Lares, the contador, or royal treasurer, 507, and his own secretary, Andres de Duero. Cortes was also in close intimacy with both these persons, and he availed himself of it to prevail on them to recommend him as a suitable person to be entrusted with the expedition. It is said he reinforced the proposal by promising a liberal share of the proceeds of it. However this may be, the parties urged his selection by the governor with all the eloquence of which they were capable. That officer had had ample experience of the capacity and courage of the candidate. He knew, too, that he had acquired a fortune which would enable him to cooperate materially in fitting out the armament. His popularity in the island would speedily attract followers to his standard. 508. All past animosities had long since been buried in oblivion, and the confidence he was now to repose in him would ensure his fidelity and gratitude. He lent a willing ear, therefore, to the recommendation of his councillors, and, sending for Cortes, announced his purpose of making him Captain General of the Armada. 509. Cortes had now attained the object of his wishes, the object for which his soul had panted ever. 312. since he had set foot in the New World. There was no longer to be condemned to a life of mercenary drudgery, nor to be cooped up within the precincts of a petty island, but he was to be placed on a new and independent theatre of action, and a boundless perspective was opened to his view, which might satisfy not merely the wildest cravings of avarice, but, to a bold, aspiring spirit like his, the far more importunate cravings of ambition. He fully appreciated the importance of the late discoveries, and reading them the existence of the great empire in the far west, dark hints of which had floated, from time to time, to the islands, and of which more certain glimpses had been caught by those who had reached the continent. This was the country intimated to the great admiral in his visit to Honduras in 1502, and which he might have reached had he held on a northern course, instead of striking to the south in quest of an imaginary strait. As it was, he had but opened the gate, to use his own bitter expression, for others to enter. The time had at length come when they were to enter it, and the young adventurer, whose magic lance was to dissolve the spell which had so long hung over these mysterious regions, now stood ready to assume the enterprise. From this hour the deportment of Cortes seemed to undergo a change. His thoughts, instead of evaporating in empty levities or idle flashes of merriment, were wholly concentrated on the great object to which he was devoted. His elastic spirits were shown in cheering and stimulating the companions of his toilsome duties, and he was roused 313 to a generous enthusiasm, of which even those who knew him best had not conceived him capable. He applied at once all the money in his possession to fitting out the armament. He raised more by the mortgage of his estates, and by giving his obligations to some wealthy merchants of the place, who relied for their reimbursement on the success of the expedition, and, when his own credit was exhausted, he availed himself of that of his friends. The funds thus acquired he expended in the purchase of vessels, provisions, and military stores, while he invited recruits by offers of assistance to such as were too poor to provide for themselves, and by the additional promise of a liberal share of the anticipated profits. 510. All was now bustle and excitement in the little town of Street Jago. Some were busy in refitting the vessels and getting them ready for the voyage, some in providing naval stores, others in converting their own estates into money in order to equip themselves. Every one seemed anxious to contribute in some way or other to the success of the expedition. 6 ships, some of them of a large size, had already been procured, and 300 recruits enrolled themselves in the course of a few days, eager to seek their fortunes under the banner of this daring and popular chieftain. How far the governor contributed towards the expenses of the outfit is not very clear. If the 314 friends of Cortes are to be believed, nearly the whole burden fell on him, since, while he supplied the squadron without remuneration, the governor sold many of his own stores at an exorbitant profit. 511. Yet it does not seem probable that Velasquez, with such ample means at his command, should have thrown on his deputy the burden of the expedition, nor that the latter, had he done so, could have been in a condition to meet these expenses, amounting, as we are told, to more than 20,000 gold ducats. Still it cannot be denied that an ambitious man like Cortes, who was to reap all the glory of the enterprise, would very naturally be less solicitous to count the gains of it, than his employer, who, inactive at home, and having no laurels to win, must look on the pecuniary profits as his only recompense. The question gave rise, some years later, to a furious litigation between the parties, with which it is not necessary at present to embarrass the reader. It is due to Velasquez to state that the instructions delivered by him for the conduct of the X-315 expedition cannot be charged with a narrow or mercenary spirit. The first object of the voyage was to find Grijva, after which the two commanders were to proceed in company together. Reports had been brought back by Cordova, on his return from the first visit to Yucatan, that 6 Christians were said to be lingering in captivity in the interior of the country. It was supposed they might belong to the party of the unfortunate Nicuessa, and orders were given to find them out, if possible, and restore them to liberty. But the great object of the expedition was barter with the natives. In pursuing this, special care was to be taken that they should receive no wrong, but be treated with kindness and humanity. Cortes was to bear in mind, above all things, that the object which the Spanish monarch had most at heart was the conversion of the Indians. He was to impress on them the grandeur and goodness of his royal master, to invite them to give in their allegiance to him, and to manifest it by regaling him with such comfortable presents of gold, pearls, and precious stones as, by showing their own goodwill, would secure his favor and protection. He was to make an accurate survey of the coast, sounding its bays and inlets for the benefit of future navigators. He was to acquaint himself with the natural products of the country, with the character of its different races, their institutions and progress in civilization, and he was to send home minute accounts of all these, together with such articles as he should obtain in his intercourse with them. Finally, he was to take the most careful care to omit nothing that 316 might redound to the service of God or his sovereign. 512. Such was the general tenor of the instructions given to Cortes, and they must be admitted to provide for the interests of science and humanity, as well as for those which had reference only to a commercial speculation. It may seem strange, considering the discontent shown by Velasquez with his former captain, Grijalva, for not colonizing, that no directions should have been given to that effect here. But he had not yet received from Spain the warrant for investing his agents with such powers, and that which had been obtained from the Hieronymite fathers in Hispaniola conceded only the right to traffic with the natives. The commission at the same time recognized the authority of Cortes as Captain General of the expedition. 317-513. Chapter 3. Jealousy of Velasquez. Cortes embarks, equipment of his fleet, his person and character, rendezvous at Havana, strength of his armament. 1519. The importance given to Cortes by his new position, and, perhaps, a somewhat more lofty bearing, gradually gave uneasiness to the naturally suspicious temper of Velasquez, who became apprehensive that his officer, when away where he would have the power, might also have the inclination, to throw off his dependence on him altogether. An accidental circumstance at this time heightened these suspicions. A mad fellow, his jester, one of those crack-brained wits, half-wit, half-fool, who formed in those days a common appendage to every great man's establishment, called out to the governor, as he was taking his usual walk one morning with Cortes towards the port, "Have a care, Master Velasquez, or we shall have to go away hunting, some day or other, after this same captain of ours." "Do you hear what the rogue says?" exclaimed the governor to his companion. "Do not heed him," said Cortes. "He is a saucy knave, and deserves a good whipping." 318. The words sank deep, however, in the mind of Velasquez, as, indeed, true jests are apt to stick. There were not wanting persons about his excellency who fanned the latent embers of jealousy into a blaze. These worthy gentlemen, some of them kinsmen of Velasquez, who probably felt their own deserts somewhat thrown into the shade by the rising fortunes of Cortes, reminded the governor of his ancient quarrel with that officer, and of the little probability that affronts so keenly felt at the time could ever be forgotten. By these and similar suggestions, and by misconstructions of the present conduct of Cortes, they wrought on the passions of Velasquez to such a degree that he resolved to entrust the expedition to other hands. 514. He communicated his design to his confidential advisers, Lares and Duro, and these trusty personages reported it without delay to Cortes, although, to a man of half his penetration, says Las Casas, the thing would have been readily divined from the governor's altered demeanor. 515. The two functionaries advised their friend to expedite matters as much as possible, and to lose no time in getting his fleet ready for sea, if he would retain the command of it. Cortes showed the same prompt decision on this occasion which more than 319, once afterwards in a similar crisis gave the direction to his destiny. He had not yet got his complement of men, nor of vessels, and was very inadequately provided with supplies of any kind. But he resolved to weigh anchor that very night. He waited on his officers, informed them of his purpose, and probably of the cause of it, and at midnight, when the town was hushed in sleep, they all went quietly on board, and the little squadron dropped down the bay. First, however, Cortes had visited the person whose business it was to supply the place with meat, and relieved him of all his stock on hand, notwithstanding his complaint that the city must suffer for it on the morrow, leaving him, at the same time, in payment, a massive gold chain of much value, which he wore round his neck. 516. Great was the amazement of the good citizens of Street Jago when, at dawn, they saw that the fleet, which they knew was so ill prepared for the voyage, had left its moorings and was busily getting under way. The tidings soon came to the ears of His Excellency, who, springing from his bed, hastily dressed himself, mounted his horse, and, followed by his retinue, galloped down to the quay. Cortes, as soon as he descried their approach, entered an armed boat, and they came within speaking distance of the shore. "And is it thus you part from me?" exclaimed Velasquez, a courteous 320 way of taking leave. "Truly." "Pardon me," answered Cortes, "time presses, and there are some things that should be done before they are even thought of. Has your Excellency any commands?" But the mortified governor had no commands to give, and Cortes, politely waving his hand, returned to his vessel, and the little fleet instantly made sail for the port of Macaca, about 15 leagues distant. November 18, 1518, Velasquez rode back to his house to digest his chagrin as he best might, satisfied, probably, that he had made at least 2 blunders, one in appointing Cortes to the command, the other in attempting to deprive him of it. For, if it be true that by giving our confidence by halves we can scarcely hope to make a friend, it is equally true that by withdrawing it when given we shall make an enemy. 517. This clandestine departure of Cortes has been severely criticized by some writers, especially by 321, Las Casas. 518, yet much may be urged in vindication of his conduct. He had been appointed to the command by the voluntary act of the governor, and this had been fully ratified by the authorities of Hispaniola. He had at once devoted all his resources to the undertaking, incurring, indeed, a heavy debt in addition. He was now to be deprived of his commission, without any misconduct having been alleged or at least proved against him. Such an event must overwhelm him in irretrievable ruin, to say nothing of the friends from whom he had so largely borrowed, and the followers who had embarked their fortunes in the expedition on the faith of his commanding it. There are few persons, probably, who, under these circumstances, would have felt called tamely to acquiesce in the sacrifice of their hopes to a groundless and arbitrary whim. The most to have been expected from Cortes was that he should feel obliged to provide faithfully for the interests of his employer in the conduct of the enterprise. How far he felt the force of this obligation will appear in the sequel. From Macaca, where Cortes laid in such stores as he could obtain from the royal farms, and which, he said, he considered as a loan from the king, he proceeded to Trinidad, a more considerable town, on the southern coast of Cuba. Here he landed, and, erecting a standard in front of his quarters, made proclamation, with liberal offers to all who would join the expedition. Volunteers came in daily, and among them more than 100 of Grijalva's men, just returned from their 322 voyage and willing to follow up the discovery under an enterprising leader. The fame of Cortes attracted, also, a number of cavaliers of family and distinction, some of whom, having accompanied Grijalva, brought much information valuable for the present expedition. Among these hidalgos may be mentioned Pedro de Alvarado and his brothers, Cristobal de Olid, Alonso de Avila, Juan Velasquez de Leon, a near relation of the governor, Alonso Hernandez de Puerto Carrero, and Gonzalo de Sandoval, all of them men who took a most important part in the conquest. Their presence was of great moment, as giving consideration to the enterprise, and, when they entered the little camp of the adventurers, the latter turned out to welcome them amidst lively strains of music and joyous salvos of artillery. Cortes meanwhile was active in purchasing military stores and provisions. Learning that a trading vessel laden with grain and other commodities for the mines was off the coast, he ordered out one of his caravels to seize her and bring her into port. He paid the master in bills for both cargo and ship, and even persuaded this man, named Sedino, 519, who was wealthy, to join his fortunes to the expedition. He also dispatched one of his officers, Diego de Ordaz, in quest of another ship, 520, of which he had 323 tidings, with instructions to seize it in like manner, and to meet him with it off Cape St. Antonio, the westerly point of the island. 521, by this he effected another object, that of getting rid of Orders, who was one of the governor's household, and an inconvenient spy on his own actions. While thus occupied, letters from Velasquez were received by the commander of Trinidad, requiring him to seize the person of Cortes and to detain him, as he had been deposed from the command of the fleet, which was given to another. This functionary communicated his instructions to the principal officers in the expedition, who counselled him not to make the attempt, as it would undoubtedly lead to a commotion among the soldiers, that might end in laying the town in ashes. Verdugo thought it prudent to conform to this advice. 325-522. As Cortes was willing to strengthen himself by still further reinforcements, he ordered Alvarado with a small body of men to march across the country to the Havana. 523, while he himself would sail 324, round the westerly point of the island and meet him there with this squadron. In this port he again displayed his standard, making the usual proclamation. He caused all the large guns to be brought on shore, and, with the small arms and crossbows, to be put in order. As there was abundance of cotton raised in this neighborhood, he had the jackets of the soldiers thickly quilted with it, for a defense against the Indian arrows, from which the troops in the former expeditions had grievously suffered. He distributed his men into 11 companies, each under the command of an experienced officer, and it was observed that, although several of the cavaliers in the service were the personal friends and even kinsmen of Velasquez, he appeared to treat them all with perfect confidence. His principal standard was of black velvet, embroidered with gold, and emblazoned with a red cross amidst flames of blue and white, with this motto in Latin beneath: "Friends, let us follow the cross, and under this sign, if we have faith, we shall conquer." He now assumed more state in his own person and way of living, introducing a greater number of domestics and officers into his household, and placing it on a footing becoming a man of high station. This state he maintained through the rest of his life. 524. Cortes at this time was 33, or perhaps 34, years of age. In stature he was rather above the middle size. His complexion was pale, and his large dark eye gave an expression of gravity to his countenance, not to have been expected in one of his cheerful temperament. His figure was slender, at least until later life, but his chest was deep, his shoulders broad, his frame muscular and well proportioned. It presented the union of agility and vigor which qualified him to excel in fencing, horsemanship, and the other generous exercises of chivalry. In his diet he was temperate, careless of what he ate, and drinking little, while to toil and privation he seemed perfectly indifferent. His dress, for he did not disdain the impression produced by such adventitious aids, was such as to set off his handsome person to advantage, neither gaudy nor striking, but rich. He wore few ornaments, and usually the same, but those were of great price. His manners, frank and soldier-like, concealed a most cool and calculating spirit. With his gayest humour there mingled a settled air of resolution, which made those who approached him feel they must obey, and which infused something like awe into the attachment of his most devoted followers. Such a combination, in which love was tempered by authority, was the one probably best calculated to inspire devotion in the rough and turbulent spirits among whom his lot was to be cast. The character of Cortes seems to have under 326 gone some change with change of circumstances, or, to speak more correctly, the new scenes in which he was placed called forth qualities which before lie dormant in his bosom. There are some hardy natures that require the heats of excited action to unfold their energies, like the plants which, close to the mild influence of a temperate latitude, come to their full growth, and give forth their fruits, only in the burning atmosphere of the tropics. Such is the portrait left to us by his contemporaries of this remarkable man, the instrument selected by Providence to scatter terror among the barbarian monarchs of the Western world, and lay their empires in the dust. 525. Before the preparations were fully completed at the Havana, the commander of the place, Don Pedro Barber, received dispatches from Velasquez ordering him to apprehend Cortes and to prevent the departure of his vessels, while another epistle from the same source was delivered to Cortes himself, requesting him to postpone his voyage till the governor could communicate with him, as he proposed, in person. "Never," exclaims Las Casas, "did I see so little knowledge of affairs shown, as in this letter of Diego Velázquez, that he should have imagined that a man who had so recently put such an affront on him would defer his departure at his bidding." 526. It was, indeed, hoping to stay. 327. The flight of the arrow by a word, after it had left the bow. The Captain-General, however, during his short stay, had entirely conciliated the goodwill of Barber. And, if that officer had had the inclination, he knew he had not the power, to enforce his principal's orders, in the face of a resolute soldiery, incensed at this ungenerous persecution of their commander, and all of whom, in the words of the honest chronicler who bore part in the expedition, officers and privates, would have cheerfully laid down their lives for him. 527. Barber contented himself, therefore, with explaining to Velázquez the impracticability of the attempt, and at the same time endeavored to tranquilize his apprehensions by asserting his own confidence in the fidelity of Cortes. To this the latter added a communication of his own, couched in the soft terms he knew so well how to use. 528, in which he implored His Excellency to rely on his devotion to his interests, and concluded with a comfortable assurance that he and the whole fleet, God willing, would sail on the following morning. Accordingly, on the 10th of February, 1519, the little squadron got under way, and directed its course towards Cape St. Antonio, the appointed place of rendezvous. When all were brought together, the vessels were found to be 11 in number. One of them, in which Cortes himself went, was of 100 tons burden, 3 others were from 70 to 80 tons, the remainder were 328, caravels and open brigantines. The whole was put under the direction of Antonio de Alaminos, as chief pilot, a veteran navigator, who had acted as pilot to Columbus in his last voyage, and to Cordova and Grijalva in the former expeditions to Yucatan. Landing on the Cape and mustering his forces, Cortes found they amounted to 110 mariners, 553 soldiers, including 32 crossbowmen, and 13 arquebusiers, besides 200 Indians of the island, and a few Indian women for menial officers. He was provided with 10 heavy guns, 4 lighter pieces called falconets, and with a good supply of ammunition. 529. He had besides 16 horses. They were not easily procured, for the difficulty of transporting them across the ocean in the flimsy craft of that day made them rare and incredibly dear in the islands. 530. But Cortes rightfully estimated 329 and mated the importance of cavalry, however small in number, both for their actual service in the field, and for striking terror into the savages. With so paltry a force did he enter on a conquest which even a stout heart must have shrunk from attempting with such means, had he but foreseen half its real difficulties. Before embarking, Cortes addressed his soldiers in a short but animated harangue. He told them they were about to enter on a noble enterprise, one that would make their name famous to after ages. He was leading them to countries more vast and opulent than any yet visited by Europeans. "I hold out to you a glorious prize," continued the orator, "but it is to be won by incessant toil. Great things are achieved only by great exertions, and glory was never the reward of sloth." 531. If I have labored hard and staked my all on this undertaking, it is for the love of that renown which is the noblest recompense of man. But, if any among you covet riches more, be but true to me, as I will be true to you and to the occasion, and I will make you masters of such as our countrymen have never dreamed of. You are few in number, but strong in resolution, and, if this does not falter, doubt not but that the Almighty, who has never deserted the Spaniard in his contest with the infantry 330 del, will shield you, though encompassed by a cloud of enemies, for your cause is a just cause, and you are to fight under the banner of the cross. Go forward, then, he concluded, with alacrity and confidence, and carry to a glorious issue the work so auspiciously begun. 532. The rough eloquence of the general, touching the various chords of ambition, avarice, and religious zeal, sent a thrill through the bosoms of his martial audience, and, receiving it with acclamations, they seemed eager to press forward under a chief who was to lead them not so much to battle, as to triumph. Cortes was well satisfied to find his own enthusiasm so largely shared by his followers. Mass was then celebrated with the solemnities usual with the Spanish navigators when entering on their voyages of discovery. The fleet was placed under the immediate protection of Saint Peter, the patron saint of Cortes, and, weighing anchor, took its departure on the 18th day of February, 1519, for the coast of Yucatan. 533. 331. 332. Chapter 4. Voyage to Cozumel, conversion of the natives, Geronimo de Aguilar, army arrives at Tabasco, great battle with the Indians, Christianity introduced. 1519. Orders were given for the vessels to keep as near together as possible, and to take the direction of the Capitania, or admiral's ship, which carried a beacon light in the stern during the night. But the weather, which had been favourable, changed soon after their departure, and one of those tempests set in which at this season are often found in the latitudes of the West Indies. It fell with terrible force on the little navy, scattering it far asunder, dismantling some of the ships, and driving them all considerably south of their proposed destination. Cortes, who had lingered behind to convoy a disabled vessel, reached the island of Cozumel last. On landing, he learned that one of his captains, Pedro de Alvarado, had availed himself of the short time he had been there, to enter the temples, rifle them of their few ornaments, and, by his violent conduct, so far to terrify the simple natives 333, that they had fled for refuge into the interior of the island. Cortes, highly incensed at these rash proceedings, so contrary to the policy he had proposed, could not refrain from severely reprimanding his officer in the presence of the army. He commanded 2 Indian captives, taken by Alvarado, to be brought before him, and explained to them the pacific purpose of his visit. This he did through the assistance of his interpreter, Melco, a native of Yucatan, who had been brought back by Grijalva, and who during his residence in Cuba had picked up some acquaintance with the Castilian. He then dismissed them loaded with presents, and with an invitation to their countrymen to return to their homes without fear of further annoyance. This humane policy succeeded. The fugitives, reassured, were not slow in coming back, and an amicable intercourse was established, in which Spanish cutlery and trinkets were exchanged for the gold ornaments of the natives, a traffic in which each party congratulated itself, a philosopher might think with equal reason, on outwitting the other. The first object of Cortes was to gather tidings of the unfortunate Christians who were reported to be still lingering in captivity on the neighboring continent. From some traders in the island he obtained such a confirmation of the report that he sent Diego de Orders with 2 brigantines to the opposite coast of Yucatan, with instructions to remain there 8 days. Some Indians went as messengers in the vessels, who consented to bear a letter to the captives informing them of the arrival 334 of their countrymen in Cozumel with a liberal ransom for their release. Meanwhile the general proposed to make an excursion to the different parts of the island, that he might give employment to the restless spirits of the soldiers, and ascertain the resources of the country. It was poor and thinly peopled, but everywhere he recognized the vestiges of a higher civilization than what he had before witnessed in the Indian islands. The houses were some of them large, and often built of stone and lime. He was particularly struck with the temples, in which were towers constructed of the same solid materials, and rising several stories in height. In the court of one of these he was amazed by the sight of a cross, of stone and lime, about 10 palms high. It was the emblem of the god of rain. Its appearance suggested the wildest conjectures, not merely to the unlettered soldiers, but subsequently to the European scholar, who speculated on the character of the races that had introduced the sacred symbol of Christianity. But no such inference, as we shall see hereafter, could be warranted. 534. Yet it must be regarded as a curious fact that the cross should have been venerated as the object of religious worship both in the New World and in regions of the Old where the light of Christianity had never risen. 335. 535. The next object of Cortes was to reclaim the natives from their gross idolatry and to substitute a purer form of worship. In accomplishing this, he was prepared to use force, if milder measures should be ineffectual. There was nothing which the Spanish government had more earnestly at heart than the conversion of the Indians. It forms the constant burden of their instructions, and gave to the military expeditions in this western hemisphere somewhat of the air of a crusade. The cavalier who embarked in them entered fully into these chivalrous and devotional feelings. No doubt was entertained of the efficacy of conversion, however sudden might be the change or however violent the means. The sword was a good 336 argument, when the tongue failed, and the spread of Mahometanism had shown that seed sown by the hand of violence, far from perishing in the ground, would spring up and bear fruit to after time. If this was so in a bad cause, how much more would it be true in a good one? The Spanish cavalier felt he had a high mission to accomplish as a soldier of the cross. However unauthorized or unrighteous the war into which he had entered may seem to us, to him it was a holy war. He was in arms against the infidel. Not to care for the soul of his benighted enemy was to put his own in jeopardy. The conversion of a single soul might cover a multitude of sins. It was not for morals that he was concerned, but for the faith. This, though understood in its most literal and limited sense, comprehended the whole scheme of Christian morality. Whoever died in the faith, however immoral had been his life, might be said to die in the Lord. Such was the creed of the Castilian knight of that day, as imbibed from the preachings of the pulpit, from cloisters and the colleges at home, from monks and missionaries abroad, from all save one, whose devotion, kindled at a purer source, was not, alas, permitted to send forth its radiance far into the thick gloom by which he was encompassed. 536. No one partook more fully of the feelings above described than Hernan Cortes. He was, in truth, the very mirror of the time in which he lived, re 337 reflecting its motley characteristics, its speculative devotion and practical license, but with an intensity all his own. He was greatly scandalized at the exhibition of the idolatrous practices of the people of Cozumel, though untainted, as it would seem, with human sacrifices. He endeavored to persuade them to embrace a better faith, through the agency of two ecclesiastics who attended the expedition, the licentiate Juan Diaz and Father Bartolome de Olmedo. The latter of these godly men afforded the rare example, rare in any age, of the union of fervent zeal with charity, while he beautifully illustrated in his own conduct the precepts which he taught. He remained with the army through the whole expedition, and by his wise and benevolent counsels was often enabled to mitigate the cruelties of the conquerors, and to turn aside the edge of the sword from the unfortunate natives. These two missionaries vainly labored to persuade the people of Cozumel to renounce their abominations, and to allow the Indian idols, in which the Christians recognized the true lineaments of Satan, 537, to be thrown down and demolished. The simple natives, filled with horror at the proposed profanation, exclaimed that these were the gods who sent them the sunshine and the storm, and, should any violence be offered, they would be sure to avenge it by sending their lightnings on the heads of its perpetrators. 338. Cortes was probably not much of a polemic. At all events, he preferred on the present occasion action to argument, and thought that the best way to convince the Indians of their error was to prove the falsehood of the prediction. He accordingly, without further ceremony, caused the venerated images to be rolled down the stairs of the great temple, amidst the groans and lamentations of the natives. An altar was hastily constructed, an image of the Virgin and Child placed over it, and Mass was performed by Father Olmedo and his reverend companion for the first time within the walls of a temple in New Spain. The patient ministers tried once more to pour the light of the gospel into the benighted understandings of the islanders, and to expound the mysteries of the Catholic faith. The Indian interpreter must have afforded rather a dubious channel for the transmission of such abstruse doctrines. But they at length found favor with their auditors, who, whether overawed by the bold bearing of the invaders, or convinced of the impotence of deities that could not shield their own shrines from violation, now consented to embrace Christianity. 339–538. While Cortes was thus occupied with the triumphs of the cross, he received intelligence that orders had returned from Yucatan without tidings of the Spanish captives. Though much chagrined, the general did not choose to postpone longer his departure from Cozumel. The fleet had been well stored with provisions by the friendly inhabitants, and, embarking with troops, Cortes, in the beginning of March, took leave of its hospitable shores. The squadron had not proceeded far, however, before a leak in one of the vessels compelled them to return to the same port. The detention was attended with important consequences, so much so, indeed, that a writer of the time discerns in it a great mystery and a miracle. 539. Soon after landing, a canoe with several Indians was seen making its way from the neighboring shores of Yucatan. On reaching the island, one of the men inquired, in broken Castilian, if he were among Christians, and, being answered in the affirmative, threw himself on his knees and returned thanks to heaven for his delivery. He was one of the unfortunate captives for whose fate so much interest had been felt. His name was Geronimo de Aguilar, 540, a native of Ecija, in old 340, Spain, where he had been regularly educated for the church. He had been established with the colony at Darien, and on a voyage from that place to Hispaniola, 8 years previous, was wrecked near the coast of Yucatan. He escaped with several of his companions in the ship's boat, where some perished from hunger and exposure, while others were sacrificed, on their reaching land, by the cannibal natives of the peninsula. Aguilar was preserved from the same dismal fate by escaping into the interior, where he fell into the hands of a powerful cacique, who, though he spared his life, treated him at first with great rigor. The patience of the captive, however, and his singular humility, touched the better feelings of the chieftain, who would have persuaded Aguilar to take a wife among his people, but the ecclesiastic steadily refused, in obedience to his vows. This admirable constancy excited the distrust of the cacique, who put his virtue to a severe test by various temptations, and much of the same sort as those with which the devil is said to have assailed Saint Anthony. 541. From all these fiery trials, however, like 341, his ghostly predecessor, he came out unscorched. Continence is too rare and difficult a virtue with barbarians, not to challenge their veneration, and the practice of it has made the reputation of more than one saint in the Old as well as the New World. Aguilar was now entrusted with the care of his master's household and his numerous wives. He was a man of discretion, as well as virtue, and his counsels were found so salutary that he was consulted on all important matters. In short, Aguilar became great man among the Indians. It was with much regret, therefore, that his master received the proposals for his return to his countrymen, to which nothing but the rich treasure of glass beads, hawk bells, and other jewels of like value, sent for his ransom, would have induced him to consent. When Aguilar reached the coast, there had been so much delay that the brigantines had sailed, and it was owing to the fortunate return of the fleet to Cozumel that he was enabled to join it. On appearing before Cortes, the poor man saluted him in the Indian style, by touching the earth with his hand and carrying it to his head. The commander, raising him up, affectionately embraced him, covering him at the same time with his own cloak, as Aguilar was simply clad in the habiliments of the country, somewhat too scanty for a European eye. It was long, indeed, before 342, the tastes which he had acquired in the freedom of the forest could be reconciled to the constraints either of dress or manners imposed by the artificial forms of civilization. Aguilar's long residence in the country had familiarized him with the Mayan dialects of Yucatan, and, as he gradually revived his Castilian, he became of essential importance as an interpreter. Cortes saw the advantage of this from the first, but he could not fully estimate all the consequences that were to flow from it. 542. The repairs of the vessels being at length completed, the Spanish commander once more took leave of the friendly natives of Cozumel, and set sail on the 4th of March. Keeping as near as possible to the coast of Yucatan, he doubled Cape Catoche, and with flowing sheets swept down the broad bay of Campeche, fringed with the rich dye woods which have since furnished so important an article of commerce to Europe. He passed Potencian, where Cordova had experienced a rough reception from the natives, and soon after reached the mouth of the Rio de Tabasco, or Grijalva, in which that navigator had carried on so lucrative a traffic. Though mindful of the great object of his voyage, the visit to the Aztec territories, he was desirous of acquainting himself with the resources of this country, and determined to ascend the river and visit the great town on its borders. The water was so shallow, from the accumulation of 343 shin of sand at the mouth of the stream, that the general was obliged to leave the ships at anchor and to embark in the boats with a part only of his forces. The banks were thickly studded with mangrove trees, that, with their roots shooting up and interlacing one another, formed a kind of impervious screen or network, behind which the dark forms of the natives were seen glancing to and fro with the most menacing looks and gestures. Cortes, much surprised at these unfriendly demonstrations, so unlike what he had reason to expect, moved cautiously up the stream. When he had reached an open place, where a large number of Indians were assembled, he asked, through his interpreter, leave to land, explaining at the same time his amicable intentions. But the Indians, brandishing their weapons, answered only with gestures of angry defiance. Though much chagrined, Cortes thought it best not to urge the matter further that evening, but withdrew to a neighboring island, where he disembarked his troops, resolved to effect a landing on the following morning. When day broke, the Spaniards saw the opposite banks lined with a much more numerous array than on the preceding evening, while the canoes along the shore were filled with bands of armed warriors. Cortes now made his preparations for the attack. He first landed a detachment of 100 men under Alonso de Avila, at a point somewhat lower down the stream, sheltered by a thick grove of palms, from which a road, as he knew, led to the town of Tabasco, giving orders to 344, his officer, to march at once on the place, while he himself advanced to assault it in front. 543. Then, embarking the remainder of his troops, Cortes crossed the river in face of the enemy, but, before commencing hostilities, that he might act with entire regard to justice, and in obedience to the instructions of the Royal Council, 544, he first caused proclamation to be made, through the interpreter, that he desired only a free passage for his men, and that he proposed to revive the friendly relations which had formerly subsisted between his countrymen and the natives. He assured them that if blood were spilt the sin would lie on their heads, and that resistance would be useless, since he was resolved at all hazards to take up his quarters that night in the town of Tabasco. This proclamation, delivered in lofty tone, and duly recorded by the notary, was answered by the Indians, who might possibly have comprehended one word in 10 of it, with shouts of defiance and a shower of arrows. 345. 545. Cortes, having now complied with all the requisitions of a loyal cavalier, and shifted the responsibility from his own shoulders to those of the Royal Council, brought his boats alongside of the Indian canoes. They grappled fiercely together, and both parties were soon in the water, which rose above the girdle. The struggle was not long, though desperate. The superior strength of the Europeans prevailed, and they forced the enemy back to land. Here, however, they were supported by their countrymen, who showered down darts, arrows, and blazing billets of wood on the heads of the invaders. The banks were soft and slippery, and it was with difficulty the soldiers made good their footing. Cortes lost his sandal in the mud, but continued to fight barefoot, with great exposure of his person, as the Indians, who soon singled out the leader, called to one another, "Strike at the chief." At length the Spaniards gained the bank, and were able to come into something like order, when they opened a brisk fire from their arquebuses and crossbows. The enemy, astounded by the roar and flash of the firearms, of which they had had no experience, fell back, and retreated behind a breastwork of timber thrown across the way. The Spaniards, hot in the pursuit, soon carried these rude defences, and drove the Tabascans before 346, them towards the town, where they again took shelter behind their palisades. Meanwhile Avila had arrived from the opposite quarter, and the natives, taken by surprise, made no further attempt at resistance, but abandoned the place to the Christians. They had previously removed their families and effects. Some provisions fell into the hands of the victors, but little gold, a circumstance, says Las Casas, which gave them no particular satisfaction. 546. It was a very populous place. The houses were mostly of mud, the better sort of stone and lime, affording proofs in the inhabitants of a superior refinement to that found in the islands, as their stout resistance had given evidence of superior valor. 547. Cortes, having thus made himself master of the town, took formal possession of it for the crown of Castile. He gave 3 cuts with his sword on a large ceiba tree which grew in the place, and proclaimed aloud that he took possession of the city in the name and behalf of the Catholic sovereigns. 347, and would maintain and defend the same with sword and buckler against all who should gainsay it. The same vaunting declaration was also made by the soldiers, and the whole was duly recorded and attested by the notary. This was the usual simple but chivalric form with which the Spanish cavaliers asserted the royal title to the conquered territories in the New World. It was a good title, doubtless, against the claims of any other European potentate. The general took up his quarters that night in the courtyard of the principal temple. He posted his sentinels, and took all the precautions practiced in wars with a civilized foe. Indeed, there was reason for them. A suspicious silence seemed to reign through the place and its neighborhood, and tidings were brought that the interpreter, Melchor, had fled, leaving his Spanish dress hanging on a tree. Cortes was disquieted by the desertion of this man, who would not only inform his countrymen of the small number of the Spaniards, but dissipate any illusions that might be entertained of their superior natures. On the following morning, as no traces of the enemy were visible, Cortes ordered out a detachment under Alvarado, and another under Francisco de Lugo, to reconnoitre. The latter officer had not advanced a league, before he learned the position of the Indians, by their attacking him in such force that he was fain to take shelter in a large stone building, where he was closely besieged. Fortunately, the loud yells of the assailants, like most barbarous nations seeking to strike terror by their 348 ferocious cries, reached the ears of Alvarado and his men, who, speedily advancing to the relief of their comrades, enabled them to force a passage through the enemy. Both parties retreated, closely pursued, on the town, when Cortes, marching out to their support, compelled the Tabascans to retire. A few prisoners were taken in this skirmish. By them Cortes found his worst apprehensions verified. The country was everywhere in arms. A force consisting of many thousands had assembled from the neighboring provinces, and a general assault was resolved on for the next day. To the general's inquiries why he had been received in so different a manner from his predecessor, Grijalva, they answered that the conduct of the Tabascans then had given great offense to the other Indian tribes, who taxed them with treachery and cowardice, so that they had promised, on any return of the white men, to resist them in the same manner as their neighbors had done. 548. Cortes might now well regret that he had allowed himself to deviate from the direct object of his enterprise, and to become entangled in a doubtful war which could lead to no profitable result. But it was too late to repent. He had taken the step, and had no alternative but to go forward. To retreat would dishearten his own men at the outset, impair their confidence in him as their leader, and confirm the arrogance of his foes, the tidings of whose success might precede him on his 349 voyage and prepare the way for greater mortifications and defeats. He did not hesitate as to the course he was to pursue, but, calling his officers together, announced his intention to give battle the following morning. 549. He sent back to the vessels such as were disabled by their wounds, and ordered the remainder of the forces to join the camp. 6 of the heavy guns were also taken from the ships, together with all the horses. The animals were stiff and torpid from long confinement on board, but a few hours' exercise restored them to their strength and usual spirit. He gave the command of the artillery, if it may be dignified with the name, to a soldier named Mesa, who had acquired some experience as an engineer in the Italian wars. The infantry he put under the orders of Diego de Ordaz, and took charge of the cavalry himself. It consisted of some of the most valiant gentlemen of his little band, among whom may be mentioned Alvarado, Velasquez de Leon, Avila, Puto Carrero, Olid, Monto. Having thus made all the necessary arrangements, and settled his plan of battle, he retired to rest, but not to slumber. His feverish mind, as may well be imagined, was filled with anxiety for the morrow, which might decide the fate of his expedition, and, as was his wont on such occasions, he was frequently observed, during the night, going the rounds, and visiting the sentinels, to see that no one slept upon his post. 350. At the first glimmering of light he mustered his army, and declared his purpose not to abide, cooped up in the town, the assault of the enemy, but to march at once against him. For he well knew that the spirits rise with action, and that the attacking party gathers a confidence from the very movement, which is not felt by the one who is passively, perhaps anxiously, awaiting the assault. The Indians were understood to be encamped on a level ground a few miles distant from the city, called the Plain of Sutla. The general commanded that orders should march with the foot, including the artillery, directly across the country, and attack them in front, while he himself would fetch a circuit with the horse, and turn their flank when thus engaged, or fall upon their rear. These dispositions being completed, the little army heard mass and then sallied forth from the wooden walls of Tabasco. It was Lardy Day, the 25th of March, come along memorable in the annals of New Spain. The district around the town was checkered with patches of maize, and, on the lower level, with plantations of cacao, supplying the beverage, and perhaps the coin, of the country, as in Mexico. These plantations, requiring constant irrigation, were fed by numerous canals and reservoirs of water, so that the country